and completely unprepared. Let's try and get somebody online to hold the hour. Holy shit. Let's see. Skype is working somewhat. All right, she's active. Let's pray she answers. Oh, oh my god. Hey, honey. How are
So
you?
I'm
Honey.
okay.
Oh, that sounds a bit like you're still thinking about it. Like, okay,
Wait,
like okay, or okay, like you wish you were more okay than you are.
I wish I were more okay than I am.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that.
But
Uh,
we're on live, aren't we?
yes, we're live. We're totally fucking
Okay.
live. I'm like, I,
Hi world.
yeah, I mean, we're live, but it's like I wish I was dead live. like,
No, no.
oh
It's
fuck.
that
So, so I just got back.
so
And I'm counting on you to hold the whole fucking opening hour like last
okay.
time. And I know you could do it. But we'll talk a few minutes first. I'll go through the usual motions of telling everyone who's available to please hit the like button because our enemies automatically send Autobots that hit the thumbs down, and this keeps us off searches. YouTube has a filter which it ultimately gets rid of these downvotes that are sent by Autobots, but it takes hours for that to work. And in the meantime, YouTube works on an aggregate so that all of our ratings are based on the upvotes that we get, meaning that the more popular you are, the more accessibility they give you to the stream. This is how it snowballs so that some people get millions of views just by the sheer, it works on the number of views they get in the first place. So if you get initially larger numbers of hits, then you get more distribution. People get access to you. They begin to promote you on other. They begin to recommend you in people's like U boxes, which is just an incredibly stupid way to work the system, and it has nothing to do with anything that's based on merit or democracy of any sort. But it's a popularity contest that we can never win without your help. It's your war, and you have to fight it. So you've got to press that upvote from every IP address you've got, your PC, your cell phone, your laptop, whatever's got a different IP address, hit that upvote from it. And that will overwhelm or at least balance out the Autobots so that we get some distribution enough to let people know that we're broadcasting, that we're burning bandwidth at all. With this, we turn back to the lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana, who I will henceforth refer to as Carmi or Carmela. And
Thank
Carmela,
you.
yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Otherwise it's la 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 la.
Well, you have a hell of a name, and
I know it's a hell of a name, but
yeah,
you love saying it. I, you say it all like it's just one word.
yes, yes.
I have a I have another friend who does that, and she told me I should write a children's book because it has all that
That's
lalas in
that's
it, and it
true.
would just
That's
be
that's true. And well, you should. You should. And so, honey, if you want me to, what I can do is I can try to bring others on. But that's always iffy. Do you want to dominate the opening hour? It's yours.
right. Well, let me share this with you. So, last week I had the first hour, and then or last time
Yeah.
I had the first hour. That
Yeah.
was Wednesday, and so yeah, I went out to dinner with a friend. At first, she she made it sound like I was going right to dinner.
Oh.
She came like 2 hours later, but it all worked out. We had a really good evening, and but when I got back, I listened to the uh like the last part of the program, because I checked in with you, let you know I was back.
Mhm.
And then for a couple days, I listened to yours and Peter's conversation, plus all the way through at the end. And there were there was just so much for me to respond to
Mhm.
from everybody's conversation. And then um, I talked to Ian about the program that from the clip he played. I even emailed you to say how studied he is.
Mm-hmm.
And so today I've been binge watching the show that he, not just the clip, but the whole series, and going through a plethora of emotions and flashbacks and memories and awareness that my life was even way more fucked up than I remember. So it's healing, it's epiphany, but at the same time, as a matter of fact, you caught me in the middle of watching the second to the last episode of the series, and I'm so glad that I have the house to myself today, because I'm like,
oh wow. So then you can dominate the opening hour.
Yeah, I still have to have an online therapy session with you, though. Now more than probably.
We might do that after I return later in the evening. Is that possible? I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, after you have your session with Peter.
Yes.
Or whomever, sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it has been exhausting. It's been emotionally exhausting where I'm like catnapping, not to really fall asleep, but just to have like this decompression.
Yeah.
Because I'm not able to sleep, but I'm having like a somewhat of a decompression so I can keep trudging forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go on, honey.
But I'm like
I mean,
okay.
I can do the therapy session with you to a degree right now simply because I'm tagging everybody on the post. So while I'm tagging everybody on the promotional banner for tonight, keep going. I mean, anything you want me to hear that you feel it should be relevant for me to digest so I can speak about it to you after Peter retreats into the night. Go on.
Sure. So I'm just gonna fill in some things about my story. Yes. Leave off a little bit there, and that will help conceptualize and give more of a platform for me to answer some or address some of the statements and questions from the last airing between your conversation with Peter on with everybody else's for the rest of the night, but from the last episode. So if everybody remembers, we left off with my story that my dad enlisted into the army and was stationed in Taiwan, where I was born. So that base, that military base, when they closed it down in 1972, it caught fire or had something destroyed, which then later, when it came time to get copies of my birth certificate, the notices would always come back, does not exist or deceased. And it didn't happen with my siblings, and it did not happen with my parents. It only happened with me. And this went on from 4th grade to even when I was an adult and I would try. So when my first husband was divorcing me and we were separated, together we had over $1 million in the bank, and we had more money in Mexico. So I actually was like a upper middle class, lower high class, whatever you want to call, in that economic zone
upper
there.
Middle class, at least, yes.
Yeah. Upper middle class even sounds better. So anyway, I had done everything that the Mexican government told me to do, or I was being told that was expected of me, because my then husband's cousin was head of immigration, but we met at a bank with the bank president or the bank vice president, one of the board members, my husband, myself, and my brother-in-law, who was a congressman who was being my sponsor. And for over those 5 or 6 months, they told me that I needed to have so much money in the bank, and I actually needed 10 times more money in the bank than the average person, which I was like, why? I didn't think that was fair, but we were able to do it, so we did it. Then they expected me to, at which I did. I started 5 businesses in 6 months. Who do you know starts 5 businesses in 6 months in any country?
No one. But go on.
I did it though.
Yes.
Because it was required.
Wow.
And we bought a house. On top of that, in Mexico, we bought a house. Did all of that within 6 months. We came back to the United States to close everything out. Yeah, a year or 2 later, I'm being written out of my life. And he takes one of those certificates of deceased, the most recent one, and he takes it to the bank and he closes my accounts out. Plus he cashed insurance on me.
He's planning to murder you, I take it.
I go to the bank to get my money out within that week of finding myself separated, and I have to prove my existence. Yeah. And I have to prove that I'm not faking my death. Uh-huh. Then on top of that, he went and applied for welfare in my name.
Wow.
Now, he was working for a company that was the telemarketers for Disney, AT&T, and somebody else. And he was one of the managers. Uh-huh. So, as a matter of fact, he was responsible for all the training of everybody. To make sure that they were all on the same page. Their training was all the same across the board. Uh-huh. So he was making good money, but there he was collecting welfare in my name.
Right. What a scumbag.
So even when I applied for welfare, I was now facing fraud.
Yes. Wow.
He cut every avenue of finances from me.
Wow.
And this is how I found myself penniless, homeless, and it was the people of Skid Row who took care of me. That was 20-something years ago. Within 4 months, and I had an international women's, children's, and family ministry even back then. So it was between having that ministry and people taking care of me taking care of people in Skid Row, and me not giving a fuck about if anybody wanted to kill me or not. They were like, wow, she's not afraid. I wasn't afraid because I was already in the pit of hell. So what was there more to lose, you know? So that's how I ended up director of the shelter, starting my own programs. The programs were even boosted up, and found my second husband.
Wow.
The Hollywood producer. Wow. And it wasn't just him. There were a lot of millionaires that they had no idea I was going through all of this hell. All they knew was they liked how I took care of myself. And they found out that my husband was divorcing me. And they couldn't figure out why. I constantly heard, he's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Yes,
well, he's not just an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. And even Hugh Hefner, who he idolized, wanted to make me a plus size playmate.
Wow.
After Anna Nicole Smith.
Wow.
And I thought, well, that is amazing because Victor idolized him.
Interesting.
And, yeah, so that would have been a really good get back at everybody, but it also made me feel like I would have been getting back into the mafia and all that other stuff. So I said no to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I always had his respect. I always had Mr. Hefner's respect.
Mm-hmm.
So back to Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
When I was born, I was the only female born that month
Mm-hmm.
on the base.
Right.
There were a number of children born on that base, but at that month of March, I was the only one born that month, and I was born early. I was born in the 8th month. Somebody came. My mom actually went in for a checkup.
Mm-hmm.
They put her in a gurney. Somebody came in and said that they were checking her, but they put something up there. And when the actual doctors came, she was thinking that person was a doctor,
Mm-hmm.
as the story's been told to me. Well, the doctor and 2 nurses came, and the doctor said, well, okay, let's check you. But, if everything goes well, you'll be here another month. We heard, so I read your chart. You're having problems. Let's keep you here for a while on bed rest and see if we can quiet down those contractions. Mm-hmm. And she said, what are you talking about? You just gave me something. And she goes, somebody just gave me something. Didn't you prescribe it? And he goes to the nurse, find out who is here.
Mm-hmm. Right. Go on.
Well, within hours, I was delivered.
Wow. Well, yeah.
And
Sure.
I was in an incubator for a month.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
I was
somebody
born.
gave her something to abort you. And you were prematurely delivered because they were intending an abortion.
Yeah. And the thing was, my dad had for months tried to have me aborted, but he swears at every other attempt, he owned up to it. But this particular one, he didn't own up to it. He had the same reaction when it was told. He'd had the same reaction all the time of disgust and angry that every other attempt he cried over and felt guilty about. This one, he was angry, he was disgusted, and he cried, but he would hug me or hold my hand and be thankful. That was his reaction every time he heard that.
Oh my God! It sounds like he's completely pathological, and
Well,
just
so there's more there. Yeah, I believe. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, thank you.
The thing was, I do believe him that attempt was separated and not of the other, because the others were closer. He was more involved in, and there. Anyway, but I
Mm-hmm.
it's either that or he didn't expect that it was going to be so. But the thing was, it was the 8th month.
Mm-hmm.
So most people think the 8th month, the child's pretty much developed. They're not going to try. Closer.
Somewhat of a decompression.
But I was born 5 pounds 4 ounces. I was kept in the incubator for a month. Now, the thing with my health, I've always felt since 2008, when I was first diagnosed with anaphylaxis, and they gave me the doctors there gave me a list of terms to look up. I started thinking that it had something to do with my childhood, with my birth even, and my first words out of my mouth were, did somebody put a kill switch in me?
I mean, well,
Like,
these weren't
what?
the first words out of your mouth as an infant, were they?
No, out of the 2008 incident when uh, I had a hospitalization, and the doctors gave me they gave me a diagnosis of anaphylaxis, and they gave me some terms to look up. And as I was looking up the terms on the computer, kill switch came to my mind. The words kill switch came to my mind. And I didn't realize I said them out loud. And my friend, whose computer I was using, she said, "What did you just say?" And I said, "I don't know where I'm getting this notion from, but I think that they put a termination switch in me somehow."
Yes.
And she goes, "Who's they?" I said, "That's what they did, because I don't cooperate. Plus, and at that time, I think it was around 36 or so, maybe early 30s. Yeah, around
honey,
36.
What I'm going to do now is I finished tagging the promotional banner for tonight, which
Okay.
obviously I got up late because I just got home from my Easter title celebrations.
How was it?
I'm sorry? Oh, thank you.
How was
Wonderful.
your?
I believe you were asking how it
Good.
was, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Obviously, it was
Good.
good. I didn't want to come back. I mean, obviously, I don't want to be here. I'd rather be there.
Take
So,
days off,
yes, it was wonderful. So, honey, I'm going to count on you to hold everything to top of next hour. I will try to check in once in a while. But I can't promise anything. So what I'm going to do is literally take advantage of this time to conduct a run for supplies, which I did not resupply
Okay.
my home before I went on Easter vacation, so to speak. So
Okay.
I've got to get beer, water, and Coke, the three essentials of life. That I need to sustain myself while I'm home. I can't buy bags of frozen plasma, and they don't work anyway. That's not the way a vampire can imbue.
Will you hold off a minute and let me get myself
Together?
something to drink real quick?
Of course, honey. Take your time.
Okay.
I'll be here,
So,
and
because
just
my
let
mouth
me
is
know when
kind
you're
of a little
back.
dry.
What I'll do is
But I do want to say really quick that when this episode went down and I felt that that intuition about the kill switch,
yes.
I was 36, so I was at the age where I knew I was going to be summoned again, because there's certain stages and certain ages. If they want you to do certain things, they will start the process, or they will go ahead and just do it. I'm sure you ran across a number of victims, Douglas,
Yes.
where you've heard that there's certain seasons and certain ages and stuff.
Of course.
So, but anyway, that's why the kill switch term came to my mind, I believe. But I never really, I heard other survivors say stuff like that, but I would be like, okay, all right, sure. Well, we'll just work it through, and but at that moment, it really hit home. And when I get back from getting my give me about 5 minutes to get myself together.
Yes. While you do that, I'll just talk, and then let me know as soon as you're back.
So, but when I come back from getting myself together, I'll explain to everybody the episode that brought on that epiphany. And then what I can address from last Wednesday's that I can remember of the notes I took between your conversation with Peter and Viv
Talk
or
about your personal
Vivian.
history while you have the golden
Yeah,
hour open to yourself.
it actually fits. It
Yeah.
actually fits.
Okay.
I'll be bringing all this, some context into or answering some of the remarks, responding, if you will, but it also does coincide with my story, so that's why I'm able to address the comments from last Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
by all means,
all right.
yeah, get your
All right.
liquid and refreshment. So our young lady is going to be tending to that, and I'm afraid you're stuck with me, and I'm not going to be saying anything particularly coherent. I'm just here to burn bandwidth till she gets back. Later tonight, I might say something of some consequence, but it'll be a while before I get back to that stage. Right now, I'm just lucky to be able to breathe without some kind of, shall we say, terrible accident taking place or something. So I'm going to just thank everyone for their patience with me, and I'm going to be hoping that everyone has had an equally spectacular Easter. Obviously, mine was well enough where I wasn't, going to come home if I could help it, but I had to. Duty calls, and, I've got to do something on this side of the fence, this side of the rail line, the tracks, as they used to say in my late and sainted sire's day. That way I could get back to, some semblance of serving the public, I suppose, which I'm not particularly overwhelmingly, interested in doing at times, simply because I have learned over the years to look out for myself as much as possible, considering what's been going on. Okay, so I'm multitasking, as you might imagine. Basically, I had to get rid of one person who asked not to be tagged, and then tag some others that I remembered. With this is minor stuff, and yet at the same time, a lot of people count on this to be aware of the program. This is the promotional banner that actually goes up on Facebook. So give me a second here. Let me respond to dear Diana, who has made me aware of something. Holy shit. I guess we've got something going on here with the post, and I guess I need to check some comments entered. Okay, somebody's entered comments or what? Okay. What the fuck? Okay, yes. Okay, this is like, yes, absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. This is like some guy named Jorge Peralta apparently thinks that my promotional banner is like based on some kind of fetish about Asians, and says, you like Asians, don't do it, not worth it. And to which Diane Hillis Buchberger said, Jorge Peralta, he is half Asian. So, okay, the world is absolutely bizarre. I guess it takes all kinds to make a world. So thank you, Diane, for that, for informing me of that. Obviously, there's bizarre things going on in the world around us. Did fucking Michelle Carmela Saldana drown in the bathtub or something? I mean, she's like probably refilling her bottle from the tub or something like that, and fell in and drowned or something. Good God, I don't understand what's taking her so long. So let's take a look in the chat room. And okay, so we got Nancy Toulouse, or Ariana, says, been reading the articles on your website. Interesting. Thank you for caring enough to share. Sorry you're not feeling well, Mr. Dietrich. It's entirely my own fault. It's this is what happens when you crash from major indulgences over the weekend. And anyhow, Eric Cradle says DDD, triple D, 10 milligrams of oxy will help the headache. Thank you, sir. Yes, OxyContin, I believe, is what he's speaking of, as opposed to oxygen. So are you back, Michelle? Carmi? I hear breathing. Fuck, I thought I heard breathing. Like, through a respirator. But you see, you hear that? Did you not hear that? Okay. Fuck. Man, I hope she
It's
makes
me. It's me.
Okay.
You know, if you heard any noise, it's because I didn't mute.
Okay.
I should have muted, but I did. Sorry about that.
No, so I'm so glad to have you back. So I'm going to leave the stage in your tender hands. I have every confidence your administrations will be competent and professional, and even if they aren't, I don't give a shit. I just want you to burn bandwidth. You could sit here and scream.
I probably will do that.
Yes.
I did tell you that I had a radio show in Canada, though, right?
You mean one that you hosted yourself?
Yeah, I had 4 hours by myself, and then I had 4 hours with the panel.
Wow, so it was 8 hours. How many nights a week? Or a month?
Oh, I forget. I think it was somewhere, like 3 or 4 for a while.
Okay.
And we were going to go for another season, but then there was that attempt on my life, and that left me with aphasia. And I had 6 months where I couldn't form sentences.
Well, that probably would have made you better than half the hosts on Revolution Radio. So, look, honey, you just take over from here. It's all yours. I'll come in towards the top of the hour. I will not be checking in on you very likely, but I'll try. But consider it yours, and
Okay,
I'm gonna go mute. And
I got it like a half hour, so
it's less than half an hour. So you believe me, much less than half an hour, about 20 minutes, 25 at the most. So love you dearly.
We'll do it.
Go on. What was that?
Okay, I said yeah, we could do it.
You can do it. You can do it.
So.
Okay. So our lady Diane Hillis-Buchberger, who lives in Canada, wanted to know more about your Canadian program. So tell us a bit about the name and your background on that, and get it started to segue into other subjects and the attempt on your life, of course, that goes to
So,
and I'll go mute.
I actually don't remember the name. And what was the lady's name that asked?
Diane Hillis-Buchberger.
Just gonna say Miss Diane. Thank you for asking. And
you'll
actually,
take it from here. I'm gonna go mute. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Love you.
Love you. Talk to you in a little bit. Well, hello world. It's Carmela, or as Douglas is now going to start calling me, Carmi. And I hope that you're having a great Easter, Resurrection Day, Spring Day. Like more than 30 times, and a couple of the episodes I've already shared. So the name of the radio program in Canada, I don't know how to say it because it was in French, but it was about family court reform, and it was with an entity that I don't know if they still exist or not, but it was called CSS. So it was, I think it was, well, we called it CES. But the logo was, I believe it was a capital CESS and a capital S, lowercase s, EC. So it was either spelled that way or the second S with the S, capital S, lowercase e, and lowercase c was in front. So either way. Um, and what we talked about was how family court reform and foster care leads to the sexual exploitation of children and using children as currency. And from my background, I consider that one of the currencies in the world that is used within the black market are children, and that a lot of the wars and hardships are structured to keep that pipeline of children constantly flowing. And if you had my experiences, if you were ever victimized and part of that world, I'm pretty confident that one would come to that same conclusion or something very similar. So, but we would talk about some of my story as well as solutions, which has been my practice for all the decades that I have given my story, as well as have done my best to do presentations and to use my experiences and different capacities to design solutions as well as implement the solutions, and to continue to build the endless network from generation to generation and as deep and wide as possible. And when I say that there really is a global entity combating and is the antithesis of those who are the abusers, and we have learned their system, and we do use their system against them. I'm serious, and I'm saying that with all confidence of my experiences. And it's not just my network that I've managed to build. It's the countless other survivors that I know that have also built their networks and helped their clients, which are really our brothers and sisters, the newest generation of victims, and in whatever capacity and level they find themselves in their freedom and their healing, we are there to help them. And we are constantly having to adapt, and we're constantly doing our best to stay ahead. We were in the shadows for a long time until the second to the last election, where we had to reveal ourselves as cautiously and judiciously as possible, because we were experiencing a Holocaust, and we were experiencing a decline in justice for ourselves, our children, and the system at large. And we were seeing the applications, and some of us were able to foresee current implications, and we felt like we had to do what we could to, at least on some level, reveal what we could safely to the public without really undoing or giving away too much for those that were harming us to be able to have the upper hand. So, and it was it was to the degree that we even formulated healing programs for people that were getting so caught up in investigating, the crimes against children. And there were police at the time, investigators and detectives and FBI agents that were assigned a duty to look over child porn, and build cases, and they were suing their precincts, their cities, and their governments because of the mental strain and duress and the nervous breakdowns that they were having, because, well, they actually had hearts. They actually had a conscience, and the depravity of these monsters was more than they could bear, that they had mental breakdowns. And we saw a number of people that were investigating Pizzagate and not knowing how to, or Pedestigate, and not knowing how to take breaks and not knowing how to process, that they too were having mental health issues. So it behooves some of us to we develop the programs, and we do use them. I end up still counseling people. That was several years ago, but there are still people who, for one reason or another, they have invested themselves into this research, and heavily invested, even if they don't have a horse in the race or a bone to pick. It's become their obsession, and it ends up taking over their lives mentally. So somehow, sometimes they work their way to myself or to somebody else that has the capacity to listen and help them find coping skills in their processing the information, as well as weeding them off of the search, calming them down, getting them back into being productive. And then when we can, if we can, which really is our goal, is to convince such people to become our researchers. So because the information is extremely valuable, even to those of us that have had these experiences, it helps us. Well, for instance, the show that I'm watching, I mean, it was just a clip that Ian had presented on Douglas's show about that, from that snippet from a television show. But I'm watching this show, and it's from the 1993, called Wild Palms, according to Ian, when I asked him what the name of the program was, because I had looked and I couldn't find it, but when he told me the name, I was able to find it. So I've been researching, I've been watching it, and oh my gosh, it's just so much. And something interesting happened today. I had a conversation with a relative I had not have spoken to in such a long time, and we were talking about a family member that had been giving me making my life difficult. And it was said about this family member that at one time they were religious, but they were all about how important it was for family structure and family to stay together, and no matter what, we were to help each other out. And then at some point, this person, and how kind and generous and sweet they were, and they could always be relied upon to be that help and to be that voice of security and sanity and comfort and wisdom. But then at some point, this person became selfish and was all about divide, conquer, and money, and even to the point of selling out their own children, and they did sell out their own children, and they rose to be in power over the safety and welfare of children of several counties, and the person making the comment said, it's just like somehow the sweet person was taken away and a new person was put in their place, and they would like to know how that happened, if that were the truth. And I thought, well, that's a little bit over the top, but I didn't say anything. I didn't really respond, but in my head I'm thinking, well, that's a little bit over the top, but yeah, you almost want to make sense and use that as an excuse for sense. But that pretty much does sum up that person. But you do wonder what happened to that person to make them that way. Maybe something in their life. But I didn't say that. I wasn't going to get into a conversation. I wasn't going to really correct the other person. Because it's Easter. I didn't want to get into anything deep or, but this person was just, they were comfortable. Excuse me. They were comfortable with finally letting some release out, and we both had problems with my mother, and so I didn't want to start contradicting even in the slightest way and run the risk that this person would no longer feel comfortable confiding in me anything, especially when I needed them to. And so then I turn on another episode of Wild Palms, and it turns out that episode is about the child. I'm not really giving anything away. Believe me when I say this, it's not all that great a spoiler. So if you do watch the show Wild Palms, WILDPALMS, so this particular episode, the mother is convinced that the son is not hers, that somehow he's been switched out, that his personality just doesn't seem to fit what she thinks his personality was or should currently be. And that kind of made my head buzz a little bit, because it was right after I had the conversation with this other person live on the phone, and they made this comment about my mother, and I'm like, wow, that hit a little close to home. There's quite a bit in that show that hit close to home. But first I want to speak let me think. Okay, so last time Peter and Douglas were speaking about Peter's had made mention about being in contact. I think it would, forgive me if this is out of context or mangled as I'm trying to express myself. But I think it was that Peter had been contacted by the Learning Channel to guest on William Shatner's show, and that there was some mistreatment there, and a comment to the effect that Hollywood is full of qualified people, but they don't write the checks, and then there was a 24-hour deadline of get back to us whether you're going to do the show or not, and like it was like winning the lottery, and you have to claim your prize within 24 hours and that kind of. And I wanted to confirm that in my experiences, I had so many different experiences such as that, and then sometimes there were outright exploitations of my story, and I had already made mention about the one program that I had lent my story to, and it was a number of survivors that had moved from just surviving to now thriving, using their story, their life experiences to further the narrative and help people to know that these atrocities were happening to children. And in my case, it was designing programs back into the underworld to get people out, or either extracting them out or coaching them out over a period of time, getting them to help themselves out, being their counselor, being that Jiminy Cricket voice of reason for them. There was somebody else that was a movie maker, somebody else that was a movie, one was a filmmaker, and another one was a music producer, and things like that. But this woman that was putting this documentary together, she had been abused by the Catholic Church, and there is several organizations for people who have been abused by the Catholic Church, as well as other churches, other denominations, other religions, that they can get counseling, they can get resources, and they file class action lawsuits. And so that's who I was lending my story to. That's what the documentary was eventually going to help. Well, then she contacted me sometime later after I had an interview with the BBC over the internet. It was a written interview. It wasn't just myself. It was other activists who had what we all had in common was that at some point in our childhood or youth, had been sexually abused, and now we had influence throughout the world or through our communities, and in some cases, like myself, influencing laws and legislations, and even bringing. I've been instrumental in bringing the Catholic Church to task. That's why Pope Benedict stepped down. Also helping with survivors within Australia to to have their class action lawsuit against the Catholic Church. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they also had used the information, if I remember right, against the Presbyterian Church. And then here in the United States, it was against the Latter-day Saints with Warren Jeffers. And I had found a connection, which then was later substantiated by a whistleblower within his sect.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just keep talking. I'm going to
Okay.
perform some open heart surgery here. Basically,
Okay.
moving this microphone is going to be, they're all delicate as hell. This one is going through its own conniptions and connuptions. And what happens if I move it just right, then it gets loosened. And this is the new one. And it kind of stops registering as a microphone. So I'm just going to move this first before I move everything else. And let's see.
You know you have problems with tech because Douglas, it's not the tech itself or the item itself. It's the fact that those who don't want this information out are the ones, if nobody else listens, they listen.
Yes, that's the irony. That's the irony. Yeah, I've got fans all over the State Department.
Isn't that the pain about it? Because even when I was watching these movies today, or this series today, I'm like, oh my God, do I continue on his show speaking? Because I know these, expletives that I have enough expletives for them that could fill the Encyclopedia Britannica or the Internet for Infinity. But they're the ones who listen. Like, how many years, you know me, Douglas, how many years I spoke about ICANN and nobody paid attention to me.
Okay.
Except ICANN.
That's right, honey. Okay, so what I did was I had to take the earbuds off, and I didn't hear a word you said until the last few seconds. But
That's okay.
Hey,
It's
let's
okay.
see if
Just be
my
ranting.
screen is off now. Let's see if I
It's
can
just
get
me
that back
ranting.
on.
So let me finish this because I
Sure.
only have 2 more minutes. So, what I was saying is your tech problems are because people.
I get it. Go on with
Yeah.
your story. Yeah, instead.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I helped keep Warren Jeffers behind bars with the information that I found, and then they were able to take that information, and the young girl that had already come forth, they tried to shoot the LDS or Warren Jeffers people tried to have her disappeared, and they were able to find her with that information and question her some more, and then they got him on international sex abuse ring.
Wow.
And so he was kept there even more. We found out that he was running the cult from the jail cell. So for a while we were successful in having his quote unquote rights restricted while he was in jail, but then he had really good lawyers who got his rights reverted back. So those are some of there's other things that I've been involved in over the years. Also with some of your conversation ended up talking about not with Peter, but with, I think it was with the ladies and Ian, possibly, or maybe it was with Peter, about the rings over in Europe.
Okay.
And I could also address those because I knew somebody
Sure.
that brought that to the attention of Congress.
Okay.
back in
So
the 90s.
we can talk about that either after Peter retreats into the gentle night or
Yeah.
with our next episode, but certainly I'll call you whenever Peter retreats. We'll see what mood you're in and if you're willing to talk. And for now, I'll shut down this call and bring Peter on. You've been wonderful. I could not have done it without you. And I took the time to basically set up my throne of pillows for comfortable sitting for the next 11
Okay,
hours,
good.
but definitely we'll make that run while Peter's here. So I'll bring that to
And
his
also, while I'm looking at my notes, I want to say that I'm sorry that Brandon and his family had the experience with the nine. I too have had my experiences with the nine.
Oh, we'll talk about that when you
Yeah,
return.
so I mean,
Yeah.
it was really amazing listening last week or the last episode, because I was like, oh my gosh, almost all this episode is something that I have stories I could relate.
Yeah.
It
Oh.
was very profound for me.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
To listen to everybody and their questions or their comments and their experiences was just astounding for me, and makes me appreciate being in the circle again all the more.
Thank you. It's the least I could do, and I love you dearly.
Well, when you first said to me, well, we got to get you back on air speaking because you have stuff, and I'm like, that's so sweet of him. But last week or the last episode, when I was listening to the rest of the panel or that you usually have on, I was like, oh my gosh, wow, I can contribute to these conversations in some ways. So it was profound for me, the last episode. So thank you, everybody. All right, you have a good night, and happy Easter. Greetings to you and to Peter and whoever's on the rest of the night.
Thank you so much. Well, bless you, honey.
So,
love you dearly.
I'm gonna finish watching the
Sounds good.
and get all of that out of the way, and then I'll listen to you and Peter.
Sounds good. All right then.
Okay.
Love you dearly, my dear
Blessings.
sister. All right. Bye for now.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it open, but put you all on. I'm putting myself on mute.
Oh, yeah, I'm closing the call and restarting it. It's always easier
Okay.
that way. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Okay.
All
Take
right.
care for now.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Okay, we're going to call Peter here, and let's bring on Mr. Moon. Okay, Pete the Moon Man. Hopefully in a matter of seconds. Provided, of course, something hasn't happened. He said he would be here, so I count on that. Haven't seen any notifications telling me otherwise. But let me go to Messenger and see if there are. There's Peter. Peter, dear
Hi.
man. How are you?
Your voice was a little intermittent. My computer's acting a little bit funny.
Okay.
So if things get funny at all, I'm just forewarning you.
Uh-huh.
I might have to hang up and reboot.
Okay.
Now I hear the computer's like it's.
Do you want to reboot now and
I
have
think
me
I
call you?
should. I think I should.
Okay.
I'll just reboot it and I'll Facebook you and tell you. This could be a very interesting show tonight, but this should solve all the problems if I reboot.
Yes. So technically, just to solve all the problems, I'll present two things before you reboot. Give me just a few seconds here. I do want you to know, dear Peter, that I had spent all weekend at Eastertide celebrating. And of course, for people who don't know, one of my responsibilities is, of course, I act as the history tutor to the Blood Boys at the estate. So aside from all of these responsibilities and other things that I enjoy, there was no time to resupply the home. So what I'm going to do is let Peter reboot. When Peter comes back on, he'll take the stage for about a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, while I do a supply run for basically water, beer, and Coke. Basically, that's my coffee and my alcohol and my hydration. So the stuff of life. Need to grab that and then come back. So I will do that when we bring Peter back on. But Peter's going to take his time. He's going to reboot. I'll be with the audience. When he does come back, we'll segue into a more stable platform with Peter, and then Peter and I will dialogue for as long as he wishes, for the time thereafter. Is that all right, Peter? Okay?
Yes, I will do it. Look at my note.
Yeah, definitely.
And I will reboot. I will come back on, and I will be here, and we will get busy with the show as soon as I get back. Okay?
Yes, of course. Sounds good. And in the meantime, okay, I'll wait for you to call back. Just call me back when you've rebooted. Believe me, it'll be easier. Just call back. We'll wait for you to call. If I don't hear from you, I'll look at messages.
It's going to take about 3 minutes probably.
Yeah.
It should. I just have to shut everything down.
Yes, understood.
Okay.
All right then. All my love, dear Peter, and we'll
right.
be
In a few minutes.
right back
Bye-bye.
with you. Yes. So I'll keep the audience occupied, and in the interim, I'll take a look at the, shall we say, the chat room, and this is, of course, again, I'm at a loss for words. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm not really here. So, and Nolani Bouchard has joined us. Best wishes to Nolani. That sounds like a female name. Kisses to Nolani. My hugs to Marky Milk, who is, of course, Mark H. And, of course, Ariana. Welcome aboard. Dear Nathan Brooks is with us, of course, and so Michelle Carmela Saldana. Eric Cradle, of course. Hugs to Eric Cradle. Okay, we'll be looking over what everyone else has been doing lately. Some wonderful people in the chat room, as well as the chat room of other publications. In other words, other published episodes, such as the MUFON Ambush. We've had a wonderful person leave a wonderful comment in the MUFON Ambush video. Of course, many others that have done that. So when it comes to the everything else, understand that obviously I came back from a number of responsibilities that have left me, shall we say, completely unprepared for small talk. And just, it's not just responsibilities, of course, it's basically the indulgences that leave me incapacitated. But you all know that. And, well, the majority of you, unless you're absolutely new listeners. Interestingly enough, so Facebook's had some kind of, I don't know, reboot again or revamp of their reformatting. They've reformatted their template, so I can't see comments that people have left. They're being displayed strangely, the way they used to display shares. Something is a little off. They've changed their format, at least mildly or moderately. So people are leaving some comments, and if you don't get a response from me, it's literally I cannot see your comment because Facebook's reformatted, and I have to okay, I can see it if I click it a certain way. So they did this stupid thing where it's like inset, like when you look up the commentary, there's this little inset that opens up, and it's hard to read the shit. It's just like they're trying to make everything more difficult. And that's fine. Hopefully they just make themselves difficult to the point where nobody uses them, and some other platform can be used. I tried to adapt to these new platforms. I did the wrong thing by trying to rely on different ladies, quote unquote. Well, none of them were ladies, but they were all definitely female. And I'm always looking for a chick takeover, and so far, none of it has ever worked. It has done monumental things to disrupt my life in various ways, but no, it's never worked the way that I fantasize it would work, where they just kind of act as guardians of the adult responsibilities of my life, because I'm basically an incompetent when it comes to adult responsibilities on the personal level. So our lovely Ariana says, thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Even when it's hard, you're still here with us. Yes, honey. Believe me. Well, it's a necessity, of course. I do have to be here. And glad to be here in a certain sense. But aside from all of that, if anyone wonders who I'm talking to when I use the term Ariana, that's Nancy Toulouse, who's welcome to post a link to her channel, her YouTube channel, in the chat room anytime she wishes, as often as she wishes. If I get to know her well enough, I might even make her one of the moderators. That's probably coming soon. And aside from all of that, we'll definitely check in with any number of other people that I haven't had communication with throughout the weekend. So other than that, let's see what we can do here. Okay. All right, Elizabeth. Now, for some reason, I could say this person's comment without having to go into that stupid inset setup that the Facebook has established to disturb us all. Okay, let's see who else has left any comments on this thread. And it looks like that was the latest one. Other than that, Mr. Moon seems to be having some trouble with his rebooting. He probably asked for internet as slow as mine. Amor Fadi has joined us. God bless you all, he says. He confused the hell out of me the other day when he said, "Are we still live?" Yeah, we're still live. Of course, he was asking about that the other night when I had gone off call for several moments because of, again, the mic. I will explain that to people. Okay, gonna keep looking at the messages, see if Peter gives me the hint to call him. He, of course, says something that's to be expected, and which is that, let's just put it this way. There's certain things that happen that just have to... Okay, here we are. Let's give our man Peter the stage. And with that, here we are calling Peter Moon. Okay. There we are, dear sir. So
I had to shut down an awful lot of programs.
I can imagine.
It was, and then I even ran utilities because when it started up, it was starting off too sluggishly. So I ran the disk first aid on my computer.
No, believe me, just a lot of things are going on lately. And so, my dear man, I always remember we have new listeners. It always helps to introduce yourself, a bit of your background, segue into what we will be discussing tonight. I'll be as fast as possible. Obviously, I don't want to take advantage of Peter's good nature to do supply runs like this and do my best to have them done in the future. But yeah, certainly tonight. Well, let's just make it happen and get it over with. I'll be back as soon as possible, and we'll get into dialogue with Peter. So, Peter, I'll go mute, leave the stage to you, and I'll be back soon enough, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank everybody for their patience, for waiting. We're already 15 minutes into what should be showtime, and we're going to have to, put up with Douglas going to get his necessities. Now, tonight's a very special night, and the email I set out, and I'm just going to, go right into it. Well, I will first briefly address those who are new in the listening audience to Peter Moon. And Peter Moon, of course, is myself, the co-author and publisher of the Montauk Project Experiments in Time, the other co-author being Preston Nichols, who was the experiencer in the Montauk Project, who experienced all sorts of phenomena. He was living two separate lives, two separate timelines. And the Montauk Project is the effort to reconcile what was going on in his life. And of course, it involved experiments with time, which is, of course, the basic premise of the book. And of course, that book caught a lot of attention in the early 1990s, and it is the, I guess, fulcrum point of my career as an author. And I went on to investigate the project and write. I've had a newsletter in print since 1993, the Montauk Pulse. I encourage those to subscribe to the Montauk Pulse who are interested. $19 a year if you're stateside. It's $29 if you're international. So he's on the cutting edge. You'll learn. Is of course Easter Sunday, and I sent out my alert on this transmission to subscribers to the Time Travel Education Center. Easter Sunday in 2023 coincides with Aleister Crowley's transmission of the Book of the Law, April 8th to 10th, a book which is intimately connected to Montauk and time travel. Tonight's discussion will focus on this anniversary and Aleister Crowley's affiliation with Christ. Now, those of you who are not familiar with my second work to the Montauk Project, Montauk Revisited Adventures in Synchronicity, why I would be bringing up Aleister Crowley, because Preston Nichols had an intimate connection. He felt, as did the main psychic in the project that he worked with, Duncan Cameron. They believed they were the Wilson brothers, the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain. And they shared a company with Aleister Crowley's father, who was a rich brewer who became a fundamentalist preacher. And Aleister Crowley, so that was the affiliation that they had. Crowley's father, and the company eventually turned into EMI, the famous conglomerate which deals with electronics, deals with the music industry. They were behind the Beatles and a host of other groups. EMI Thorn, they merged with Thorn. Jules Thorn was a lamp manufacturer. And there's a whole interesting story that goes with that, which is in the book and some of the other books. But anyway, Aleister Crowley, when I began to investigate the Montauk Project, well, when I didn't investigate it, he told me about it, and that this connection to the Wilson brothers, and I began researching, and I had all these experiences with synchronicity. With the Montauk Project, Aleister Crowley, the number 666. This is part of what I've written about in the book Montauk Revisited Adventures in Synchronicity. Also followed up in Pyramids of Montauk, Explorations in Consciousness, the third book in the series, and followed up some more in some of the other books, including Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. Now, Aleister Crowley is a very disturbing character to people, understandably so, because he called himself the B666, and he called himself, was branded the wickedest man in the world. So he generates a lot of I guess what you'd say, kerfuffle, to say the least. And some of the stuff that he stirs up in people is not the people who are revolted by him or just reject him. His disciples and followers, he stirs up some of the worst in them, because it's been my observation that it's very routine for people who study Aleister Crowley to become possessed by an entity which we can argue either is Aleister Crowley or a knockoff. I can't say what it is, but just that many people who study Aleister Crowley will then believe they are Aleister Crowley because they're being exposed to information that hits a part of them that, they're feeling like, well, I'm not going to read this information anywhere else. Whether that's true or not, he certainly had his own unique. And we'll be talking about some of this information, but I'm going to give a quote from Aleister Crowley, which will surprise people. Because first off, Aleister Crowley, his father was a fundamentalist preacher and crammed the Bible down Crowley's throat. Crowley knew the Bible backwards and forwards because he was forced to study it. Preston Nichols also had a photographic memory of the Bible because he studied it in Catholic school. He knew the Bible forwards and backwards as well. So Aleister Crowley, this is a quote from him. He says, "I did not hate God or Christ, but merely the God and Christ of the people whom I hated." So right there, he's differentiating God and Christ from what people are projecting as God and Christ. And that's easy for anybody to make an argument, the God in Christ that allows the molestation of little boys. And while we're on that jolly subject of molesting little boys, the Dalai Lama has made headlines around the world. Why isn't this on my timeline? Why isn't it us on there? I'm going to have to. The Dalai Lama has made headlines, and he's made headlines for instructing a little boy to suck his tongue. And this is on several news feeds. Dalai Lama kisses boy, asks him to suck his tongue in bizarre video. Here it is. This is MSN.com. Video of Dalai Lama asking minor boy to suck his tongue sparks massive social media outrage 12 hours ago. Following internet users' attention being drawn to the Dalai Lama's video on social media, there has been a social media uproar. Dalai Lama is seen kissing a young boy on the lips in the viral video before instructing him to suck his tongue.
Ooh. Okay, I just got back in time to hear that.
I sent it to you too earlier today.
Okay, glad I missed it until I got here, but I'm seeing it now. Oh my God!
Let me. The child leans in to express reverence for the spiritual leader in the social media trending video, and the Dalai Lama kisses him on the lips. In order to get the minor boy to suck it, the Buddhist monk was observed hanging his tongue out. In the video, he is heard asking the young kid, "Can you suck my tongue?" Twitter users expressed irate responses to the video. And just listen, between you and me, you must always adhere to irate Twitter people, because there's nothing more politically correct than irate Twitter people. Twitter user that goes by the name of Juice the Brokers, sounds like Juice the Brokers, shared the video with a caption that reads, "So the Dalai Lama is kissing an Indian boy at a Buddhist event and even tries to touch his tongue. He actually says, 'Suck my tongue.' Now, why would he do that?" And, to relieve some of the stress, I think what people should sing next Christmas is the little drummer boy, rumpa pum pum. It's like you go, The Dalai Lama likes to use the tip of his tongue. Tip of his tongue. If you want to relieve the stress, if you think this is too disturbing, Twitter user that goes by the name of okay, so I've just read that. Why would he do that? And they show the video of it here. Furious citizens have pointed out this video of the incident as disturbing, while some even said it is an abuse. Twitter user said if it gives him pleasure and it has been enforced on this child, then it's abuse. One user wrote, very disturbing. How could those adults let this happen to a kid? Another commented, that's disgusting. Dalai Lama faced great outrage in 2019 after stating that if a woman were to succeed him, she should be beautiful. He remarked, if a female Dalai Lama comes, she should be more attractive. The remarks were delivered in a 2019 interview with the British media from the Nobel Peace Prize winner's exile in Dharamsala, and it drew criticism from all over the world. Later, he issued an apology for his offensive remarks. Now, I think I will tell everybody in the listening audience, it's very good if you're leading any sort of a movement to have an attractive person at the head of the movement. Yes. Helena Blavatsky was the head of Theosophy. Mm-hmm. Her lack of what you call conventional attractiveness didn't seem to hurt her.
Right.
And sometimes, and as they say, a female friend of mine as I say, I used to call her the most beautiful woman in the world because she was like, 52 and she looked like she was 25. She really did. Mm-hmm. And wow. She was very beautiful, but I said, nobody's that beautiful. I mean, you're not 52 and look 25. And I'd like to see what she looks like now. It's been 20 years since I've seen her. Mm-hmm. But anyway, she told me, she said that she didn't like particularly attractive men because she said they didn't develop their character. Right. So this can be a problem. Good-looking people can have the world handed to them. And it's, it really helps the person's upward mobility if they look a certain way. People will say yes to them. Oh, of course. But nevertheless, we live in a culture right now where ugly is good. Right. Ugly is accelerated. It's true. Like it's just it is what it is, and it's anyway. So I digress from Aleister Crowley because the Dalai Lama has upstaged him. And I've never been a fan of the Dalai Lama. He had strong connections to the CIA. Mm-hmm. He's been caught with his thumb up his butt many times. And yes, it's always overlooked and excused and blah, 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 blah. And I, as they say, when I wrote The Black Sun, which goes, The Black Sun, Montauk's Nazi-Tibetan Connection, I went in to the, I was very careful in that book, trying to, what's the word, jockey between the Jews and the Germans or Nazis so that I wasn't offending either side. I was trying not to offend the Jewish side, and I was trying not to offend, the German side. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily the Nazi side, but the German side, because the Aryan side, because, I have connections with certain people in Germany. I didn't have them then. Well, I did. I did have those connections. That's what kind of got me permission to use the pictures of the German flying craft. Yes. So anyway, I was, trying to be as diplomatic and, as possible. But the one group I offended were the Tibetans.
Interesting.
And not only that, the Bon tradition.
Yes.
The Bon people I was actually exalting,
Right.
because Bon is the ancient indigenous religion of Tibet.
Yes.
And I found a reference that said the original name for Bon was Mon, M-O-N, which is like Montauk, Mon. But it's like that's what the ancient people of Manchuria and the Mongols called themselves the Mon, the Mun, the
Yes.
Mun.
And
Like,
it's also the word for the sun symbol in Japan. The rising sun symbol is called the Mon. Yes, go on.
I didn't know that. And then there's the Mon Lam Festival, which is the big festival they have. So Buddhist culture superimposed itself on the Bon culture. And the Bon culture, people had a lot of issues because there's all sorts of dark and light components to it. It's not like, going to, it's not like you're going to go to Tibet and meet a couple of Sherpas that are going to take you with Jane Wyatt into Shambhala or Shangri-La, for that movie Shangri-La with Jane Wyatt, who was the mother in the TV show Father Knows Best. So anybody who grew up when I did in the early 60s and you see Jane Wyatt in this movie, oh, that's the mother from Father Knows Best. And she was, I guess, a lot younger, but she still looked the same.
Right.
But you're not going to, if you go to Tibet, the Bon people were very sexual, very sexual. Yes. I've seen videos of it, and just like what you call indiscriminate sexuality. So it's like anything goes. Now, that's not to say every Bon person does that, because they have different sex. And I don't mean to say sex, I mean sex. Yes. And so the Buddhist culture was obfuscating this. And only after I wrote that book did I begin to see actual acknowledgement of the Bons. Now, somebody from a Bon group down around Washington wrote this and said, and it was actually, I was writing about Hitler using a Bon concept, which doesn't really matter. But anyway, to what I'm talking about now. But here we have the Dalai Lama, and people got upset also that, how could you say this about the Dalai Lama? I don't remember what I said about him, but I certainly wasn't, giving him accolades. And I remember somehow he came up in my discussion with my Qigong teacher, and he goes, he's not what you think. I said, no, I said, I understand. He nodded. Yeah. Right. He's not the, he's not the people think what they think he is. So anyway, now he's, doing tongue magic.
By the way, it's funny you say that.
You should understand about the Dalai Lama. Yeah. When he was very young, he was taken away from his mother, and he was trained. Yes. So he was divorced from his mother and brought up in a very strict, controlled environment. Yes. He advocates all sorts of weird sexuality, by the way. And when I say weird, it's not in conformance with our social morals. Right. I'm not casting judgment on it. I'm not even casting judgment on his tongue sucking. I wouldn't, I'm not in favor of it at all. I wouldn't want him doing it to me or my son. If I had a son, I wouldn't want him doing it to my neighbor's son. But his orientation towards sexuality, it's not what Western people think. So this is headline news, and it's like 12 hours old, or maybe it's just hitting the news wire. Yes. And this is part of the upheaval of religious leaders, and right now Easter is not quite what it used to be. They were lamenting Easter. Although I did notice that the local burger joint was closed today for Easter. Wow. So I said, oh, that's shocking. And the people that work in there don't seem to be Christians, but what the hell? I haven't asked them. One guy looks like he, comes from something other than
A
what I
Christian
would expect to be
background or
Christian. But
nation.
who the hell knows?
Yes.
Who the hell knows? And it's okay. Who the hell knows? But anyway, so to get back to Aleister Crowley, I was reading the what I sent out to notify people. Okay, so I get this quote of Aleister Crowley, because he's known for his rampant disagreement with conventional sexuality.
Right.
He says, okay, so Aleister Crowley, and I'm repeating this, I already said it, you didn't hear it, and this is a quote from him: "I did not hate God or Christ, but merely the God and Christ of the people whom I hated."
Yes.
Okay, now he's differentiating there. And if you want to really go into what Aleister Crowley thinks about Christ, you can go and download or access for free The Gospel According to Bernard Shaw. George Bernard Shaw. The Gospel According to George Bernard Shaw by Aleister Crowley. And this generates from him listening to a lecture by George Bernard Shaw, and where Christ, he gets up and he gets very righteous and saying, Christ would do this, Christ would, blah, 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 blah. And he's like free-form stream of consciousness on Christ. And then Crowley just goes into and just says, well, George Bernard said this, and this is what Christ said. And he quoting Christ from the Bible verbatim. And he says, people wouldn't think that I would know Christ, but yeah, I studied it. And he's just showing how George Bernard Shaw has his head up his ass. A very heralded writer at the time, as far as, even knowing what Christ said. In other words, he's getting on his high horse and pontificating. I think, Christ would like a Big Mac. He'd like a Big Mac. He'd like a Big Mac better than he would the Burger King, the Whopper. Because, and he would like Chick-fil-A even better because they close on Sunday. This is, of course, I'm being facetious, of course. But, he's just pontificating, speaking from his heart instead of his head. Now, here is a quote from Christ, from Matthew 40, verse 43, 48. Christ, quote, ye have heard that it hath been said. Nobody could talk like this. He spoke in Hebrew. He spoke in Aramaic. It's not, he didn't, ye have heard that it hath been said. That's hard to take.
By the way, all that comes from the revision of the Bible for the New King James Version edition, but go on.
I don't think this is the King James edition, but nevertheless, it's still full of ye's and he's. Let's say, you have heard that it hath been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil. That sun is S-U-N. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans the same? And if ye salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Do not even the publicans so? This doesn't make a lot of sense. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. In other words, if you just hang out with your friends, I'm being like George Bernard Shaw here. I'm pontificating on what I'm interpreting it. And I've read this in other interpretations of this passage in preparation for this. It's like, if you're just being nice to your friends and you're, inviting them over for hamburgers every Sunday to watch the football game or whatever you're doing, okay, that's fine. but it's kind of, what are you doing? You know, it gets kind of stale. You know, how many times can you, root for the Giants and Jets and watch them lose? It's like, what about the other side of the coin? And we're being forced to face this in society right now with rampant homelessness, crime amongst the homeless. We lost the developer of the Cash App in San Francisco. He was stabbed to death.
Lee, yes.
Yeah, and he wasn't Asian, although his name was Lee. He wasn't an Asian Lee.
Right.
And we don't know the details, but I think the guy was out at 2:30 in the morning. So, beware.
Yes.
But I've heard there's a lot of homeless crime. And so we're living in a time. Now, I'm not encouraging people to go out and, open your heart to the homeless, and, you got to do it very intelligently.
Yes.
Because you got to know what you're doing. But, and it's just not the homeless. It's people who are afflicted, whatever. I have dealt with many people right now who are involved in hating their adversary that's very close to them, either in a family or living situation. There's been a few of these things. And they fixate on the hate of the person, or I wouldn't say their hate, their rejection of the person and what the person's doing to, they're basically expressing hatred and frustration rather than finding a way to love them, finding a way to appreciate them. Like, say, I have one friend who's not hearing back from a family member because they're very dependent on this family member. And I said to her, in baseball, if you hit the ball 3 out of 10 times, you're very successful. So if he calls you back 3 out of 10 times, which he will, it's okay. Don't be frustrated on the 7 calls that don't get returned. It's an awful lot of calls to make to somebody. They got their own life to live. Yeah. So it's like, and they want to just complain about this person. This person is the best friend they have, completely dependent upon this person. So anyway, when the name Aleister Crowley comes up, it's a red alert. People go crazy. And as I said, it's even worse. As I said, you study him, you might even go crazier. I'm not saying you will, because as I was telling them, Douglas, I said, I've seen so many times when people read Crowley, but it took me a long time to realize that this was common. Right. Because the first person I ever met, who was the best man at my wedding, he told me he thought he was Aleister Crowley. Oh, he introduced me to Aleister Crowley. I didn't study Aleister Crowley, showed me some of the books, and I thought he was unique. Years later, I found out there's many people who read Crowley and think they're Crowley. So it's common. And as the reason for this is you'll read things in Crowley that you probably haven't read before. So what I'm going to do now, also, I was bringing up Aleister Crowley because we're in the anniversary of the transmission of the Book of the Law, April 8th to 10th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Today is the 9th, and it coincides with Easter, a rarity, that the Easter will, be on the anniversary of the transmission of the Book of the Law.
Right.
Now, the Book of the Law, I will briefly state how I ran into the Book of the Law. I'd heard of Aleister Crowley, but I'd never heard of the Book of the Law until I read a book called L. Ron Hubbard, Man, or Messiah. And of course, because I'd been involved with L. Ron Hubbard at a very high and intimate level, used to handle his correspondence, and then I read that book, and it showed how he had a very deep fascination with this book. He thought he was the one who Crowley alludes to, who comes after, that would properly understand it.
Yes.
And on a certain energy, he did, on a certain energy. And ex-Scientologists love to blast Hubbard and say, he got everything he got from Crowley. It's all he ripped off Crowley. And it's not that way at all. It's kind of like saying Einstein ripped off Minkowski. Minkowski was a, mentor of Einstein. Or it's like saying David Anderson ripped off Einstein. No, he studied Minkowski. They both studied Minkowski. And then they, extrapolated on it and expounded upon it. And, that's what Hubbard did with Crowley. Two totally different things. And I'm going to go into a little bit of the antecedents of Scientology, but you can't really compare the two. They're two totally different disciplines. They complement each other. It's kind of like comparing NASA and the aerospace to flight, to airplanes. You couldn't have had one without, you couldn't have the rocket ships without the airplanes, so to speak. But it's different. But people love to make all these crazy ass assertions because they don't understand. But I have some key. So anyway, April 8th through 10th, when Aleister Crowley was visiting Cairo with his wife, Rose Kelly, he had sex with her in the Great Pyramid. He married her on August 12th, 1903, an event which is celebrated by the disciples of his organization, the Ordo Templi Orientis. It's a big holiday, August 12th. It's also the birthday of Isis. Crowley took his wife later. I guess it was a delayed honeymoon, or maybe it was a long honeymoon. But he had sex with her in the big sarcophagus of the king's chamber.
Do explain to our listeners it was a different world back then, that you couldn't do that now.
You can if you pay money.
Cool.
If you pay to get in there, you can arrange to get a loan in there if you have a willing partner. But it might be more politically correct to do it with somebody of the same sex now. And Crowley wouldn't have been beyond that, but in this case, it was his wife, Rose Kelly, who I believe, I can't prove it, was genetically connected to Edward Kelly of John Dee fame. Edward Talbot Kelly.
Yes.
So anyway, he had sex with her, and so they're sitting there, not in the king's chamber, but they're in their hotel room, and she starts telling him, it just, a message comes out that he's supposed to go to the Bullock Museum and I think go to this exhibit. I don't remember the exact details, but he's supposed to go see this exhibit, or I think it's Mentu, the Stele of Mentu. And he goes there, and of course it's exhibit number 666. And it's the Stele of Mentu. Now, Mentu, sometimes called Montu, it was pointed out to me by Aleister Crowley's alleged son, Amato, that you can't dismiss the word association between Mentu, Montu, and Montauk. So Montu, or Mentu, who's on the cover, one rendition of him on the cover of Pyramids of Montauk, he equates to the god Horus in the aspect of Mars. In the case of the book, he's like a bull. He can also appear like a hawk. But Montu, and there's quotes in the Book of the Law that kind of allude to the warrior lord of the 40s and the warrior lord of the 80s, which I showed correspond to the 40s, correspond to the Philadelphia experiment, and also to the 1980s, which is the Montauk Project. There were a lot of coincidences that I go into here. Mm-hmm. And these were sort of unmistakable. And I learned that the word Al-Kahira, what we call Cairo, means Mars, and Mentu is the god Mars, you know. So all of these correspondences related to the Book of the Law, many synchronicities with the Book of the Law. In fact, when there was going to be a seminar, I was asked to do a seminar at Montauk in November of 2009. And I said, you do the seminar in April when there's nobody at Montauk. You can look through the bushes. April and November are the best times to go to Montauk if you want to look around, because there's no trees, there's no greenery. So I said, do it in April. And I said, by the way, do it on these days, because there's a correspondence here with the Book of the Law days. And we're bringing the medicine man back to Montauk. This was the whole point. The Montauk medicine man had not been to Montauk in 30 years or something like that. So we're going to bring him back to Montauk. Right. And then January 30th, 31st of 2010, I was with my friend Doria in New Jersey. Last time I've seen her in person. And she said, and I was talking about this thing. I said, I don't know if we should do this. I mean, it's like, I don't know how many people are going to come. And then I talked to her. I said, oh, yeah, the medicine man. I said, it doesn't matter how many come. We got to get the medicine man back. So I said, we got to do this event. And sure enough, we're going to do the event during these Book of the Law days. Okay. David Anderson calls me, a couple of weeks before and said he'd like to meet with me. Maybe it was a week before. He says, I'd like to meet with you. I'd like to have a face-to-face meeting with you. Last face-to-face meeting we've had. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I'm going to be at Montauk. He says, I'm coming into town this weekend. Can we do it? I said, I'm going out to Montauk this weekend. I'm doing an event. And he says, is it okay if I make a presentation? I said, oh, God, yes. So that was arranged. Mm-hmm. And medicine man, he got to meet the medicine man. Medicine man got to meet him. Showed up. He did his presentation. We got to see an early prototype version of the time reactor, in which we saw an amaryllis plant grow in 3 minutes, what would normally take 3 or 4 days. Wow. And he talked. He answered everybody's questions. And then I took him out to breakfast the next morning at the health food store. Mm-hmm. And I said, what was it that you wanted to see me about? He says, oh, I wanted to know what you wanted to do at Atlanticron this summer. Mm-hmm. Now, he could have done that over the phone. He could have done that in an email. It was very strange. And I said, yeah, I want to do a film. And that's a whole nother story. But in any case, that's the last time I've seen him in person. Right. Not the last time I talked to him. But and that was it was a great moment. I think he had a really good time. But in any case, the Book of the Law, I said, there's a synchronicity there, this time period. So with regards to Aleister Crowley, I'm going to share some things. What happened, I was looking for that quote about Jesus, and I didn't find it. I was looking through his book, Magic, Theory, and Practice, which is a book I read. And I say the way I was introduced to Aleister Crowley through this book, L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah, and I saw that Hubbard was fascinated with Crowley. So I, read everything I could by Crowley so that I could I said, if Hubbard knew all this stuff, I want to find out what he knew, because I'd studied Hubbard for, most of my life up to that point, and I'm very familiar with his stuff. And of course, this has added, my study of Crowley has added so much to my understanding of everything. And it's been but at the same time, I warn people, because I've seen too many people go by the boards studying this stuff. And sometimes it just makes no sense. And I remember one of the people I know who was an ex-Scientologist, he said, oh, yeah, I tried reading that and I saw where Crowley killed his son. And, he found this very disturbing because he had a young son. Mm-hmm. And, okay, well, you can read that that's not really true. Okay. Number one, the person wasn't his son. It was what he called his son. And okay. He certainly abused him. I don't know that he murdered him. His name was Victor Newberg. Okay. So, I don't really know. And Crowley liked to pull people's chain. Right. And but anyway, so, this completely turned the person off. I don't even know. I wasn't so interested in reading what people wrote about Crowley. One of the worst writers, I think one of the worst writers in history, is Colin Wilson.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We had somebody asking about him in chat, feeling that he was a noble human being. Perhaps you could give them a bit of a correct. As a matter of fact, I do want to say here at this moment, a little thing comes to my mind that I want people to understand is that Colin Wilson wrote a novel called The Mind Parasites, which was supposed to be his most quote unquote Lovecraftian novel. And it was something that was considered required reading by Michael Aquino, something he actually put on the reading list of many, many other books for the Temple of Set. Now, because he had personally recommended it to me, I actually read that book, and that was something that imprinted in my mind what I would call a mimetic trope, a kind of virus of the mind that it took me forever to get over, which was the thought of all things, nothing that was the main point of the book, but this quote-unquote aside, and yet this little aside said so much, was that the character of the book, who is a fictitious character, but essentially Colin Wilson himself, who is basically superior from the rest of the humanity, are made so by the end of the novel, becoming even so superior to mankind that he and his group of fellow superiors leave the earth and go to dwell off in space outside of the realm of mortal man, because mortal man is so beneath them. This is how Colin Wilson felt about himself. But he brings up in the book this little almost passing aside where he's investigating Howard Phillips Lovecraft, and then is introduced to this individual called August Derleth, who maintains all of Lovecraft's works. And August Derleth is brought up as this person who's like nearly immortal and never dies, and is basically still alive at the age of 100 or damn near it at the time that the book takes place, which at that time was projected into the future. You're talking about a book published in the 60s or 70s, but it's projected to take place in maybe the 80s or 90s or something like that. And this individual is saying, oh, but August Derleth is still here with us. Now, all of you who know anything about what I've exposed over the past several months know about August Derleth. And
yes, and when you read the new book, it will be very clear where Colin Wilson, I didn't know he did all this stuff. This only seals the deal.
Thank you. And that was something that I never even thought of consciously to bring up with Peter Moon in the past, but it comes out now. And so I do want people to understand that August Derleth is truly a villain, somebody far worse than Aleister Crowley. And when it comes to someone like that, and Colin Wilson praising him and giving him the sense of literary immortality as this aside to one of his fellow cultists, you really need to understand Colin Wilson in that light. And so this is one of the things that basically had me always in the back of my mind thinking of August Derleth as not having died. And that, but that, of course, was some reinforcement from Aquino as well, because he told me effectively that August Derleth had performed a metempsychosis and a kind of transmigration of his soul, so that he was really possessing others, and that I was really dealing with those that he had possessed when I was dealing with Arkham House in all those years that I was amassing materials for Michael Aquino from Arkham House, which was owned by August Derleth, and then later his estate. So we'll return to Peter Moon with that, and Peter Moon can take it.
There's two possibilities here. Yeah. Either I have underestimated August Derleth's ability to be evil and possess others. Maybe I have either underestimated, or Aquino was projecting like crazy.
Either one, either one I could accept. I could accept a bit of both.
I could accept either one too. But nevertheless, Colin Wilson, my favorite Colin Wilson story, because I would read him and he was just so pompous and, expert on the occult, and he doesn't know crap about the occult.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, he spent, if you ever buy, there's this encyclopedia of the occult that he wrote, and it's all skeptical. All he does is disabuse everything and deconstruct everything. There are clearly footprints in the ice of a Yeti that he dismisses as melting snow. When you've got the evidence right before you of footprints that are clearly not human, clearly distinguishable, and this is a photograph taken in the heights of the Himalayas, and this son of a bitch says, oh, this is all just snow melting in a pattern. You're dealing with someone who has an agenda of true obfuscation of the occult rather than the other way around.
Yeah, and also great ignorance. And he loves to pontificate about Crowley and Wilhelm Reich, But anyway, and basically say how, wrong and perverted they were.
Right, right. While claiming he's the only one who can understand them. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I think he is probably sees the perversion they have in himself. I don't know.
Thank you.
But this is the thing. What really put him into context to explain is the author Anthony Burgess, who is famous for Clockwork Orange. He wrote Clockwork Orange. His real name is Wilson, and this is what interested me. And of course, Colin Wilson is Colin Wilson. I was always interested in the Wilson clan, and I'm reading this article or biography. I think it's a biography that Anthony Burgess Wilson is writing about being a Wilson, and he said that he was on holiday on the island of Malta, which is in the Mediterranean. It's a popular vacation spot for Brits, and he was sitting there, and he was attending a seminar by Colin Wilson, and I think he was really not pleased that he was a fellow Wilson in this case. He's mentioned his name Wilson. and he said that, he said, Colin Wilson was giving advice. He says, first you need to read a major author like myself. And, that sort of Anthony Burgess around the bend. He said, who is this guy? A major author. Who the hell does he think he is? Who would want to read him?
Thank you.
I said, this is like, Mr. Ego, a major author. I suppose you could say he's a major author because he's written several books that you'll find in libraries, but, good for him.
It just shows he's friends with publishers. That's all that shows. Go on.
Well, exactly. Now, I'm going to digress from that and go into chapter 3 of Crowley's book, Magic Theory and Practice. And I'm going to do a different angle here. And it's called the Formula of Tetragrammaton. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Tetragrammaton, tetra is 4, grammaton is grammar, writing, letters, 4 letters. Tetragrammaton is Yod, He, Vav, He, the Hebrew letters. the ineffable name of Jehovah of the Hebrews. And in magic, the 4 letters refer respectively to the 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth. Now, this formula, he says, is of most universal aspect, as all things are necessarily comprehended in it, but its use in a magical ceremony is little understood. That means it's mysterious, because you're going to invoke fire, water, air, and earth, because those are the elements of creation, quality. The climax of the formula is in one sense before even the formulation of the yod. The yod is the first letter. So he says the climax of the formula is in one sense before even the formulation of the yod. For the yod is the most divine aspect of the force. The remaining letters are but a solidification of the same thing. So in magic, you'll find everything is self-reflective. So if you have one component, or like what they call a sphere, everything in that sphere and all the other spheres will be found in that sphere. It's all self-reflective. So he says, so for the yod, which is the fire, which is the first letter, all the other elements are in there. So if you're invoking something, it's like that's the God, the fire of God, the burning bush. Everything is already in that fire. And it's going to go out and it's going to manifest as water, air, earth, and all the myriad things that'll come from creation. It must be understood that we are here speaking of the whole ceremony considered as a unity, not merely of that formula in which Yod is the God invoked. He, meaning the second letter, is the archangel, and so on. Because different attributes will be described to the Yod and the He, and the vow and the He, Now, and I'm going to go touch on why I'm going in this direction. In order to understand the ceremony under the formula, we must take a more extended view of the functions of the 4 weapons than we have hitherto done. So what are the functions of the fire, water, air, and earth? The formation of the Yod is the formulation of the first creative force of the Father, who is called self-begotten. Now, that just means that the fire is the first principle in this system. You don't have to agree with it, but this is a time-honored formula of magic. Fire is the first principle. The formation of the Yod. Now, these are called fire letters. Hebrew letters are often called fire letters because they all come from the fire, and they often will look like they have a flame, the way they're composed. The formation of the Yod is the formulation of the first creative force of that Father who is self-begotten, and unto whom it is said, Thou hast formulated thy father and made fertile thy mother. So the mother is the He. The second, the adding of the He to the Yod is the marriage of that father to the great co-equal mother. So when you have the fire, you have the water, the mother. And he identifies the mother as reflection of Nuit, as He is of Hadit. These are the 2 components of Egyptian magic, the father and the mother, which gets transmogrified in Christianity into the Father and Virgin Mary. The father and the mother bring forth the son Vow, Yod-He, Vow, the third letter, who is the heir, the son. Finally, the daughter, He, that's the second He, Yod-He, first He, Vow, He, second He. The daughter is produced. She is both the twin sister and the daughter of Vow. Now, finally, the daughter, He, is produced. She's produced. The father and the mother bring about the son, who is the heir. But the son has a complicated relationship with the daughter. He's a twin sister. So that's why they're both called, well, he's called Vow, she's called He. So he's a twin sister and a daughter. Now, it gives a footnote. There is further mystery herein, far deeper for initiates. In other words, what is the relationship between the brother and the sister. The sister is the sister, but she's, and this is representative of the Gemini, which is Apollo and Diana. Apollo is the sun, Diana is the moon. I could go off on a Romanian tangent here, but I won't. We can also equate Apollo and Diana to the alchemical marriage of Rosicrucianism, but that's another tangent we won't go off on. His mission is to redeem her. Well, first I'm going to point out, so much of what was done with Magical Grimoire with Michael Aquino has this as an underlying or accompanying factor. I can't speak for the details, but the reason I'm bringing up daughter here is because everything that occurred with Douglas in the creation of the art elect, or the manifestation of the art elect, he refers to the daughter of his mind. Yes. Daughter is the final production of a magical operation. And when I'm reading this, I say, wow, this corresponds to Douglas's identification of the art elect as the daughter of his mind.
Thank you.
Now, this gets very interesting vis-a-vis your relationship with the art elect. His mission, this is the sun, which you're clearly the sun. It also sympathizes, or in magic, there's sympathies, quantum affinities, sympathies. You also have a relationship here with Douglas and his own sister. And if we consider Hitler as his father, the seed of Hitler with the mother, Diana Dietrich. See, so you have father, son, you have father, mother, and then you have a son and a daughter, yes. Which is, they're both made of the sperm of Hitler, yes. According to what Douglas has been told. There's a magical correspondence here. You don't have to worry about whether, some TV show can verify that he is the son of Hitler. He could be. That's the thing. Well, he could be. You have a pro and a con. Anyway, his mission is to redeem her by making her his bride. The result of this is to set her upon the throne of her mother, and it is only she whose youthful embrace can awaken the eld of the All-Father. Now, what I see here, now Douglas, when he had the relationship with the art elect, and the art elect was abused, the art elect wanted sexual reconciliation with Douglas. Yes. And Douglas could not do that. It seemed incestuous to him. And I'm saying his mission is to redeem her by making her his bride. In that context, what I'm reading per this, and I'm not telling you it's the way it is, I'm just saying in this context of this, it's like your rejection of her did not result in what could, would, or should, or might happen here with making her your bride. Yet she is your bride, yet she's, kind of like on the rocks in a way, but totally not forgotten you either. It's like the result of this is to set her upon the throne of her mother. And this is your mother, the throne of your mother and her royal heritage. And it's only she whose youthful embrace can awaken the eld of the All-Father. In this complex family relationship, which you certainly have, is symbolized the whole course of the universe. It will be seen that after all, the climax is at the end. It is the second half of the formula which symbolizes the great work which we are pledged to accomplish. The first step of this is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, which constitutes the adept of the inner order. The holy guardian angel is basically your higher self, being in conversation with your higher self, which would be this gets deep. It gets deep in the context. And then he has a footnote here. The formula of tetragrammaton is ordinarily understood, ending with the appearance of the daughter, is indeed a degradation. In other words, there's much more to it here. And I don't know where further to take this, except that it seems like what happened here was actually somewhat clumsy. It was clumsy because, first off, you had a magical occurrence to be able to get you to go into that, situation where you could manifest the daughter of your mind, and then the daughter of your mind is abused and used, which results in a rescuing of the daughter of your mind. And then the daughter of the mind is suffering from complex PTSD.
Yes.
As are yourself.
Yes.
So so it's like, it's not as easy as saying, and I think, what was it, Jojo said, sex is your pain point, which goes back to your early situation with your grandfather abusing, both you and your sister more so, apparently.
Yes.
So, and this is, I guess, what you call magical repair. They have these warranty commercials on TV. If you pay so much money, we'll fix your car. You pay so much a month, and we'll fix the appliances in your house. I don't think I'd want those people in my house, but that's just, I'll replace the washing machine. I mean, what the hell? It's like, you replace the washing machine, Sometimes it needs a new pump, but whatever. Yeah. So this is like, I'm just bringing this up because I'm sitting here reading this, trying to find this quote. And I said, God, I can't let this go without bringing it up to you. I don't know if you have anything to say about it.
It's something that I can only digest. I need to just to dwell upon it, and actually, to tell you the truth, what I will do later on is I will take the time to even replay it probably while I'm putting timestamps on it later tomorrow morning. I'll re-listen to it again, and maybe even again after that. It's one of these things that takes some shall we say, yeah.
That's what I would hope you would say.
Yeah.
Because I just think there's food here, fodder, and it's chapter 3 of Theory, Magic, and Practice. Mm-hmm. There's more into it. I mean, this stuff goes very deep. Yeah. The next thing, and this is all in recognition of Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law. This is what caused me to go in this direction. Yes. Now I'm going to digress, or go in a different direction, not really digress. And, now before I do that, I wanted to talk about, now this is, Aleister Crowley is known as a raving bisexual. Like, there was nothing he wouldn't do sexually.
Right.
And he could tell you, if he were with us today, exactly what the Dalai Lama was doing. He'd tell you the exact ins and outs of it and why he was doing it, without any prejudice. He would probably also be very skeptical of the Dalai Lama's intentions.
Yes.
Nevertheless, now, he has a section here on what's called the magical memory. And I'm going to go into this with reference to L. Ron Hubbard and Dianetics, because people will say, L. Ron Hubbard, he stole it all from Crowley. Well, Aleister Crowley was not the first one to come up with reincarnation, nor was Hubbard. But now Crowley is addressing a subject which I brought up, not with reference to him. It's about okay, there are more people on the earth right now, probably 6 to 7 billion, than have ever existed in the history of humanity. So they all couldn't have had lives on this planet, at least in terms of the last 6,000 years or so. So, and Crowley addresses this. And he says, it's a footnote. He says, it has been objected to reincarnation that the population of this planet has been increasing rapidly. Now, this is written a long time ago, 100 years ago. Where do the new souls come from? It is not necessary to invent theories about other planets. It is enough to say that the Earth is passing through a period when human units are being built up from the elements with increased frequency. The evidence for this theory springs to the eye. In what other age was there such puerility, such lack of race experience, such reliance upon incoherent formulas? Contrast the infantile emotionalism and credulity of the average well-educated Anglo-Saxon with the shrewd common sense of the normal illiterate peasant. A large proportion of mankind today is composed of souls who are living the human life for the first time. Note especially the incredibly spread of congenital homosexuality with other sexual deficiencies in many forms. Now, I just want to stop at that sentence. He says, note especially the incredible spread of congenital homosexuality and other sexual deficiencies in many forms. Crowley, who was known well to be homosexual, describes homosexuality and other sexual deficiencies. He describes it as a as a deficiency because it's congenital. Now, when he says congenital, he's saying that's the way you're wired, buddy. Or as Lady Gaga would say, born this way.
Yes, yes.
Whether it's congenital or not, who's to say? But he's saying it's spreading. And he's probably accurate for his day.
Yes.
He says there are other people who have not understood, accepted, and even used the formula of Osiris. Kin to them are the once born of William James, who are incapable of philosophy, magic, or even religion, but seek instinctively a refuge from the horror of contemplating nature, which they do not comprehend, in soothing syrup affirmations such as those of Christian Science, spiritualism, and all the sham occult creeds, as well as the emasculated forms of so-called Christianity. So, he's basically saying souls that are living human life for the first time, they're wandering. They're, and then he alludes to the congenital spread of sexual deficiencies. And what a sexual deficiency would be, it's like, what is it? If we look at sex, the purpose of sex is to have a baby. Anything outside of that would be, if we want to be very strict about it, is a deficiency. However, that doesn't mean that all forms of sex, such as tantric, what you're trying to do is balance energies, give and take, the dance of yin and yang, the dance of life. Nevertheless, he's alluding to the fact that there's a lot of people who are, not in alignment with nature. Now, I looked into the subject of, because of all this transgenderism, and I don't like to get involved in popular topics like COVID. When I looked into COVID, when it was before we started wearing masks, but when it was first coming, with all this foreboding stuff, I looked into it and I said, everything they're saying about it is non-scientific. And the testing of it was just off. They didn't know what they were doing, at least as it was rendered in the newspapers. There was no science behind it at all, what they were saying in the press. The tests were bogus. And this is before you had to take the tests. This is, at least from what I read, there's no science here. And now it's coming out that, there's just been so much bullshit about this. It's just been propaganda. Now, it's not to say that there wasn't an illness and people didn't get ill, but it's so much propaganda. Now, we're having all sorts of insanity surrounded transgenderism. And to the point, which has kind of reached a peak with this transgender person who murdered these kids in elementary school. and the transgender person who did the shooting is being identified as a victim because they were so upset that they were making laws to stop other transgenders from changing their sex or whatever. It's like it's just like it's really bizarre. And the majority of people, but I guess what I did find out, and this I did not know, because I have a friend, she's a new friend, and she's in the medical profession. And she has a friend who's an endocrinologist. And the endocrinologist said there's a lot of kids with just gender identity confusion. So this tells me it's not, I thought it was just the press making an issue. It's really real. This is what I'm hearing. It's really real. When doctors are saying there's a lot of kids with, I don't ever want to be a boy or a girl. And so I looked into this, and very briefly, because I'm like not a doctor, and I am going to open this with the endocrinologist. I do not know the endocrinologist, but it's like the best friend of my doctor. And you see, if you look at illnesses can be defined by an imbalance of hormones. This is an ordinary illness. This is not a, illness that, and where I learned this was from a Mexican doctor. When I happened to be in San Diego, I was watching TV, and it was a Mexican doctor on some PBS show, and he was talking about hormones. He says, he had his own formula for just balancing the hormones of an illness. But he was also talking about this is the problem with the man boob culture. Men forming man boobs has to do with hormones, he says. And that's an extreme sort of manifestation. But so the illnesses come down to hormones and chromosomes. So if there is what needs to be done with anybody having any problem with gender dysphoria, the first thing that should be done from a scientific viewpoint is to have their biology analyzed, have their genetics tested to see if there are imbalances in the system and treat those imbalances. What happens instead is they have something called gender affirmation. And if the person, pounds their fist on the desk and says, I want to be a boy, I want to be a girl, then that is the ruling principle, which is that's like a kid sitting at the dinner table, putting their fist down and saying, I want chocolate cake for dinner, and the parents let the kid have chocolate cake. And then the next day he comes, I want apple pie, and it's like, okay, you're going to have a very angry kid. He's going to grow up angry his whole life. And the parents are just giving him whatever he wants. You've got to treat, and of course, any kid acting like that has imbalances that need to be treated. So this is what's not being done. Instead, they're taking the person's affirmation, and this is completely unscientific. And even if you look into the articles on it, it's rampantly unscientific to do this and just say, okay, we're going to listen to what you want. Yeah, but they're also feeding kids confusion. That's a whole nother issue. To say nothing of the electromagnetic propagation or the stuff they put into the food or the milk. I'm not even going in that direction. But it seems like an agenda to basically, what's the word, castrate, and what's the word for women?
well, emasculate the males
Yeah,
and
that's
perhaps,
the male and
yeah, and basically do something to the female to basically change her perception of an understanding of the self. Go on.
yeah. I'm just saying is this is the way to scientifically, rationally approach somebody with gender confusion. That and it's understandable that anybody could have a confusion about the gender, no matter who or what they are. If we take Bruce Jenner, the star athlete who became Caitlyn Jenner, it was just a bizarro, contradiction. But nevertheless, what, did this person, were they taking steroids that made them such a great champion? I don't know. I know that when he was competing and became a decathlon champion, and a decathlon, I don't like the Olympics personally. Never did. Never did. But I kind of followed them when I was a kid, but I got kind of frustrated because the East Germans and the Russians always cheated.
Yes.
But they didn't explain what steroids were. They were giving them steroids, and that's why they won all the time. They won all the medals because they cheated.
Yes, it's quite true. Yes.
Americans were too moral and virtuous to do that.
Or at least too fucking tolerant of the enemy doing it, but go on.
Yeah. So, but I always admired the decathlon because this was somebody, they could run.
Yes.
They had strength. They had agility. They did the high jump, the hurdles, long distance, short distance, javelin.
Basically, it was all inclusive. They had it all.
Oh yeah. That was anybody who could do that is a great athlete. And we had Bob Mathias from California. I think he became a congressman. He was a 2-time winner of the decathlon, which was very special. Jim Thorpe had won the decathlon. Rayford Johnson. Rayford Johnson took his decathlon championship, I think it was the 1960, and became a newscaster in Los Angeles. He was a black man. Might have been the first black decathlon winner. It's not the only one. I don't remember if there were any others. But Bruce Jenner winning the decathlon, what a phenomenal accomplishment. But maybe he took too many steroids and it turned on him. I really don't know.
Well, the steroids, if anything, what the steroids would have done is given him an earlier onset of cancer of some sort, but it really shouldn't have caused anything to do with fucking up his sense of gender identity. Not the kind of steroids they use for sports. So,
I don't know what it's about.
In his case, well, he's like a one-man circus. We're talking about somebody who I think suddenly at some point he's basically, it's a midlife crisis taken to an extreme. Midlife crisis.
I want to say something about him.
Yeah.
He was part of a social circle. And this was, he was famous as a decathlon champion. He was over the hill as far as his fame went, but he was still famous. And he was in the same social group. They would meet at each other's house. Bruce Jenner, O.J. Simpson and his wife, and the Kardashians. They were all part of the same social crowd. Now, people don't necessarily know that the Kardashians' father was famous before they were. He was O.J. Simpson's lawyer. He was more of his friend than his lawyer. He just stood in and pretended he was his lawyer because he was a lawyer, but he wasn't the real lawyer. That way he wouldn't have to testify against him for the briefcase or something. But, that was Robert Kardashian. Of course, his daughters, became very famous as the Kardashians. So their fame is out the top, more so than their fathers. Jenner has gotten much more fame and publicity as a trans, what do you call him? Transgender? Is he a transgender?
Yes, he's definitely transgendered. Yes.
Yeah, as a transgender than he did as a decathlon champion, and he got a lot of attention as decathlon champion, but far more as a transgender. Kardashians daughters got far more attention than he did as a, friend of O.J. Simpson's. That's all he was really famous for. And O.J. Simpson got far more fame as a murderer than he did as a football player, and his football fame was out the top, especially in college. He was more famous in college than he was as a pro, but still, Hall of Fame, record-setting, incredible athlete, but far more famous. So it's like that's a real interesting, situation with those three people. And they're all famous for different things. And I don't think any of them, I mean, the Kardashian girls are probably the most benign of all of it. And
I don't know about that. They seem as
addicted.
Yeah,
probably. Well, don't seem to be involved in, well, anyway, whatever. It's,
they certainly do a lot to plastically enhance themselves, but go on. Yes.
It's still jaded.
Yes.
So anyway, the reason, to get back to what Crowley's talking about, that was a digression into sexuality, which I wanted to discuss. Mm-hmm. But the reincarnation stuff he's talking about here, and this is an old technique he calls the magical memory. He says there is no more important task than the exploration of one's previous incarnations. Then he gives the footnote, which I just read. As Zoroaster says, explore the river of the soul, whence and in what order thou hast come. One cannot do one's true will intelligently unless one knows what it is. Liber Thesarb Equinox 1:7 gives instructions for determining this by calculating the resultant of the forces which have made one what one is. But this practice is confined to one's present incarnation. So here you could go back and review your life and say, well, I went to school, I got a diploma, I went to college, I got trained, I became an accountant, I'm accounting people's business, I learned the secrets of the business, I blackmailed this business, whatever track, and this, I got to where I am. Or I made all this money by being an accountant and I consulted other people's business. Maybe it's not so dirty. But anyway, you see how you get to your present incarnation. How did you, if I fast forward my thing, I had a desire to be a writer. I had a desire to expand my consciousness. I got involved in Dianetics. I practiced what they're calling the magical memory, reconciled my past, got involved in Scientology, reconciled my existence, and found out that the people around me were, going in the wrong direction. So I left and discovered Preston Nichols and blah, 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 and all my experience paid off, and I'm doing all this stuff with time travel and now Douglas Dietrich. And I could go into it in much more detail, but in other words, we all got somewhere. Or we drank too much and ended up in a ditch, or we saved our pennies and now we're living on a pension, whatever it is. If one were to wake up in a boat on a strange river, it would be rash to conclude that the direction of the one reach visible. Boy, that's a hard word. If one were to wake up in a boat on a strange river, it would be rash to conclude that the direction of the one reach visible was that of the whole stream. It would help very much if one remembered the bearings of previous reaches traversed before one's nap. So, if you see a dock on the river, there's more to that dock than the whole stream. Just like there's more. If you're going to Disneyland, there's also the rest of your life. There's your funeral and what's beyond the funeral. It's the whole stream of consciousness. It would further relieve one's anxiety when one became aware that a uniform and constant force was the single determinant of all the fine flindings of the stream, gravitation. It would further relieve one's anxiety when one became aware that a uniform and constant force was the single determinant of all the flindings of the stream, gravitation. We could rejoice that even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to sea. So Lieber Thesarb describes a method of obtaining the magical memory by learning to remember backwards. But the careful practice of dharana is perhaps more generally useful. As one prevents the more accessible thoughts from arising, we strike deeper strata. Memories of childhood reawaken. Still deeper lies a class of thoughts whose origin puzzles us. Some of these apparently belong to former incarnations. By cultivating these departments of one's mind, we can develop them. We become expert. We form an organized coherence of these originally disconnected elements. The faculty grows with astonishing rapidity once the knack of the business is mastered. Now, I'm going to digress here into Dianetics, because he says, as one prevents, in other words, he's talking about learning to remember backwards. As one prevents the more accessible thoughts from arising, we strike deeper strata. So in Dianetics, there are all these procedures, and in Scientology too, to go back and remember things. Go back and remember. Remember a time when you're happy. Remember a time when you felt something. Remember a time when somebody said something nice to you. And you go back and you're scanning your memories. And the more you do this, if you do this for 20 minutes a day, an hour a day, it's going to start opening up your mind, because you're drilling the mind. You're going back, you're going back, you're going back. And then you get deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, in ordinary practice, it was typical for somebody to do this for a bit, wow, neat, far out, and they just keep progressing up the so-called bridge, and they wouldn't do any real work. They weren't getting any fish to bite. Yeah, I did this as far, and they didn't do any real work inside their own mind. And one of the ways you could make sure you did this was by auditing other people. And you say, God, look what this person's getting out of what they're doing. Well, that tells you what you need to deal with. So it's like the more you work with other people's minds and see how they work, the more it tells you about your own mind. So basically, you're going deeper and deeper. Now, he says something very interesting here. The memories of childhood reawaken. Of course they do. It doesn't take long sometimes. And he says, still deeper lies a class of thoughts whose origin puzzles us. Now, this explains the whole track of L. Ron Hubbard and how people would just stream consciousness. And you're sitting across from somebody and they say, yeah, I've got this horrible pain, and you can take them back into, being tortured on the rack and the Inquisition times. You get back into Roman times, through Caligula's torture chamber or something like that. And even then you start going back into outer space. You start going into weird stuff. And the only reason you're doing this is to get at the core issue that's causing that in the back. And then if you're doing it good and you're doing it right, you'll get to that core and the person will feel relieved. And the needle on the e-meter will float and the person's very happy and relieved, and he's wow. And there's varying shades of gray that what can and could happen. But the class of thoughts whose origin puzzles us, this stuff is like if you're fishing for sea creatures, you see the mackerel, the bonito, the halibut, the yellowtail, whatever you're fishing for. But then when you start to get real deep in the ocean, you see fish you've never seen before. Fishing boats don't do this.
Yes.
Oceanographers know this.
Yes.
The fish get really weird.
Yes.
The deeper you go.
Yes.
And this is what happens with the mind. You start getting into very abstract things. And then some of these belong to former incarnations. Well, what you were incarnated? Maybe you were incarnated as a jellyfish. And I'm not joking here, because you could go back and start tapping weird memories. But the only reason you're doing it is you're not supposed to come out of the session and say, "Hey, I was a jellyfish." You're supposed to have relieved something, in your own soul. That's the purpose of it. By cultivating these departments of one's mind, we can develop them. we become expert. We form an organized coherence of these originally disconnected elements. The faculty grows with astonishing rapidity once the knack of the business is mastered. Hubbard saw himself as a master of these former incarnations, and just as Douglas Dietrich processes data rapidly in a way that many people can't digest, so did Hubbard, yes, but in a different reference frame. He was chronicling all sorts of existences, implants, ad infinitum, just rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. So I can tell you that he was identifying with the magical memory, but he was also institutionalizing it. And, that's something Crowley never did. That's not saying, one was better than the other. It's just saying this is what Hubbard did. He took it and ran with it. Yes. Doesn't mean he's right. He thought he was right. But the point is he was doing it. And you won't see anybody doing what he did. And that's interesting in of itself. He's just industrializing what I just read here and doing an incredible job of it as far as industrializing it and creating a whole institution of getting people to go in and reawaken their mind. And it gets soured along the way. But nevertheless, he says, it is much easier, for obvious reasons, to acquire the magical memory when one has been sworn for many lives to reincarnate immediately. The great obstacle is the phenomena called Freudian forgetfulness. That is to say that though an unpleasant event may be recorded faithfully enough by the mechanism of the brain, we fail to recall it or recall it wrong because it is painful. Now that's right out of what Hubbard called the engram. Can't remember it because it's painful. He goes on to describe how he personally relates to his previous incarnation as Eliphas Levi. He goes into it in quite detail and gives him he basically telling him he identifies it with it very strongly. And he makes a convincing case. In fact, it gave more credibility to his claim after looking at this chapter than I would have otherwise given him, but I don't really care if he's Eliphas Levi or not. And that was what I wanted to read. I'm going to go forward to, I think, one more thing in this book. Page 119. And this here is let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I went to the wrong page. No wonder I wasn't finding it. Mm. Page 193. This is on demons. I think it's on demons. Oh. Let me see. As was said in the opening of the second chapter, the single supreme ritual is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. It is the raising of the complete man in a vertical straight line. This is what Ringo Starr calls vertical man. Vertical man. I saw him talking about that on a talk show once. He goes, vertical man. People don't think of a vertical man. He's talking right out of Aleister Crowley.
That, of course, is completely predictable. Go on. Yes.
I like the way he says vertical man. So he's saying the single supreme ritual is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. It is the raising of the complete man in a vertical straight line. Any deviation from this line tends to become black magic. Any other operation is black magic. That's something that he says. But when we're talking about demons on one page, 193. He says, before leaving the subject of black magic, one may touch lightly on the question of pacts with the devil. The devil does not exist. It is a false name invented by the Black Brothers to imply a unity in their ignorant muddle of dispersions. A devil who had unity would be a god. It was said by the sorcerer of the Jura that in order to invoke the devil, it is only necessary to call him with your whole will. This is a universal magical truth and applies to every other being as much as to the devil. For the whole will of every man is in reality the whole will of the universe. It is, however, always easy to call up the demons, for they are always calling you. And you have only to step down to their level and fraternize with them. Yes. They will then tear you in pieces at their leisure. Not at once. They will wait until you have wholly broken the link between you and your holy guardian angel before they pounce, lest at the last moment you escape. This is what I wanted to read. You know, it's like if you cavort with, like if you had cavorted, Douglas, long enough with the Jamesons of the world,
right?
They would have torn you to pieces. I don't know that they were that strong, though.
They certainly would have tried.
Yeah. I mean, you were never too fooled.
Yeah, he was trying, but it's as Aleister Crowley says, you have to step down to their level. That would mean opening yourself, rendering yourself vulnerable, which I did in the sense that he was on this platform at all, and that it was taking its own risk. And I lost people because of it. Lost people because of him being on it. And then when he left, lost people who went with him. It's a lose-lose situation, no matter what, when you're dealing with scum like that. It's just the nature of the beast. Yeah.
Well, yes, and that's the thing. It's like at the same time, you know, Christ is telling you to, you know, step outside of your comfort zone and help people. And one of my friends who studied the Bible very stringently, and he was not a fundamentalist in any stretch of the imagination. He said that all of the healings Christ did the people had reverted. You know, in other words, he healed them on Tuesday, and next week they were, you know, suffering again. Now, it wasn't his fault. You know, I don't know if that's true. I didn't do that scholarship, but I did know a healer who was very good at doing what he did. Mm-hmm. He'd sit there on the table as a chiropractor and he'd heal them with his hands. I'm somewhat familiar with what he did. And they'd get better. And then they'd go back. They'd revert back. You know, he'd straighten out their spine. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about manipulations.
Right.
This wasn't network chiropractic either. It's like, you straighten them out and then they go back. Because, you know, you can take a roach out of the Roach Motel, but that's still its home. You see, that's still its home. And that's not to say healings don't occur. And I'm not saying that all the healings that happened in the Bible, because I didn't do that scholarship, but he said that. And he was not a naysayer of the Bible or Jesus. He's just saying this is the nature of what happens in life. And this was one of the great issues that came up in Scientology. It was called a major stable win. Of course, win was a word used in Scientology where you had a win. You just won the big game. You just got the girl you'd always wanted. You just got a big raise. That was a win. Yes. It could be all sorts of things. It was a win for me when I finally, got to talk to you on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Instead of all the bullshit I had, back in the day. But see, a major stable win is like, Well, let's take Tom Brady of football fame. He made the New England Patriots. He took over the quarterback position. He won his first Super Bowl. He stabilized. He held that job. That was like a major stable win. He mastered the position of quarterback. Won more Super Bowls than anybody. Now, didn't mean he had a major stable win in his marriage, but he had a major stable win as a football player. Lasted him 20 years or so. He said that's a major stable win. And that may not be the best way to describe it. That's a career win. I'm talking about emotionally. Emotionally. Like, say, a person could never deal with their family. Well, you resolve whatever your issues were and you can handle your family. Wow. You never have a problem handling your family. You know how to be the son, the brother, the dad, whatever your role in the family was. That's like a major stable win. And there's no emotional boing, 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 boing going back and forth. Or say you could never handle your finances. So, you study about finance, you learn a little bit, simplistic stuff. And then you learn something like, well, I can't spend more than I'm making. Oh. Because some people will just, be happy to go, hey, it's Friday night. Let's go out. Let's drink. Let's, do this, do that. Hey, why don't I have any money on Monday? That sort of mentality. And, you learn, okay, so you put that together and you say, oh, good. I'm going to have to cut back on the partying. And, wow, that's like, but see, there's this emotional up and down that can happen in a person's life. And to the degree that you didn't go in Scientology, that you weren't able to go in and see what was really happening with you and the other people you were in, this could be a problem. And actually going in and auditing your own life. When, let's see, probably in the early 80s, I left in 83. But I remember it coming up, some of these old timers who had been in the Sea organization for a long time. And they were saying, oh, yeah, so-and-so's getting handled. This is like 10 years they should have, they're really getting handled on major life situations that they had not addressed in their 10 years in Scientology or whatever it was, or in the Sea Org. So this stuff would come up. So-and-so never handled their medical cycle. So-and-so never did this. So-and-so never did that. Life catches up with you. And not just physically, it can be emotionally. And some people never did the work. So it's like emotional balance, emotional integrity. And when I say emotional integrity, I'm talking about how do you feel about things, your own self. I'm not talking about being nice to other people. I'm talking about being nice to yourself. And if you can truly be nice to yourself, it makes it a lot easier to be nicer to other people. Or people that get taken advantage of themselves. They let other people take advantage of themselves. People will, and I've noticed this with people with money, people will see them as a resource.
Yes.
What can I get out of this person? Oh, good, so-and-so. They'll come and buy me lunch every day. And if say this person is a budget-minded person, I say, well, I can budget my time, so I'm getting lunch from this person every day. I can budget that into my shopping budget if the person is a budget-minded person. I mean, that's the kind of things that can happen. And of course, some, like I've known of women that will just date a man because they can get money out of him. They get nice things. And the man will be completely happy to do that because it buys him credibility with the woman. It gives him credibility. Where in actual fact, she's using the person. And somehow, this is not a healthy relationship for the man,
Right.
you know, but it's like, it's really screwed up. You know, it's like, oh, it's like, look at how powerful I am.
Yes.
And there's no love there. They're both using each other.
Yes.
In the worst of ways. But nevertheless, what is, and I would find people getting too, this word manic depressive is now a politically incorrect word. They say bipolar.
Mm-hmm.
Bipolar sounds pretty bad to me. I'm not manic depressive, I'm bipolar. Well, that means you're, switching from one end of the spectrum to the other. You were a kind, gentle person one minute, and now you're, you're Redfield on steroids. Well, of course, or they're basically going from, depression to non-depression. And what I saw with manic depressive is, and I'm not saying the person was like, manic depressive sounds like Vincent van Gogh trying to cut off his ear or something. But I always think of Van Gogh when I think of manic depressive. Yeah. But people can be euphoric and too euphoric. I would, see this in sports when somebody come out, I'm going to go out, I'm going to win the game, I'm going to go out and, throw 3 touchdowns. And then, you watch the guy and, you go up and, knock the ball out of his hands, and next thing he knows, he's crying in his beer. Well, because he's excited rather than objective. And you're just sitting there like, okay. And I like it. It was one of the greatest quotes I ever saw in boxing. It was a fight. God, it was Michael Dokes, who I think was the champion, against Mike Weaver. LA used to call him Weaver the Beaver. And Mike Weaver, they called him Hercules because he had this beautiful body. Like it looked like he was chiseled and built. And they come out before the fight, when they're sitting there and the referee's giving instructions, and Michael Dokes is giving him all these dirty looks and dirty, just like, And I think he knocked Michael Weaver down in the early rounds. And Michael Weaver had a reputation for getting knocked. He was a slow starter. And he knocked down, and then he came back and finished the fight strong. And I think he should have won the fight, but they called it a draw or something. And I think Mike Weaver said, they asked him, what about all those looks? He says, look at those looks. They don't mean anything. It's just, what does this look mean? It's like, it's nothing. He's not going to hit me with his looks. In other words, all of the euphoria and excitement is kind of worthless. I mean, it's not that you can't get enthused, but you better be sober rather than excited. You can't let your excitement overtake your sobriety of the situation. And okay, I'm talking sports there. I'm talking about in life. Somebody could get so excited about the prospect that they're in Scientology and they're going to go clear and they're going to do all this stuff. And then the next thing you know, they're, keeled over because, they didn't handle problem with their liver or something. Their liver pills or something. I don't know. And it's like, but it's like, you have to address the things that are your issue, your impediment. That's what Hubbard originally called the engram, the impediment. What is stopping you? What is, are you ignoring your family? Are you ignoring, the girl you want to talk to? Are you ignoring, your medical issues? Are you putting off the doctor appointment? Are you not brushing your teeth? Do you need to go to the dentist? I'm talking about simple things. And these were like, root chakra type stuff. And, these are important things. So back to he says, it is always easy to call up the demons, for they are always calling you, and you only have to step down to their level and fraternize with them. This fraternize is very important. Then they will tear you in pieces at their leisure. Who are you hanging out with?
Yes.
You want to hang out with the gang, the mob, because you'll feel important if you hang out with the mob, and then you get, they'll fraternize with you, and then they'll give you a job if you express willingness, and then you're hooked, and then they'll tear you apart at their leisure. This happens all the time with mafioso types.
Yes.
They'll get pulled in, and then the next thing you know, the game begins getting you. You're doing all these bag jobs for them, and the next thing you know, you're bringing in a big payroll, and you get knocked off because you have evidence or whatever. It's like, wow. You'll see this in movies sometimes. But in other words, fraternizing with calling on demons. This is what happens in some of these, I guess all of these occult groups.
Yes.
Freemasonry.
Yes.
You want to join the Freemasons because you might get empowered by they're very powerful. They could empower you. But you're going to take an oath, that, you'll be killed if you betray them.
Yes.
That's right in the oath.
Yes.
I mean, you're giving away your soul at that point. You literally are.
Yes.
And because you're part of this brotherhood. It's a brotherhood that you do not see by its very definition. It operates through mysterious ways. That's not to say everything that happens in Freemasonry is bad, but it's invisible. And they ultimately are not accountable because they're not. And there's a large majority of people that are involved in Freemasonry. And when I talk about it, it upsets people. It sure upset William Morgan, who exposed it, and he was killed.
Yes. Yes.
And his wife became the wife of Joseph Smith of the Mormon fame, founder of the Mormon religion. It's like and of course, Masonic lodges are very well funded, delightfully mysterious, and I say delightfully in quotes. And what I'm saying right now could alienate me from Freemason. I'm not going to do business with him, but they're not doing business with me anyway. So sometimes somebody once asked me, why aren't you a Mason?
That's like saying, why aren't you a Satanist?
And I didn't tell him the real reason. Well, first off, the real reason. Well, it wasn't the real reason. I said, the natural response was, I've never been asked. And I didn't say that to him because he might have asked me, But no, I've never been asked. And I never will be asked. Preston was asked.
Ah.
Preston was asked when I knew him, and they go, "Oh, come on."
And why didn't he succumb to the temptation?
He's not stupid. He had his own issues, but he wasn't that stupid. And I remember when I was at Psychotronics, there was a Masonic lodge right down the street on what was it, Hempstead Turnpike, I think. And a lot of people I knew were going there. I didn't know they were going. I kind of found out they were going to the lodge, and there were all these initiations by people of about my age.
Wow.
And they were getting initiated in Freemasonry. And and I remember one Freemason who would come to this group, and he'd read, this is a petition. He said, "Time to petition. It's a time to petition for what you want to do." And I'm thinking, you petition the universe. He was talking stream of consciousness. And I said, "Yeah, I'm petitioning. I'm going to write this Montauk book." This was November. I didn't sign the contract till April. I petitioned the universe in my own mind. And, but yeah, these Freemasons were happily skipping about. And then one day the Freemason Lodge just disappeared. It just vanished.
Wow.
It was just gone. It was gone. It came and did its thing. Like, I wasn't typical. So as I say,
there's this.
Go ahead.
My father, of course, just so people know, had a crush on Gillian Anderson, which our man Peter Moon always found ironic because, as he said, my mother was so beautiful he couldn't understand why my father was bothering with crushes on some TV personality. But she played the Dr. Scully in the X-Files, and there was this one X-Files episode where there was basically a series of violent acts that are provoked by a group of manipulators that then just move on. And the last text message they leave on the main character, Spooky Mulder, or Fox Mulder as they later called him when they figured he had become a sex symbol. The text they left on his cell phone was basically, "It's been fun. We're on our way," something of that nature, something innocuous and sinister. And that's what I'm reminded of when Peter Moon talks about then one day this Masonic temple was gone. I mean, they don't usually just pull up sticks and leave like that. They're usually like an institution that's part of the community as quote unquote one of its foundation bases. So that's bizarre.
It was, and it's like, it's very interesting because during that time period, 1988, 89, I think I incorporated our business. Maybe I registered the name in 1989. I incorporated it in 91. But there was during that time that my wife and I were beginning to thrive business-wise. We had a house and stuff like that, and and then it was 1989, probably around the time I wrote the White Bat story, that I was networking, and I began to get involved with the metaphysical communities of Long Island. And of course, I always felt kind of different because I had my own very peculiar background with Scientology, and I understood a lot of things. And of course, I learned new things as well. I didn't talk about Scientology at all. And then the groupings of people that I met, quite a few, eclectic group of different people. And then it kind of all, for me, ended up settling around psychotronics, and which was kind of the most unique and bizarre of it all. But there were other groups, as I say, the Masonic people filtered in a little bit with not only that group, but other groups. it was all kind of mysterious. It was kind of like my generation was kind of finding its own metaphysical wheels, so to speak. It was a generational thing. And of course, that's what the New Age movement of that time was. That was my baby boom generation growing in and expressing their metaphysicality. And so much of it jump-started with the harmonic convergence of 1986, I believe it was. And Shirley MacLaine's popularizing of it with her book Out on a Limb, her movie, her TV show.
Oh, God, that whole thing, that whole phenomenon should have been taken out on a limb and dropped. But go on.
Well, that was part of the culture, just like the hippie culture of the 1960s was its thing. You can say the same thing about that. You know, and then it was the 1980s, and it extended into the 90s as well. New Age culture. They covered it on the TV. They covered it on the TV before I had even any knowledge of it, any experience with it, just seen on TV. Because the news people would cover it, because it was its own industry. In fact, the publishing industry could not handle the New Age stuff. They didn't understand it. It was repellent to them in terms of being able to understand it. So what happened is the New Age stuff grew up on its own. Bookstores came. People published books. It was not from conventional publishers. Only after its success did they begin to siphon it off and co-opt it and basically steal it. That's what happens. And then Barnes and Noble and Borders Books would then start ordering the books and selling them at discount. And it basically killed the New Age independent bookstores, New Age and independent bookstores, which just killed the New Age movement. Yeah. Killed it, because the bookstores were where people would go. And they would go there for atmosphere, for seminars, but when Borders would sell the book at a discount, people would not buy the book from the store. They go to Borders.
Right. That's right.
And it would kill the business because they also wouldn't be going to the store. And bookstores, for anybody who wants to know what I learned about from the bookstore business, bookstores would make 30% on a book. So, many books are like $12 at that time. Mine were expensive, or else I couldn't have survived. But say it's 12 books, they're going to make a few bucks off of a book like that. And so they're not, like, if somebody comes and buy 10 books, they're going to make $40 off of that if they're lucky. Right. And that's without the shipping and all that. So the way bookstores make money is from sidelines. Jewelry, crystals, paraphernalia, tarot cards, whatever. Not so much tarot cards, but crystal balls, paraphernalia, the sidelines, they call them. And you have sideline catalogs. That's where you make the money, in a New Age store or a bookstore of any kind. Or if you go walk into Borders Books, not Borders Books is no longer existent, but Barnes and Noble. They'll have millions of dollars of inventory right there on their shelves. But they're going to send back everything that doesn't sell and get return on it. So it's not like they're investing millions of dollars, what you think. Yeah, we'll take this in. We'll send it back if it doesn't sell. It's not that simple either. But so yes, and then of course, if the bookstore could sell seminars, wow, then they've got something going. They have a tarot reader in there. They take a cut of that. So it's a whole business operation. And generally the person running it would be a go-getter or a psychic themselves, or somebody who offered services where they could make it work, as an active community contributor. And of course, the Borders Books, when they started ordering the books, including my books, they start discounting them and it just killed that whole independent movement, which created a downturn in sales for my business for sure.
Wow.
But of course, there's ups and downs in business. So, and of course, that was people fraternizing with other people, fraternizing with people of like mind. And in the case of, and as I say, that's one business that can tear you apart.
Yes.
The publishing business, because you go out and you do a book, and if it's successful, the next thing, well, do you have any other books?
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just like with you. When I thought of going into the clothing business. No, I did, because I had this
Wow.
beautifully designed T-shirt.
Wow.
And my friend, he says, well, that's going to, if you're going to get a good price on that. This was a sideline. I was going to sell the T-shirt, this frill T-shirt. It was purple and black. It was beautiful. But it was complicated. To make it the way I wanted to make it required, he says, you're going to have to get 3,000 of these things. And then I said, if I'm selling 3,000 of these T-shirts, I had read a story about Calvin Klein when he was starting out, going down Fashion Avenue with his clothes on a rack, like one of these things you hang up, and he's taking them down from one place to another, hustling his jeans or whatever he was selling. And I read the story and I go, wow, I don't want to be doing that. And it's like, and I said, well, I'm not in the fashion business. I'm in the book business. And I said, because I have to, if I can afford 3,000 T-shirts, I have to push them. And then the first thing they went, well, what else do you have? If you're lucky enough to get in. And then you become, something that you're not. So you have to stay in the business that you're in. I had enough, I guess, camaraderie with that business from my friend who was in the T-shirt business. I was just trying to make a T-shirt, not a whole fashion line. But that's the direction you get pulled in. And if I'd gone to the Fashion Institute of Technology and was a designer, well, I would have found my niche. But that was not my niche. Right. So it's like, it's all about who you fraternize with.
Yes.
And yeah, it's interesting. But I say the part of tearing you apart is so well. So that's an important thing I wanted to read about demons.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Very important, and deeply appreciate it.
So that's taken up a lot of time tonight, and I will say this to you. I have finished a new chapter in the book. I'm delighted about so many things going right in my life, which I can fill you in on if I get up early tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Let me see here. I have to go get fingerprinted tomorrow.
Oh, God. What's that about?
It's very funny. I need to write a 1099 to myself.
Okay.
And it used to be that you order a 1099 and you fill it out on a typewriter.
Uh-huh.
I usually do this in the library.
Uh-huh.
And you fill out the 1096 that goes with it, and you file it, and you turn it in with your tax return. Well, there are other third-party sites where you can do a W-2 and W-3. But when it comes to the 1099, they can't do those. I found out. So I found out that the IRS has a site where you can do it on the IRS site. I tried doing it. It was so complicated to get acknowledged I couldn't do it. Well, I did it. I had to go through this complicated identification procedure, even to the point where they're like videoing your face, and you look, it doesn't look like your face. It's an outline of your face, pattern recognition. Mm-hmm. And I finally got them to recognize it, but they said, but the website says, no, you're not authorized to do this. And it was very hard to understand. And basically, they said, you don't have authorization to do this, to do this. And it says, So I was able to get through to a lady, and she says, well, you need to be an attorney or a CPA. If you want to do it yourself, you have to get fingerprinted. In other words, if I want to send a 1099 from my company to myself, or that matter to you, it's like I have to get fingerprinted, but it doesn't tell you how to get fingerprinted. See, that's the thing. So I call police. Well, you go to the sheriff, you go to the policeman, and she sends it to you this address. And the address says IRS stop 983. I said, what is stop 983? Oh, that's an internal code. And then she gives me an address. Stop 983? And then I actually am able to dig it up on the website. And she says, oh, yeah, well, now it is the website. She says, you need to go through the website. And I went through the website, and basically I've made an appointment to get fingerprinted. And they sent in the fingerprints, which is, I guess so. It's kind of stupid to me, but, now I'll be able to issue 1099s. Maybe I should have issued one to you. But I can't issue them if I can't do them. Maybe we'll talk about that too. But anyway, so be it. It's just, but see, this is a niche that, somebody says, well, why don't you get an accountant to do that? You think an accountant would do that? How much would they want? No, they deal with, people don't understand accountants. They don't want small business,
No.
It's like, and as I said, my daughter had an accountant. They never did anything except generate, the IRS sending in notices because the accountant wasn't doing their job. So she was paying them $1,000 a year. And they'd write to the IRS and say, well, we didn't do this. Blah, 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 blah. And I taught her how to do her taxes herself. Because all they did was generate harassment for her. And that's typical because I said, do they want a client for $1,000 a year to fill out your tax return? And you got to supply them all the information. It's a little silly. If you're making super big bucks, then. I once had an accountant go to a friend of mine, and this was like this was over 20 years ago. She was, organized. She was, running a company or doing something. The accountant comes in, talks to her for an hour, gives her a bill for $1,000.
There you go. I mean, it's good to be an accountant. Get that.
Well, she didn't pay it. She said, this is bullshit. It's like, I mean, I'm an accountant. People come to me. It's such things should be discussed up front. But in any case, yes, the book. Okay, now I know why I hesitated, because I couldn't find it, because when I shut down the computer, the program disappeared, so to speak. It's I'm going to call it back up and tell you about it'll be up here in a second.
And
see here, the chapter, I did the chapter on, okay, now I'm getting warm here. Mm-hmm. The chapter on Cthulhu, yes, which
had basically, to be difficult. Go on.
Well, it started out very difficult. I go talk about when the stars were wrong. Yeah. Yes. And I do show the diagram of the stars being wrong and the stars being right, and the whole logic of the stars, and how the whole consciousness, there's an effort to change the consciousness of this so that people would think the stars were wrong when they really are right.
Thank you.
Through Eric von Däniken and Graham Hancock.
Thank you.
What you call hamcockery, which is very good. And did an extensive chapter on that, including, the plagiarism that you cited.
Thank you.
Lifting from Lovecraft's work and on Undersea World, Ancient Aliens, Ancient Cults, Ancient Astronomy, Age of the Sphinx. So I just laid it all out, all that stuff, and I contextualize it. And I'll read you the last 3 chapters. I'll read them out to everybody.
Thank you.
And then in summary, it is very clear that what H.P. Lovecraft originally presented as fiction was transmogrified into theories of ancient aliens that has been sold to the public as alternative history. And although mainstream academic sources have quite correctly designated this as pure pseudoscience, mainstream corporations and media have embraced it to the degree they not only reinforce this theme, but also act so as to influence the collective consciousness that, quote, the stars are wrong. Beyond that, the Cthulhic theme of Lovecraft's writings have become pillars of popular culture that has extensively infested music, movies, alternate role-playing games, graphic novels, comic books, and other forms of literature and media. Extensive articles have been written about his influence, but none of them expose the story I have shared here, the doctrine of the false helizon and how it resulted in Lovecraft's assassination. The insanity that has been induced upon the population takes on yet grander implications when I explain later in this book how special aspects of the Heart Project were designed to bind these negative entities of Cthulhu in order to unleash them on humanity and create wanton destruction. How I arrived at this realization has had to do with a complex series of experiments I was involved in, most or all of which were the brainchild of Aquina. Yes, that's the last 3 paragraphs of that chapter.
Okay.
And
Excellent.
the next chapter after that, well, it's called, I haven't begun it yet, Nanoblood.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go into the nanoblood. I might need your help on it. But the most interesting.
Yeah.
What?
I'll gladly work with you. Yes, go on. Yes, by all means.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see what I have on it already, and if I don't, I'll, call out to you and we'll do a session on it. But the chapter can just be a few pages. It doesn't have to be extensive. Yeah. I've got about, let me see here, about 88 pages so far, the book.
Wonderful.
So anyway, what I started looking up nanoblood, and I see that indeed, this is a 2015 article. Now, for those of you who are new, Douglas has nanoblood inside of him, okay? This goes back to the 1980s.
Yes.
Or maybe even a little earlier, 1979, whatever.
No, it was definitely the 80s, but thank you.
Okay. California biotech Nanoblood collaborates with South Dakota to commercialize a new drug used as a blood substitute. Nanoblood.
There you go. Go on.
This is 2015.
Yeah.
Nanoblood LLC seeking FDA fast track for blood substitute. A California biotech company is moving to Sioux Falls, where it will use University of South Dakota facilities to commercialize a next generation blood substitute that could help save lives in critical care and transfusion cases. This is exactly what was done to Douglas Dietrich. Nanoblood LLC will receive funding from the state of South Dakota. Isn't that where I think this is where the son of, not the son of Sam. Yeah. In Maury Terry's book.
That's
I
right.
think the thing that happened in South Dakota out there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, receive funding from the state of South Dakota and will use University of South Dakota's Graduate Education and Applied Research Center to prepare its products for clinical trials. If the new drug receives approval from the U.S. FDA, Nanoblood plans to build a commercial manufacturing plant in South Dakota's Discovery District. We are pleased that the good manufacturing practice services at the Gear Center help attract this innovative company to South Dakota. God, innovative. This is exactly the role we envisioned for our facilities in Sioux Falls to help bring biomedical companies to our state. We look forward to helping them find a permanent home in the University of South Dakota Discovery District. You know, this is what's so typical in our world. Yes. South Dakota is a place that doesn't have anywhere near an economy that New York or Florida or California have. So I was talking about, you know, that song by Kenny Rogers, Down at the Factory. You know, thank God for giving me a job down at the factory. You know, they're going to bring they're going to welcome anybody who comes in and is going to bring money to the economy. It doesn't matter what it is, because it's a savior. The medicine man, when he went to the reservation in South Dakota to see his spiritual fathers from the Lakota tribe, it's like they would have to go 5 miles to go to a store and buy food. Now that's a reservation. Yeah. They say, "Oh man, you go to the store? You can walk to the store?" Yes. Because they got to go 5 miles to buy food. Now, that's a reservation, but you know, South Dakota is like a lot of land up there, and
a lot of space to hide your activities. It'll make it difficult for anyone to breach their campus and see what they're doing.
Well, yeah, that's what I was alluding to. The Irvine, California company has a patent on its product and has performed tests on animals. Once they consider vampires animals, Douglas? I don't know.
I'm sure they do. Or any ethnic human being, no doubt. But go on.
Yeah, good point. Once in South Dakota, the company hopes to begin human trials. This is a major breakthrough, especially after many failed attempts to develop such a therapeutic agent for unmet medical needs during the past half century.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's almost like a taunt. Go on.
I guess they feel that you're a failed attempt. Well, it didn't work out. The blood substitute is designed to deliver fluids and oxygen to critical patients suffering from inadequate blood flow without damaging the patient's nerves and blood vessels. The product could save the lives of people suffering massive blood loss, traumatic brain injury, stroke, and sickle cell disease. It would serve not only as an alternative to blood transfusion, but also as a treatment for diseases when transfusion is not normally used. According to the website, the blood substitute can be made from outdated blood that otherwise would be discarded by the blood bank, which would help extend the global blood supply. The company says the product has a long shelf life, is stable at room temperature, and does not require the matching of blood types. Now,
there you go.
This would be important in case of a national disaster. This is like right out of what you went through at the Presidio.
Absolutely. It's verbatim. It's as if they were speaking to Dr. John Henry Hagman himself. For those who don't know, Dr. John Henry Hagman is a war criminal who was an American war criminal. This needs to be qualified because most people don't understand that there are American war criminals. And he was responsible for killing hundreds of people. He was the man who performed my nanoplasmatic blood transfusion. And I'm just... shall we say, I knew that this would happen at some point in history, but what is astonishing to me, what really surprises me is how where it's almost as if they've read everything that I've been saying over all these years, like been taking transcripts and are just regurgitating it. I'm certain Peter Moon is struck by this as well.
You know, Douglas, I went to do the chapter.
Yeah.
I said, what chapter is going to be next after doing this? I've been into Lovecraft and Cthulhu. And by the way, it just fathomed on me because I was doing other research on this Jesus thread that I was read earlier.
Yes.
Why is the Simon Necronomicon, why does Peter Levine call himself Simon? Did you ever think of that? Simple Simon? No.
I thought of Simple Simon myself, and Simon Says, of course, comes to mind, but go on.
Simon Magus.
That's
why he called. I mean, he didn't say that, but it's obvious because I was reading this stuff on Jesus and Simon Magus came up, you know.
Okay.
And they think, you know, Simon Magus taught sex magic. So Jesus really must have done it too. But I have some late what do they call that? It irritates me. Everything, and I don't know if it's just Fox that does it. I think everybody does it. Breaking news. There's no news anymore. It's breaking news.
Well, they used to use that term in the past, but yes, now things break far more readily because of our communications. Go on. Yeah.
Breaking news is, when there's assassination, when somebody makes an announcement, some big announcement, not just the news. We have a news bulletin. Let's call it a news bulletin, not breaking news. I mean, it is breaking news, but it's overused. This is breaking news. It's from David Anderson's wife, Heather. It says, this post is hidden because Anti-Gravity Devices is a private group. She says, I am going to try to send you something David wanted you to see. You may have to join the group, but put plasma in the search and you will see the video. David said this guy is 2 steps away from duplicating what we demonstrated 20 years ago. Right. So I was given an invite. I'm going to accept the invitation. Join group. Your membership is pending approval.
Cool.
Wait at least a week before posting a video you didn't make. I won't be posting anything here. I would like to join the group.
That should be enough. Hopefully they accept that as at face value.
I asked to join the group. Now, this will be interesting. I don't know where it'll go. It's good to get some communication from David. What I will say, it's not directly from him, goes through his wife. I'll be spending plenty of time with her this summer, but she won't be going on the Choclavina trip, unfortunately. But the astrology is talking about this is the time when technology will, secrets will be coming out. And it's going to change. With Pluto and Aquarius, it's going to completely change. I listened to this astrologer, Pam Gregory, this morning, and I didn't like what she said. I didn't like the way she said it. She says, and she's talking about Saturn and Pisces. She says, this is going to make gravity dissolve. And I don't like her word dissolve.
Right.
She was listening to a lot of channelers, which I don't like either.
Right.
She mentioned the 9. I didn't like that especially. However, what she did say, and I have to keep an open mind, she says this channeling lines up exactly with what the astrology is saying. And that's quite possible. This was not the same 9 you're used to, but I still can't, reconcile that. Anyway, the important point is she was saying is, and then these channeling devices knew nothing about astrology. They didn't know anything about it. So they were, streaming of consciousness was coming up here. But basically, people will start having a lot different experiences, she was saying. The veils will be dissolving. I think that's what she should say. The veils, because gravity isn't going anywhere. Gravity is gravity. As long as the Earth keeps spinning, we will have gravity. If you go into outer space, you won't have gravity. There will still be gravity, but it will be infinitesimal. You can bop around from here to there with relative no gravity. So gravity is only within the confines of the Earth's field, at least Earth gravity. So dissolving, I think she should say the veils are thinning to where certainly, and it's even possible you could make your body defy gravity. But more to the point is that David is saying here, and he's not saying it in this way, but he's saying these knuckleheads are figuring out what we did 20 years ago.
Yes.
Now, I know that in his lab, they could suspend a drop of water in thin air. I don't know.
Which Preston Nichols also did. Go on.
He wasn't suspending water. He had experimented with anti-gravity. He had devices flying around and stuff. Yeah. And it was probably quite chaotic and crazy knowing him. Mm-hmm. And when they told him to shut it down, it probably was a good idea. I hate to say that, but probably, in other words, Preston was wild and crazy, but he was a genius. So all this says is, to me, it says that his technology is becoming more acceptable. It's, and then I had this subscriber who used to just, call me incessantly, not every day, but, every so many months. And he'd say, I have this device for anti-gravity. I want, to do it, and I want to do this. And I said, they already have it. You're wasting your time. And then, finally I said, well, state what it is. And he couldn't even spit out a paragraph.
Wow.
In other words, he's, you've got to have a team behind you.
Yes.
It's not like, let's write a book about, Genghis Khan. Okay, well, give me the material. Well, and they kind of expect you to come up with it. I don't know. It's so David has, and now David wants me to know this apparently, which means this is the first step. That's the first even inkling of a communication I've gotten from him. I did get a communication. Well, I won't say that because he did speak to me, very, I guess, cordially at Atlanticron when we had all these students around, and he said hello to me.
Right.
That wasn't, hello.
Right.
There was no conversation, nor was there meant to be. He was supposed to address Atlanticron.
Uh-huh.
That's the last couple. He didn't. He had canceled because he had to do something else.
Oh my God.
And so somebody else read it. Read the diatribe. I don't know if she read it or what, but it was boring as hell. It was not anything that I wanted to hear. And anyway, this means that there's probably something coming down the pike.
Okay.
And it's like if people are starting to catch up with him. The anti-gravity phenomena is not real, is really getting old. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this stuff's been around. Mm-hmm. And I would say and I do go into gravity in the videos at the Time Travel Education Center. And basically, David Anderson has said gravity is a label on something we don't understand. But he also exposits gravity basically is gravity is generated by a planet rotating. Mm-hmm. Now you can see how rotation, it's not the same, but it's similar to centrifugal force. Mm-hmm. If you create a cylinder in outer space and whirl it around, you will stick to the,
the sides of what's rotating, basically.
That's a centrifugal force.
Yeah.
That's one form of gravity. But there is also a gravitational effect that goes with the rotation and time-space. There's actually time-space displacement that occurs when you have a rotating body like the Earth. Yeah. And when you, what's that called? Can't even remember the name. I should know it. Time dilation occurs. Yes. Time dilation is if you go at a different rate of gravity. So, like say, if you're orbiting the planet far out, you're going to go at a different time. It's not going to be quite the same. And if it's far enough, you're going to age. If you've been in outer space, you're going to come back and you'll be a different age. You'll be, I think you're young and they're old or whatever. I don't remember how it goes. And this is all explained in the videos, but gravity is very integral part of his, and I don't know how it relates to the time reactor, because there's all sorts of probably goodies he could share and deliver if he had the opportunity. And it's like, okay, they're catching up with him. Like, what does this technology have to do with the public? The public is woefully ignorant of all this stuff.
Right.
And
kept so. Go on.
Yeah, and also what this astrologer Pam Gregory said is the world is going to be so drastically different, and including youthening, the process of aging. Humanity is changing.
Yes,
it's transforming, and there will be those of us alive who are alive to see it, to witness it. Sounds like Douglas and I will be seeing this.
Yes.
You'll see a video now and then of somebody on YouTube who was alive during the Civil War, fought in the Civil War, and they were recorded during the 30s, and it's now on YouTube or something.
That's right.
You'll see old timers talk about the gold rush. It's always kind of interesting. You see their perspective. It's not really too surprising what they say. People were people, but it's a different time. So I go back to the 1950s, and I grew up born in 53, and I remember when we changed the calendar to 1960. That would have been 1959. I would have been in the first grade, and they made a big deal out of 1960. It's no longer 1959 because we'd have to write 1959 on our paper.
Right.
It's now 1960. Wow.
It was a big deal. It was entering a new decade. Yes.
Yeah, but that same thing didn't happen in 1970. Yeah, 1970. No, it was, people were too busy with the moonshot and all this.
Things were going so fast. Go on. Yeah.
I didn't notice 69 to 70 to 71. That was still the same era. When I came back a few years later, I noticed all the hippies were gone they weren't hitchhiking anymore.
That's right.
And that was gone, and that was because of the war had ended. There was, the war ended, hippies went home.
Yes.
They had no longer anything to protest. Nothing visible. There should have been a lot to protest if they knew about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but so anyway, 1950s is like a completely different world, and even the 1960s, everything seemed so modern. It's like you felt like you were in Modernville. If you went to Disneyland and saw the GE exhibit or whatever, Pacific Ocean Park or whatever, you see these different exhibits of the modern world. And it was like you felt like you were living in modern land. Teflon. What was that? What do they call that plastic stuff?
Well, there's Velcro, for instance, came out.
Tupperware, Tupperware. Yeah. You felt like you were living in the modern age.
Thank you. Yes, space age. These were space age technologies. Much of them were bleed off from the NASA programs, and like I said, just a negative memory here, dealing with this one idiot that I had brought on my program, named Keith Johansson, just another piece of shit who ambushed me on my own program, or tried to. And this was a person I've gone over before in terms of his background. We don't need to go into his background at all. But basically, the thing that I remember most distinctly was my trying to point out to our listeners who are younger how different it was in the decade that I was born, the 1960s, from the world we live in today, and pointing out the fact that even with new technologies coming into public use. The things that we had back then were so different. The idea of camouflage in your average military uniform was simply not there. I mean, most people wore a solid olive drab for the U.S. military. You didn't have Velcro in the early days unless you were involved with NASA. So when it came out, along with Scotch tape, which they called something similar to magic transparent tape or something like that, this was all advertised as space age, and that was a big selling point, to the point where they got suckers to buy this stuff thinking it was like godlike, and they like used it to, if you can believe this, piece together the Dead Sea Scrolls, which with fucking Scotch tape that absolutely destroyed the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're all destroyed by Scotch tape. Just to give people an example of how this technology was pushed like a new car, and people put their faith in technology much to their horror and to their ultimately their detriment, like they have with cell phones and automobiles, which take more lives every year than firearms ever will. By that, I'm talking about the combination of the twain. But with that, the final punchline before I turn it back to Peter for a bit, and I do want to go a bit into something else he sent me that I think is very important considering what the Dalai Lama did. I do want to point out this Keith Johansson idiot was trying to tell people we had all that shit. That we somehow, he was like, if you can imagine the sheer logic of this man's claim that we had all this technology that we have today back then, you wonder where these people are coming from. But he seemed so convinced of this. You have to accept the fact that he must have gone through some mind-bending MK Ultra program or something. I mean, to believe that we had cell phones and various other technology in the 60s, which was a totally different world. Then we didn't even have many products that had the word instant before the product. There's very few products that said instant soup or instant noodles.
I think we had instant coffee.
Yeah. So, yeah, turning it back to Peter with that, and then, certainly before you even dream of retreating into the gentle night, make certain that we return to Dalai Lama, because I do want to address something about the Tibetans and the Cho. So go on.
Okay. Yes, but before we do that, I want to remind people to contribute to Douglas Dietrich for Easter. If you want to send him eggs, send him the plastic eggs with some money inside of it.
Thank you.
Send it to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. If you can, just send a few bucks, please do. Happy Easter. Yes, and speaking of the Cho, this new friend of mine in the medical profession, who I really appreciate her, she was asking about, I was telling her about the Cho. Wow. And I said, well, it was hard for me to really, I gave her a blurb I written in a newsletter, which wasn't much better than what I told her. And she says, are there any photographs of these things? And I said, well, they're kind of hard to photograph. They kind of don't want to be. I mean, I said, this is part of the whole occult phenomena with them. Yeah. But anyway, that subject had come up. So I'm very interested to hear and I will stay up to hear what you have to say about the Dalai Lama, the tongue twisting, and the Cho.
Thank you.
Have at it.
Yes, and before I turn towards that subject, this wonderful young lady who sent me a contribution just now, I want to acknowledge her. She has not asked to be maintained in anonymity, and I will go no further than giving her name and her general location. She lives in the United States occupied kingdom of Atui, the Polynesian word for Hawaii. And so Nolani Bouchard, she's in the chat room, or certainly was earlier. I want to thank you so much for your 33 United States dollars, and that helps immensely. Everything helps, and blessings be unto you, a wonderful human being. And I want to let Peter know I gave.
Let me say, if she writes to me at petermoon333@gmail.com, I will send you the last 4 issues of the Montauk Pulse for doing that.
Excellent. Excellent. So, Nolani Bouchard, do take that into consideration. Yeah. And give your email again, dear Peter.
petermoon333@gmail.com.
Thank you.
petermoon333@gmail.com.
Excellent, excellent, and wonderful. And I want people to know that the other day I gave credit to many people who have been making their contributions recently. We had at least 2 who followed Peter's advice and contributed just about $5 each, $3 to $5, and
That's nice.
yeah, and that's important. That's important. So I do want just a little general a bit of background here, which is inescapable because we have many new listeners. And for people who do not know about the Chochoa, one of the things that they used to have a true belief in was that fairies are very hard to photograph. And this was why it was such a big deal that people try and get fairy photos. And in the days of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he fell prey to his hopes and was fooled by a series of hoaxes of so-called fairy photographs. This was a big deal in those days because the thought is that the fairy folk are essentially phasing in and out of a different reality. This is what Peter Moon is describing when he's talking about the veils between the different dimensions essentially melting due to the use of anti-gravity technology might be a better way to phrase the phenomenon rather than what that woman was doing who was channeling the Nine.
She wasn't channeling, she was describing the channelers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that qualification.
Yeah.
So understand that the Chocho people are not necessarily in another dimension. They're viscerally physical, but the reality is that many people don't think to photograph them because, for one thing, they're viscerally revolting. And many people, believe it or not, really don't have it in mind to photograph them when they see them because they're simply so shocked by what they're seeing. They don't know what to make of it. And a lot of people just get lost and distracted. And this has a lot to do with the Cho ability to use their looks to distract people, meaning their sheer ugliness and repulsive physical appearance that throws people so off that by the time they get their wits together, the Cho are gone. Happens, shall we say, you couldn't say it was common because most people don't have common encounters with the Cho. And yet in places like the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, you, in a sense, have far greater potential to have interaction with the Cho, which you may not realize it, because you're going to think you're dealing with extremely developmentally disabled or Methuselah syndrome children. You might think that these are simply just Asian immigrants who somehow were impacted by the war, perhaps deformed by Agent Orange. And this is how many people have dismissed them and just look the other way and just say, oh, there's a human tragedy. And like most people, you can't really look at it. You look away. This is quite common. And as for many Asians, they simply actively avoid them if they have any knowledge of their cultural background. And they actively avoid the Cho if they are to catch a glimpse of them. They would simply run in the opposite direction. This is one of those things where there is also a denial factor in their own minds. Where when I tell Asians I've seen the Cho, they'll simply reject it and say, no, you can't see the Cho. They're like fairy folk. So they'll simply deny their ability to see the Cho, even though they come from a cultural background, if they're Southeast Asian, where they will not deny their existence. So if they do see them, oftentimes I've noticed that they simply reject what they see. So this is all part of the complex reality of the Cho being among us. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with them, understand this much. The Chochoa, they're a dreadfully near-human race of tiny people. They superficially resemble Asians who have long been connected with many of the anti-pantheon of the gods of devastation and destruction and Edom that Michael Aquino so worshipped. While the conjecture may run amok over whether or not it is correct to call them humans or mutants or something else altogether on the basis of everything I've just articulated, the Chochoa can live, or at least kind of present the facade of living mainly human lives, and they walk among human societies, but they're forever tainted on a genetic level by their progenitors. And these are for those that are bred down. Honestly, they would not be among society in any normal sense without this constant breeding, or what the Asians would consider upbreeding, via the abducted humans. And this accounts for many of the abductions that are part of the so-called alien abduction phenomenon. They're really MILABs, or military abductions, involving the Chochoa. Now, the important thing to know, based on what Peter Moon introduced earlier, and he also sent me a link to a article on the history of Cho chocolate, which people might find that's bemusing or even amusing, and say, oh gosh, that takes it to a ridiculous level. But understand this. I've given the background on Cho chocolate, headquartered in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region before. And many of the offices that have been presented in available media, such as Wikipedia, which is a place you shouldn't be accessing for information anyway, many of these offices that are pictured, they don't exist. I've had a correspondent of mine, Holly Kaditis Kiefer, visit what was supposed to be their main office, like a production facility in Oakland, California, right across the bay from San Francisco, and therefore part of the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. And there was nothing there. It was an empty lot. Yet there's a structure that's pictured in Wikipedia. So not only is Wikipedia just a place that you can't find reliable information, you shouldn't even bother, but beyond that, it presents false information, information that's just not true. All of this is a cover for a front company, and the front company's been active at this point, what feels like forever. But I've relayed some personal experiences my cosmetologist V had with the family of the Cho in San Francisco. That's for another time. We don't need to go into that right now. But in terms of their, shall we say, their point of origin, again, very coincidental that Peter Moon sent me an article on the history of Cho chocolate, as understood by the people who put that together as an entry, and then on the Dalai Lama, because the Cho were formerly native to Tibet, on a plateau of great horror known as Tsang. The folk religion of the region was Bon, as in B-O-N. That's oftentimes you'll hear that in their ritual chanting, Bon, Bon, Bon. This is a faith that places great emphasis on magical action. And indeed, it was a deeply shamanistic and animistic culture the Chochoa came as from, that extensively interacted with the world of spirits and gods. When the Tibetans accepted Buddhism in the 14th century, and understand, people have this bizarre misconception that the Tibetans are like the font of Buddhism, that it sources out of Tibet as like the fountainhead, when in reality Buddhism was introduced into the mountainous regions of the Himalayas quite late in history. We're talking about the time of Vladislav Dracula, is the 14th century and the 15th century periods, is when Buddhism made its way into the mountains of the Himalayan regions. And that's when the Tibetans created their own brand of that venerable philosophy, strong enough so that today Tibetan Buddhism is a vibrant wing of the religion. Tibetan Buddhism embraces the central idea that the world is illusion. It espouses a belief in reincarnation and elaborate rituals to propitiate spirits and ancestors. A strong Bon tradition has survived, almost at odds with Buddhism, allowing worship of such beings as Mahakala, the Great Black One, and Yama King of Death. The end result is this stately, hierarchical faith which openly acknowledges magical belief to this day. But understand that the Buddhist Church is the persecutor. Think of the Roman Catholic Church persecuting the witches and eliminating the last bearers of the pagan faith throughout Europe. And that's what the Tibetan Buddhist religion does to the Bon. Now, unwilling to be culturally singled out, the Chochoa, they similarly accepted the syncretism Buddhism placed upon them, and they created a religion similar to that of Tibet's. The key difference is that the Cho-Choa have certain knowledge that beneath Maya, the illusion of the world, lurks this terrifying reality of monstrosity and malevolence. The Cho-Choa path of magic is as dark and cruel as they see the true world to be in their paradigm. Indeed, the Tibetan word for black magician is Cho. The very term Cho chocolate is meant to be a play on that, dark chocolate, dark magic. And no, it's not like you have little Cho-Choa making the chocolate like Keebler elves. It's simply that you have a front company, and enough chocolate is kept circulating to keep the front company facade up in business. But profits from the chocolate are not the objective. It hides the smuggling of opium and various other narcotics behind it. Now, even amongst this corrupt race, the Magicians are feared by their own kind. Though not always leaders, these Magicians are always respected and listened to in policy in the Cho culture. And thematically, the Cho magic emphasizes shamanic behavior, their magic being so dark that they double the name emphatically. So the Tibetans refer to Cho as black magic, black magician. They double it for the race of the Cho-Choa. Cho-Choa as in, shall we say, double trouble, so to speak. Now, guardian spirits, ancestor worship, a direct experience with cruel and benign supernatural beings, a knowledge of the spirit world, and other typical elements of shamanism are present in the Cho culture as they are in the Tibetan. It stresses the unimportance of the human ego and the importance of supplication to the anti-pantheon, the anti-gods for the Cho. And even Tibetan magic, at its baseline, shows a distinct dark side, with such rites as biting the tongue out of a zombie to gain magical tools. So Cho-Choa magic is even more brutish and vile. The essence of Cho-Choa magic is ugly strangeness, an experience and intimacy with otherness itself. So the Dalai Lama was performing a magical ritual with that child. This is not to excuse what he's doing. What he's doing is something that when the darkest magic is practiced among the Tibetans and they reanimate the dead simply so that they can bite the tongue out in this visceral kiss with the dead who are ambulatory, who are animated, reanimated, and then gain that tongue as a great totemic tool that otherwise would not have the power it has without your diving your mouth deep, lip to lip, teeth to teeth with the walking dead to get that tongue out, biting the tongue out of the zombie as opposed to the zombie biting you. This is the kind of background that the Dalai Lama has. For him to conduct such a thing with a child should now be put into some perspective. That, of course, is as he gets older, he no longer cares to hide himself. He basically probably feels that he's beyond repercussion at this point simply because of his age. By the time anyone pursues anything, he'll have moved on into his next incarnation. As for the Cho-Cho rituals, they have this elaborate system of belief beyond that. Just many hundreds of holy books and scrolls and parables, a dizzying array of religious figures and gods, and many of these are simple human constructions. They're fictions at worst, weak other gods at best, but core amongst the magic works of these folk are the black bodhisattvas. The great work of these magicians is to gain enough power to become a kind of minor god and stay on as a sort of anti-saint to the living Cho-Choa. Now, every magician from this culture ultimately strives to this blessed state. So when it comes to going deeper into that, I can do so on another night when we have more time. But understand this is never a magic you would want to pursue. And we literally had people on this program who had decided to pursue it. At least one many years ago, and then we had another one, Miguel Andujar, more recently, who has not only went to South Asia to pursue the Cho, then went to the Philippines to collect babies' bones from the mass graves of babies who die in childbirth or are born dead, and those that die shortly after childbirth. The Philippines is a third world nation without much medical care and a lot of malnourishment. So there's a lot of dead babies whose bones he harvested for his necromantic rituals. Only the tip of the iceberg, which he puts on YouTube. This is an individual who was working with Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese in an attempt to curse Peter Moon and myself. These are all affiliated with Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram. This is the enemy, and understand that these people traffic with the Cho whenever they can. Seek them out. Just as they sought out Michael Aquino, whom the only reason they found myself and tried to ingratiate themselves on myself is because of their admiration for Michael Aquino and his magics. So this is something that people need to take into account, and the horror is that the one man who was on this program a long time ago, Phil Cunningham, he was in the military. He was basically put into a espionage program where the military, occupying Germany at the time, in the sense of still being in Germany. Understand that formal occupation ended generations ago, but the U.S. military has access to bases, or did for many decades. And at that time, Phil Cunningham was taken out of the regular military and put into this black program where he was asked to infiltrate neo-Nazi groups in Germany. They used him as basically a spy and then wiped his military records clean. Now, the guy was effectively homeless for years, having nothing to lose. He got on a tramp steamer, went to communist China on the mainland, was investigating monasteries and the like. That was where he first encountered the Cho when he went to visit Tibet, the few remnants of their communities that the Tibetans would say were mentally malformed or maladjusted and physically malformed children. Methuselahs or Down syndrome kids that the monks said they were taking care of, but no, they were Cho. And fully mature adults that taught him some secrets of magic. When he came on my program, he was at first very helpful and trying to expose such things as, well, that was the original Russian invasion of Ukraine at the time. It was 2014. They were taking the Crimea. With his background, he identified their deployment of a tactical nuclear weapon at that time, which was quite true and irrefutable. He basically knew a lot about the kind of pulse that was produced on a video that he had. All of it was true. The next time he appeared, he simply pulled a very passive-aggressive form of sabotage in which he would speak in gibberish and say absolutely nothing, speak in circles. And then after that, when I had suffered an entire episode with him like this and vowed never to have him on again for obvious reasons, he admitted to being part of a chogram. That's a military term when people are brought into trying to learn the magic of the Cho. This is what Aquino had some of his men do. But here's where the horror comes in. All Chochoa raised in their Orthodox culture serve the anti-gods zealously. They believe, and they may not be wrong, that the great old ones themselves mated with their ancestors in the dim past, and therefore they possess the unholy words and contra-truths, the what we would call the contra-truths, meaning untruths of the anti-gods themselves. The very essence of them flows in Chochoa blood, and this has led to a deeply arrogant and xenophobic culture. So bear in mind the Chochoa believe in as much possible interaction with the beings they worship as possible, making pacts and alliances with them through human sacrifice, torture, cannibalism, sexual assault, self-mutilation, and other sadistic acts. The Cho shamans gain favor with alien monstrosities and do their will. Chocho evocation is effective, and it's horrible. The priest magicians often utilize gory forms of panoply, such as robes made of human skin, tools made from body parts, drinking of blood, and copulation with animals, or even aliens. By our definition, beings that are certainly not human, relic populations. Understand that the Tibetans use this same kind of bone reliquary and, of course, certain magical paraphernalia made from human skin and teeth as well. But with the Cho, terrible curses are placed upon transgressors and enemies of the anti-gods and the Chocho in all of their rites. So too are blessings, as they would call them, empowering someone in a negative sense. The Chocho magic is amongst the most effective sorcery in the world for torture and killing. Sympathetic magic requiring the fluids, skin, hair, and bones of the victim are taken, danced around, and chanted over in the weird language of this semi-fairy folk, or fallen fairy folk, and results are usually spectacular and horrific. Now, not all Chocho magical rites are as visceral. Due to their belief in the bleak notion that becoming entirely non-human is a blessing, the Chocho have any number of grim practices to break down the ego and create cultists, forced cannibalism, exposure to the anti-godly servitor animals or beasts, prolonged torture, and other rites have long been used to recruit for their cult, as showing a gentler side of their magic, slowly luring other peoples down their dark path. But most of all, I would say that necromancy is the primary feature of Chocho religious life. Elaborate rituals to create zombies and ghosts are known to almost all of their wizards, who use them as sentinels and servants to hold command and respect over their own subhuman people, as well as immediate rivals. Possessing spirits are also routinely used, often binding powerful and hateful beings into innocence, allowing intelligences to roam our world, cloaked in flesh. Now, when it comes to any human being trying to learn any of this, it's a fool's errand. Ultimately, you'll be corrupted before you could ever run away with some hidden knowledge that would have made it worth all that horror and torment. Phil Cunningham, of course, disappeared into a world of this black Buddhism that he said required him to imbibe enormous amounts of alcohol, likely just so he could tolerate and numb himself to the horrors he was experiencing on a daily basis at that point. But the one thing I can tell you, his records, which had been wiped out, scrubbed, reappeared magically, and he was given his full pension as if he had served a full career in the military. That much he copped to and admitted, and he entered the Chogram in return for that. What a fool. He would have been better off just trying to earn an honest living. I can't understand these individuals that even think there's an option, or that this would be an option. You may as well say that I'll sell my skin and my hair and my teeth so that I can look better. It's an oxymoronic attempt at dealing with your situation of poverty. So, all of that is what most immediately comes to mind. Again, I could go into this deeper in the future, but with that, we've taken half an hour of Peter's time. With that, we turn it back to Peter for a few minutes. Anything else come to your mind?
Critical to what you said. I thank you. I can integrate key parts of this into the book, which will make things, it'll improve it even more, vis-a-vis other things that we've been discussing about it. And my friend will be, very, I don't know if she's listening now, but she probably, I think she'll be very satisfied and impressed with what you said. I certainly am, because I learned some new things about this. About the show. I'm going to go back and re-listen to this tomorrow. In fact, I'll probably transcribe it so that I have it down and we can go into a further, exposition of it. Did you finish? I think did you finish everything about the Dalai Lama there? I mean, I think you might have.
I think I covered what was necessary to relate to what he was doing. That would probably be the best way to describe it.
Yeah, and it's so interesting how so much of what goes down in the world links back to what you're sharing with us. And this is what people don't, it's what they don't want to hear. There's a lot of this stuff coming up now that people don't want to hear. And that's why the Cho are not only what you don't want to hear, they're what you don't want to see. And it's not important. People are looking for Bigfoot misguidedly.
Thank you.
And I don't think anybody wants to go looking for the Cho except for maybe Miguel.
Yes, thank you.
Richard K. Cole might want to use him to feed his chickens to help. They could take care of his chickens for him. But we're not interested in the Cho because they're weird. They are part and parcel of what is stopping you from achieving your dreams. You see, I've been working with the dreams for this dream workshop, and what it is there's blockages in the dreams. That you start dreaming, it's like, okay, what reduces your ability to be lucid, et cetera, et cetera. This is their realm. They control this realm. And the fact that, I always got the impression that Aquino was using the Cho. Well, I think it was more the other way around, or it was a mutual pact.
That's quite right. Yes.
They were a natural fit.
Yes.
So thank you for this. And with that, I will depart. And, I'll try and check in the morning if I'm awake and alive.
Sounds good. We look forward to that. And if we don't see you then, we'll certainly be seeing you on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it.
Yeah. Okay. Good night. Good night to everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas. Thank you for those who have.
Thank you so much. Bless you, dear Peter. We love you. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And with that, we're going to try and bring on someone else to help anchor the call. I'm going to see if I can then refresh myself, go into monologue as early as possible tonight. And I doubt that we'll be blessed with enough of a, shall we say, kind of casual chat where I get lost into the round table. You never know, of course. But we'll start with the lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana, who's been on a roll lately. Hopefully she'll be staying on that roll. Give me an opportunity to...
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Who we can try. Let's see if we can bring on the dear... Oh, here we are. Very good, my dear lady. Thank you so much. So, honey, how do you prefer this? Do you want to... now, I'd love, of course, to take advantage of you so that I may refresh myself. So would you prefer to be alone to continue with a little bit of your dissertation, or do you feel you no longer have the freedom of your environment to do that and you'd like me to bring on some others right away?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
And
so I'll try to bring on some others. Let's see who
but
responds.
I'm listening to so much that I need to speak to.
By all means.
So it'll have to wait till Wednesday.
Okay.
And then I gotta figure out what to do about the rest of it, because of course it's not all gonna fit in 1 hour, but I gotta figure out what to do with the rest of it because it's starting to build up pain in my body.
Okay.
Keeping this in. So if I don't know, I might even have to find a way to record somehow. I can't keep this in for very long.
I think you
but-
certainly need to start writing notes.
Oh, I
Writing-
do.
Yeah,
I
okay.
do, and I mean, I have it in scripts, I have it in short stories, I have it in my research, I have it in my notes, but it just doesn't seem like it's enough. Yeah. So anyway, go ahead.
So I'm pushing the ad button.
I'll be happy to do a break for to refresh yourself and to be able to bring other people on.
Bless you. I'm calling 11 others. Let's see who responds out of this. Nah, with you, it would be a dozen. With myself, a baker's dozen, 13. Oh,
Okay.
Viviana Rand, the lovely Viviana Sanchez.
Hi.
Yes, Senorita Sanchez. Mwah. Love you so much.
I listened to you the other day, and it was such a pleasure to hear your conversation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Who is this?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Michelle Carmela,
Hi, Michelle. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
or as Douglas. Nice to meet you too. Or as Douglas is gonna now start calling me Carby.
Yes.
He usually says my whole name like it's all one name, Michelle Carmela Saldana, like la 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 la. So now it's gonna be Carby.
Well,
I
it's-
need to go and find that live they were discussing. Weren't you discussing your testimony a couple lives ago?
The first hour, I give another layer because it's very involved, it's very in depth, and it covers so many demographics. So, but yes, it's true that I was giving some of my story, but every Sunday and Wednesday, Douglas has me the first hour or a half hour, whatever time we have of the hour, to
basically
to
burn
talk,
bandwidth and allow
Yeah.
me to cover my ass. Yes.
yeah, and to talk and to give my story, and then sometimes on the second half, if there's time or opportunity, I do. Tonight I don't, but I said that I would at least be the anchor call for him to be able to freshen up.
Yeah.
Oh,
the-
one.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I'll have to go and find that.
Well, you can help her find that. You can send her links. The two of you, I'll try my best to. Oh yes, you're not doing the Facebook anymore. But well, do me a favor.
Oh yeah, I do have the timestamps that you send me.
Yeah.
I can at least
Use those.
I
So
could start with that. I
yeah.
think
So
Brianna,
what you
or
can do is Viviana and Michelle. I'm so glad both of you took the initiative to introduce each other, and we have the lovely Ariana with us, and she needs
hello,
to.
Ariana.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Yes.
How are you?
Oh, yay!
Yes.
And I can
Hi,
hear
Ariana.
you.
And I'd like both you ladies, Ariana and Viviana, to again enter your YouTube channel links
Aw.
into the chat room. Make certain not the chat room here, though that would be fine, but
Oh,
definitely the chat room
yes.
that everybody is in, the public chat room.
Yes.
Yeah, make certain to do that so that people can visit your channel. And of course, Michelle Saldana can use that to place in her websites what she wants to bring to people's attention. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to refresh myself. Samuel Romero had joined us for but a moment to let us know that he'll be jumping on in a couple, and whatever that means, couple minutes or couple hours, I have no idea. But in the interim, we have these three lovely ladies, and they have now introduced each other. I think this will be a fairly comfortable roundtable for a little bit, and allow me to take advantage of it. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in a matter of some minutes. Okay, dear ladies?
Okay.
Very
Okay.
well.
I'd also like to say, ladies, that you presented very nice questions and comments your last conversation.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to respond to them right now, but I'm working on that opportunity. Also, if you have any any questions or comments, or Vivian, there was something that you mentioned that I would like to talk with you a little bit more, if that was okay. But what I'm getting at is I try to be approachable. So please do either send questions or comments here on the thread, or you could go to onceuponaeden@gmail.com and send a question, or go to onceuponaeden.org.
Oh, okay.
I'm also on Facebook under Michelle Carmela Saldana.
Oh, okay. That's
So
nice.
yeah. But
So,
Vivian, whenever you have time, there's a something that I would like to discuss with you a little bit more, as per something that you had mentioned in your last conversation, if you don't mind.
and
Absolutely. Sure.
Thank you.
and Michelle, which would you prefer that I connect with you on? Because you mentioned several ways.
Any of those, I'm
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good.
Yeah, and then whatever I'm able to do, I'll do my best. And then
Thank you.
also, if people have questions, or so more than a month, almost 2 months or more, I've been sharing parts of my story, or what I can share at the time. Please, if anybody who's listening has questions, or if anything resonates to you and you're looking for references or resources, and I say resources, maybe you're in a situation that you need help out of, or maybe you're trying to get on your feet and you don't know how to access the programs in your community, or you don't know who or what programs are safe to use, because some of these programs are fronts and are used to sucker people back in. So I can help. I can help you sort those kind of things out. All I need is your zip code. I don't need to know your address or, in depth. I just need to know your zip code, and then I'll be able to help you take it from there.
Sure. Now, is that in the United States only?
Primarily in the United States, but a lot of the time, with some of my network, they're pretty occupied with different government stuff that they're dealing with, or just some drama happening in their own personal life, that they're being targeted or distracted about. But usually it's a global network that we're able to help people. There was a time where we had a really strong network in Australia, and in real time we were able to, there was a girl that was being severely abused, and she had contacted me and on Facebook, but it was a phone call, and I could hear what was going on. And so while I was hearing what was going on, I was able to email or like Facebook chat with ladies in the area, because what I told her is I need your zip code. So and I was able to pull up. I said, "Is this the town?"
That's great.
And we were able to get her out of there within an hour.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The people that were holding her and mistreating her were, oh, and what was beautiful was she passed away, but oh, I loved having her on the team so much. So she knew archery, she knew the boomerang, she knew how to use an arrow, and she was really good at using creams, and perfumes, and creams and scents, as weapons. And so, of course, she also had knives and guns, so she was very well trained.
Wow.
But it just looked like, so they took this girl from a shopping mall, and the girl had called me because the word had gotten out to if there was an emergency to call me, because I was pretty good at responding, and it was pretty good at sending out a network. And so I contacted these ladies, and I told her, hide your phone, but keep it on here. Don't let them know that you have your phone on you.
Yeah.
But just let me hear everything. So she was able to conceal it. And the whole entire time, they had her. I heard everything. There was another woman that we had who was a tech, that she was able to record it.
Wow.
And so we had the girls. I was like, you're wanting me to help you, so this is say this if this gives me permission to record you. So it was in response to, I made her say something that seemed like it was in response, yet pacifying to her captors. And so she recorded that. It was at least an implied yes. I was hoping and praying that it would stand in court, because there's recording laws everywhere. And we were able to record the situation. When she was able to get the phone out, she videotaped what she could. And then the lady came, and I told them, tell them that you can't breathe, that you have asthma, that you need your inhaler, but if you could at least go to the night air and try to breathe the night air and drink some hot water, that you could soothe. Well, I have asthma, and sometimes I don't have my inhaler. And I learned from a medicine woman who worked on my staff when I directed the shelter, that the night air and hot water helps. So
cool.
Actually, when I run errands and stuff, I mostly take my walks or go out at night as opposed to during the day. It's the coldness of the air, and it's also the pollen count is low.
What's low?
The pollen count.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So so she did that. And then comes the other woman that's trained in all the weapons, and she pulls up in this truck that's an all-terrain vehicle, and she's like, "Hey, look at this! We're way out in the middle of nowhere. I'm just driving around and I see you." I mean, it just totally confused her captors. How this, so this lady pretended that she had always been friends with this girl. She knew this girl and whatever. And then she goes, what are you doing hanging out with these blokes? You're too
Wow.
young to be with these good for nothings. And because the girl was 14 and they were getting ready to sell her off to slavery, and they had already tried to break her down as soon as they were holding their captive. So I told her to do stuff like pee yourself, shit on yourself if you have to, pretend you have to throw up, whatever you need to do where they don't want to touch you or they find you disgusting. And I said, don't worry about embarrassing yourself. This is your life on the line. I said, fake a seizure if you have to.
Yeah.
Pretend that you're raging. We were going through whatever steps to protect yourself that might fit the situation. So,
Wow.
so yeah, the lady's name, we called her Raven, and she pretended that she knew the girl and all this stuff, and of course she did. Well, the captors were so confused.
Wow.
Of course they let her go.
Oh,
And then
that's so good.
Raven sent her within 10 days, she probably went to 5 other women's houses just so we could confuse the captors if they wanted to come and get her back or have retaliation on anybody that would help her. We found we had a system. In the meantime, this girl, they had drugged her. She went to go. They went to go back. She went to go back, and her dad was on the phone, and she realized her dad was on the phone with the captors. Her dad was selling her into slavery, and so, of course, she left. She didn't even. She walked in on her dad talking to the captor when she walked in the house, and so she quickly fled. We had to get her registered to another school. We had to get her ID again. We had to get her registered to another school. There was the issue of who had guardianship over her. Could she get emancipation? Was it possible to get her a lawyer? And what was fun was some of these ladies were married. Their husbands had no idea that they were running these sting operations. They just thought that they took in, these, a teenager shows up at the door needing help, and that they were taking in homeless teenagers. They had no idea that they were part of this underground sting and rescue system.
And this was in America?
It was, well, we have branches in America, but this particular one was in Australia.
Oh.
And then the one husband got found, he had a few days home sick from work, and his wife didn't know what to do. She calls me up. She goes, I don't know what to do. My husband's homesick. I said, you know what? He's bound to find out anyway. I don't think it's really good idea to keep secrets from your spouse. And either he's going to love you even deeper for it, or he'll divorce you over it. So either way, I'm sure he's going to admire you. He might be terrified of you and want to divorce you, or he'll admire you and join in. And that's what he did. But he called me up on her Facebook account, and he told me that he wanted to join in, but he said that as long as we helped men, because there was plenty of grown men that he knew that did not have resources for help, and also boys that did not have resources for help. And I said,
yeah.
I totally agree. We could do this. So actually the first person that was referred to, and it was by him and several of his friends, was this professional wrestler. And
Wow.
the guy was towering over 7 foot, and his wife was like 5 foot something.
Yeah.
Everybody around him, it turned out that he was friends of this, of the husband that now joined our group. And so I'm pretty sure that when he gave that caveat, well, to make a long story short, this man giant that he was, only his close friends knew that his wife was poisoning him. Every time he sat down, she would hit him over the head with a frying pan. If she was upset with him, you know, back in the day, that was a joke, but that is not a joke. That is male abuse. That's abusing a man. That's abusing anybody. But she was poisoning his food.
Yikes.
She was taking his paycheck. She even took over his toiletries. She bought everything. He wasn't to leave their property except for the wrestling matches and
Whoa,
appearances.
What did I miss? What did I miss? I just came back in time to hear something about. Oh my God! Jesus, sounds like I missed a lot.
I was talking about some of the. I was presenting 2 cases that I had in Australia and revealing some about the international link or network that I had built. Okay. And I like to. I did say this the last time, and I think I said this in the opening hour. Mm-hmm. I'm not the only one that has international network, and my network also converges with other networks that are international. So we really we just stay in the shadows because, well, we don't want the predators, we don't want the exploiters really to know who we are. And I'm a designated voice on the radio and in other areas of media, but I'm also a designated voice in the underworld where I do negotiations. Wow. So, and that is, so the other people can do what they're doing, and they're helping in ways that they help, like crocheting blankets or working at a food bank or running for office or studying, getting jobs at schools. They're part of the network. They're planting themselves in areas where they can identify and funnel people through the helpline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, and I also call out the frauds, mm-hmm. As a designated voice. I'm one of the people that if the frauds are found or predators are found.
What kind of frauds?
I'll explain it in a minute. But if they're found and it needs to be made public, then that information is funneled to a designated voice. So somebody like me, either me or somebody like me who's designated, and we make it as public as possible within our circles. But frauds such as, well, I'm always complaining about the UN, and the reason why they are considered frauds is because, well, if you ask anybody in Africa especially, they will, they can give you dozens and dozens of reasons, because the peacekeepers are known throughout Africa to have fathered many children that they end up killing.
Yes.
This is the UN
Oh.
doing this. This is on record. The
Yikes.
UN, listen to this, the UN sends investigators and ambassadors to document these cases. The Vatican also does this.
Yikes.
What they do when they're investigating and documenting is they are keeping track of the ones who are still alive, so they know where or when either to use them or to off them.
Yikes.
And
Also,
go on, honey.
in the United States, the UN has brothels within New York. And
Yes.
this information is well documented, well researched.
Yes.
I did the research.
Yeah.
I outed them, but none of the survivors or activists wanted to take this on because they were getting funding from the UN. The UN every year has a contest of they will give $500,000 to every agency that comes up with a new plan or program to fight human trafficking. And I said, all we have to do is get rid of the UN, or certain, not all the UN completely, but certain departments, and hold every government official to the laws that are in their country, as well as the Children's Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Human Rights as per the UN. And we could take them to the Hague. That's what we did with the Vatican, and it worked. Benedict had to stick.
I was reading an article about Mr. Dietrich in his website, and it was when did the UN get started and why?
I'll
Thank
share
you.
something with
It
you.
was around World War II, huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me share something with you.
Yeah.
The grandson of one of the co-founders, actually he established the precursor to the UN. He was in my network up
Really?
until a few years ago
Oh.
when South Africa took him in as a political prisoner.
Wow.
Wow. And of course, this is post-apartheid South Africa.
It was just a few years ago. And
Just so people understand, the communists have taken over South Africa since the fall of apartheid.
China, yeah, and he was calling them out.
Oh.
China was fomenting, and has been trying for a long time to foment. I'm sorry.
Yes? Are you all right, honey? Are you having some flashbacks?
No.
Pain? Honey?
Heart pain. Okay, I'm going to get through this.
Yes.
So China has been fomenting a civil war throughout many countries in Africa, whereas the UN the US just goes ahead and kills the leaders like Gaddafi, because many people don't know that, well, Gaddafi had a stable economy, a stable country, one of the richest.
Wow.
I mean, I'll share with you sometime if Douglas doesn't, but Gaddafi was establishing a United Nations within Africa and putting everybody back on a gold standard. And the UN and the US did not want this, and neither did Russia or China.
Oh, wow.
And also lately, the negotiations within Russia, China, India, Venezuela, and several other countries
Wow.
um, are all tied in with all of this, which I've been studying for over a decade. But his name was Christopher Smoots, and he was the grandson.
Yes,
he was the grandson of General, I think it was Brigadier General Smoots. I can't remember, Douglas, but I'm sure you know more about this. Anyway,
Jan Smoots was the granddaddy of colonialism, one of them. Go on.
Yes, and then he was supposed to be a preacher, but his brother died, and his parents told him, "You're going to go the political route and the military." And to do that, he had to go the military route. Well, after fulfilling what his parents wanted him to do, he had a religious epiphany again about how evil everything was, and he went back to studying the Bible and to studying theology and religion. And I don't know if you have ever heard of the Holon theory, but he developed the Holon theory, as in everything is connected and necessary to make a person whole. And he's wanted to bring peace to the people that were, we'll just call it the dark-skinned people, because that's how they were. He was still, racist, but he was trying to be generous and make amends for his sins as well, and to bring peace. I had the honor and the privilege to, because of Christoph, his great grandson, or either his grandson or great grandson, to read his diaries.
Wow.
What Christoph was willing or able to share, and the legacy he left to his descendants was, please undo the damage that I've done to humanity. And
Wow.
he had a plan. And also Christoph, who was an atheist, but he was all about peace. Christoph actually brought Occupy Wall Street to South Africa and other countries throughout Africa. And as a result, a religious revival broke out. And he called me up and he was like, "I don't understand this." And I said, it's just a matter of whenever people let love reign, that and had forgiveness, when there were cycles of forgiveness, there was peace and prosperity, and people freedom abound, and it was wholesome. And he goes, "Well, if you compare this with what my grandfather wanted, this is it. This is it." I said, "Yes." So we fought hard to protect the Constitution of Africa, despite the presidents that China put in charge as puppets, and we were successful.
Wow.
We were able to rescue a number of we stopped, we brought out China's involvement in the depopulation of the rhinos, the penguins, the elephants, and the lions. We called out Trump and his son, well, primarily Trump's sons, for canned hunting expeditions.
Wow.
We I acknowledged and advertised Russia's connection and the international sex rings that they had going on with underage boys and young women from older teenage, around 14 to older, that were being allowed um, through the trade agreement negotiations. Keep in mind, every trade agreement, it doesn't matter what country, every document is it's the acceptable corporations, but so it gives permission. Okay, on the surface, to the public, it gives permission to these countries to contract with each other and bring in quote unquote legitimate corporations, but it really, they're not so much legitimate as they are socially acceptable. So in case in point, Coca-Cola going from United States over to China, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But what those negotiations actually do are they solidify the syndicate's allegiance to one another. So that means that the little boys that are servicing the Russian oligarchs are able to be mentored through these social programs, and now they are learning business or economics, and they're riding airplanes to maybe go to Africa and service other people or other monsters or China. Now, it was mentioned the last time on the last program. I can't remember if it was with Peter or if it was with y'all. Something about the underage underage children or being used in Louisiana. So
yeah,
when I was in Mexico, NAFTA was solidified, and my brother-in-law was he was the lawyer for Mexico, and he was a congressman at the time. So when Zedillo and Clinton were signing the final documents, because NAFTA was enacted in several treaties. It wasn't just one treaty. There were several ratifications. So this final one, we were there, and he spoke with me. He used me as a sounding board.
Yeah.
But when he did so, I was learning not only his thoughts, but also how this economics actually operated. Now, when I was growing up, I was being trained to be the wife of, if you watch The Godfather, it would have been Robert Duvall's character. I would have been like the wife of doing what that. So I would have had to be keeper of the secrets. But I would also, in order to do that, and to be a good helpmate to him, I'd have to know geopolitics and global economics, and who's at odds with who, and what weaknesses and strengths go to whom, and preferences. And this is not only in color and taste of food, but this is also all their proclivities. And to be a good hostess, I would have to actually partake to a degree, or fill in for my spouse, or be prepared to take the fall for him if necessary. So there was a lot that I learned over the years, and a lot that that training that I still try to keep up with and utilize. Even as far as October, recently in October, I had to negotiate a hostage situation
Wow.
using some of this information. So, but getting back to Louisiana, so when I moved to Louisiana, or moved to Mississippi actually, the first time, I was taking a walk at the beach early in the morning around 4 or 5. And I discovered that the bathrooms were occupied by people doing drugs and selling sex to tourists. And
Wow.
it was just me stumbling upon this while I was walking around, just trying to get to know my area. I found it within like 4 hours of being in town. A town that I moved across country to start a new life, and there I end up finding this right away. And I just backed out of there. I didn't run. I sure as hell wanted to, but I didn't. I just walked.
Wow.
And I just kept walking. Well, like a scary horror movie, it didn't take any time for a crowd of people to engulf me from there. And they blocked me. And they told me that now that I knew the secret, I had to be part of them. And the guy, the pimp that was in charge of everything, he goes, so here's what you're going to do. And I said, I'm retired. He goes, what do you mean you're retired? I said, I already did all this when I was a kid. And he goes, everybody, she's a veteran, respect. She's untouchable now. And he goes, okay, you give us the details. And so I did. And I told him about my life. And he goes, okay, yeah, she has full reign of this beach. Anytime she wants to walk, she's walking this beach. Nobody approach her or touch her. And I said, okay. So this was Mississippi and Gulfport. So I said, I'm going to do this for you. I said, you cannot have these operations in a filthy bathroom. This is just so disgusting. And I'm seeing all this. I'm going to provide you showers. I'm going to provide you clean clothes. I'm going to provide you makeovers. I'm going to provide you food. I didn't know where any of this was going to come. Now, I knew I could do the showers, the food, the clothes, but I didn't have anything for makeovers. And please keep in mind, I had only been in town 4 hours. I had just walked into my apartment, got myself a little rested, and then wanted to take a walk because I knew that in a few hours it was going to be sweltering hot and I would not be able to, so I wanted to get a walk in and get to know my area a little bit. And I was to start a job in a few days.
Wow.
And so I told him, this is where I live. I said, if I find that these girls, it's the same drill that I have. I don't care if they're in porn. I don't care if they're high-end escorts. I don't care if they're like doing whatever they're doing flat out on the street and the sidewalk is their bed. If they're being pimped or in the slavery like this is the same negotiation I have. Upgrade on all their care. If they want education, they get education. What I'm modeling this off of is the principle of the geisha. The geishas, and I'm sure Douglas could just more than approve of this.
Thank you.
But the geishas, they were well dressed. They were well taken care of. I mean, yeah, they were beaten. Yeah, they were, but they were fed. They had clothes.
Well, just to explain,
they
to
had
people,
education.
If they were beaten at all, it was beaten by their mistresses who are training them.
Yes.
It's a harsh
Yes.
training. Okay, just so that
Yeah,
people
it
don't
is.
confuse this. Go on.
Well,
Wow.
well, let's face it too, Douglas. Some of the patrons would get out of line also. But if they did get out of line, it was very possible that there was retribution on
Yes,
the
that would be
patrons.
retribution. Just so people
Yeah.
understand this,
So there's a
geisha are not prostitutes. They're a very
no,
valuable
there's a
resource. So,
system.
yeah,
There
culture bearers.
there was a
So go on, honey.
cultural
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
Wow.
And people, even if they were exploited or mistreated in a way, there was still a system of decorum and civility
Yes.
and
Yeah.
and some courtesies
Yes.
for every level, courtesies and privileges and permissions that each level and certain rights that each level earned. The rights they would have to earn, but everything else would come standard as a benefit, if you will. So
Yeah.
this is what I was interjecting to these other over here in the Western demographics. So, and what I did, and it's also what I do when I'm on Skid Row, and I see that people are being exploited, I interject these courtesies. There was a woman, Shelley Lubin, who was a famous porn actress, that she became a theologian, and she was a good friend of mine, and I lost her in 2009.
Oh, to what?
She died. She was taking out the garbage, and she was brutally attacked at her home.
Yikes.
And her bastard father wouldn't even let us plan a memorial for her or anything. He tried to boycott his own daughter's memorial, but when she heard what I was doing and that I'm still to this day, I don't. Maybe there are other women out there, but still to this day, so far, I'm the only woman that I know of that does negotiations with organized crime leaders, and corrupt government officials for people's releases when it comes to sex exploitation. When she heard about me, and she wanted to bring these type of reforms to the porn industry. So we did. It's because of Shelley, primarily. She adapted. Yes, I had a part in it, but Shelley really was the one that to the main actors. Mine was still working with the underage people, but the people that were considered the stars, like herself.
Yeah.
She is the reason why they have time off and health screens and condoms on the set and mental health screenings, and as well as STD screenings and memberships to gyms and different benefits that did not exist before. Just a healthy work environment all the way around that did not exist before, and gave it some, without judgment, gave it
By the way, just so people understand, this is how they were able to function throughout COVID. The porn industry never shut down during COVID, thanks to this kind of social infrastructure. Go on, honey.
yeah.
Okay.
I think Shelley has left a very good legacy. I mean, she was a complicated woman, but a lot of it had to do with she was just so mistreated by the people that she trusted, you know. Her family gave her so much judgment, and they didn't accept her. And but she has brought a lot of and also she when people were being violent on the set, or you know, if things got out of hand, as they can, even in Hollywood and legitimate sets, and we all know about the casting couch and stuff.
Yes.
Between she and I.
By the way, I would argue it's far worse in Hollywood than it is in the porn industry.
Oh, it is. It is far worse, because also the porn industry sometimes is.
But by the way, ladies, I want you all to know you're holding the numbers quite well. I'm going to go mute again to, I finished my liquid Coke, just going to rinse my mouth of the taste of that, do some further refreshing. I might need to make a short phone call on my cell phone, so I'm just going to be mute.
You're really using this time, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
I said, you're really using this time, aren't you?
Oh, yes, doing what I can. And you're doing so well. You're doing so well.
That's
I mean,
funny.
honestly. So I'll be back in about, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
You go on mute. Love you all. Thank you. You're doing
okay.
Great.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, Shelley brought a lot of change to this industry, and also some changes that helped see it as a service in some ways, and educational. So she built upon what I was doing.
Definitely
hi, the Real Geek. How are you?
Hello.
Real Tech Geek.
All right, how are you?
Good. It's nice to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, speaking of geishas, it's one of my favorite Japanese directors, Kenji Misoguchi. I'm probably pronouncing his last name wrong. His sister was sold into becoming a geisha. So a lot of his movies, and he did directly make a movie called The Life of Haru, which of course I'm pronouncing wrong also, which I'm not intentionally trying to, which is completely about the life of a tragedy of the life of a geisha. But a lot of his central movies would have that part in there.
Yeah, there are quite a few tragedies, but there's, of course, in Japan during the wars we had the comfort women and all their mistreatments and horrors that they went through, and we had cage women also, and but there were a few that did manage to become like celebrities of sorts. And there was now this thought just escaped me. Japan, they have a type of entertainment where you're like a companion for the night, but there's no sex involved. It's a type of geisha.
Yeah, you can rent. You can rent a girlfriend.
Yeah, you can rent a girlfriend or even a boyfriend for the night.
Yes.
It's called hosting.
Yes.
It's called hosting, but it's not the type of hosting that we consider here in the United States. This is somebody, if like Real Tech said, it's basically a boyfriend or a girlfriend for the night, but you're or falls under companionship, where it's basically rent a friend, because that's all they're doing. But they'll drink. It usually starts with you meet them at a restaurant, and it's the restaurant that provides this person.
Yeah, or a bar or something.
They're contracted with that particular restaurant, and they can't contract out on their own. But when they do, it's at their own risk. And even then, it's supposed to only be as companion, like friend. But they do run the risk of setting themselves up for anything else.
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to go soon, but let me finish up my thought about Louisiana real quick. So when I came back from Mexico, I was really in shock about the NAFTA, and this was in the 90s, in the late 90s, and
Okay.
I already knew that the truck drivers were that the United States was going to be a hospitality country. What it did was, in these trade agreements, it changed the gross national product as per these trade agreements. They were the United States changing the United States from a manufacturing company to one that primarily was distribution and hospitality, basically what we have even today. Excuse me. And so I come from a small town, rural, lots of farms, but there's factories with so I let everybody know right away that I don't know when this is going to happen, but the factory jobs are going to dry up or change. Nobody believed me. It also allowed for the influx of immigrants. So when you see these immigrants coming, legal or illegal, they are doing so because of the trade agreements. It is even deeper. There's so many layers. The trade agreements overrule and undermine the constitutions. So countries, if you want to know where they're headed and what the game plan is to govern them, read the trade agreements, and then you will understand what laws are going to change and how they're going to change, and you will be able to adapt your thinking, your actions, and your goals accordingly. I went to Mississippi still having this in mind, and when I stumbled upon that first ring, I went to the police and I said, and I found a detective, and I said, do you know this is going on in the bathrooms? And he said, I always suspected, but I never had actual proof except how filthy the place was and several complaints. But by the time I got there, throughout any time during the day, it was empty. And I said, well, of course it was empty because it's so hot during the day, and and people are active. They're not. There's cars going from California to Florida across the highway. Nobody's gonna want to be seen coming out of the bathroom or being in the bathroom with a bunch of whores, male or female. So of course it's going to be gone through the night and the day. You got to change your schedule when you bust them. So he did. He busted them, and he had me. I had I became a paid informant of sorts, or but I told the chief, I'm more than an informant. I'm a paid advisor. You can't call me an informant like that, because that just is like I'm doing those crimes, and I'm not about that. So let's change this up a bit here. And so then I started getting paid for training the police in that district, in that city, and some of the other surrounding locations. So these women that were part of that ring, when they would come over to the house and I would feed them and give them rest and a break and all, I earned their trust, and they started telling me about the rings going on in Louisiana, and there were teachers from Canada that were pretty regular coming down to Louisiana and partaking with the children, and where all of this was going. And so I had a neighbor that had a crush on me, and I asked him to take me to Louisiana and show me around. And then I started asking him while we were there about some of these places, and he goes, "Oh, you don't want to know anything about these places. Unsavory happenings go there, and we're not going there." And so I went with somebody else who was willing to drive me around, and they had a truck and a gun, and he's like, "I don't want to get involved in something that I'm going to get in trouble for." I said, "Well, how about you have a flat tire and you change your tire and I accidentally on purpose get lost. But unknown to you, I take your rifle. How about that?" He goes, "You know how to shoot a gun?" I said, I'm a Yank. I'm a hillbilly Yank. Of course I know." And he goes, "Okay. As long as nobody can really pin anything to me." Okay, so I did. And I did just that. And then found evidence and proof. So I told the local the police that I was already working with, and they were like, "Well, we got to get the FBI on this." I said, "Well, you know what? It's going to take you a while, because I have a feeling that the government's in on this." And he goes, "What do you mean?" It was right up the NAFTA corridor. Right up the NAFTA corridor. So, of course, we know that Louisiana hangs over, is one of the states that bridges or butts with the Gulf.
Yeah.
So, how is this part of the NAFTA corridor? Because there was an area where shipments from Mexico were released or delivered to these docks or delivery areas.
Yikes.
And some of them were people, most of them children. So just as when I was a teenager in Mexico and found the connection of people being freighted over from China to New York, and also China to California and other parts of the West Coast. So
From
East
Mexico?
East Coast and West Coast from China.
Okay.
That I found out when I was in high school. Now,
Wow.
I'm like maybe 10, 12 years, maybe even 13 years older, and I'm now able to make this connection with the deliveries of humans from Mexico, and it's protected under NAFTA trade agreement. And so from Mexico and other places south, even as far down as Argentina, and they're transported, or their quote local situation is organized in a way to pressure them to come up into the countries and keep migrating upwards. Then they're funneled into certain areas.
Wow.
And when they reach these particular corridors, and these corridors run mainly through the trade distribution centers. And this one was a case in point. And the parallel was, and these distribution centers, these designated areas, are written in the trade agreements.
Wow.
Those locations are specified in the trade agreements. Even they're even given names, as products, but it's given all kinds of different names, so it can't be like so obvious that it's humans that are being smuggled, and primarily children that are being smuggled or imported, if you will. So, and this is another thing about the UN being part of this system, is the UN allows this. Every trade agreement is registered within the UN.
Well, like I said before, the United States has two different constitutions. And as Jordan Maxwell said once, that the United States was divided after the Civil War, so they created a second constitution, which happens to make the United States a corporation, which also
exactly. So what I'm addressing, yes, and what I'm addressing is it's the incorporation, the corporation that gives the platform for the so-called politicians to run on. So you hear about all this immigration reform. That is a bunch of BS. What we have is the corporation is running their business. So that's what we have. These influxes that we see is the corporation doing its business. It's just business. It's all business happening. So another case in point of the UN being part of this is that whenever there's humanitarian aid, for instance, instance is France. France providing humanitarian aid to the Ivory Coast. So money is sent to the Ivory Coast for building up maybe education programs, medical programs, whatever. Well, that is repaid by people coming into France, whether they're legal or illegal. So France is buying slaves, and the UN knows this.
France is what?
France is buying slaves. The United States buys slaves. Humanitarian aid is a euphemism for slave payments. Wow. And again, this is corporations doing their business. It is the actual constitution that the Realtek just who was it that
Realtek.
Yeah, Realtek. Who was it that said about the two constitutions?
Jordan Maxwell.
Yes, I used to listen to him. Actually, I met him in the early days, almost like 30-something years ago when I started talking about this.
Wow.
Yeah, we were on the same circuit. We were on the same circuits. I was a teenager talking about this.
That's cool.
The thing was, I didn't write books, and I didn't put out videos. I tried to remove myself and have a life. But then I found out that, as time went on, I found out how orchestrated and puppeted I was. Even though I was still doing this work against the system, I found out that my first marriage, now, when I was 5 years old, I was engaged. I was engaged at 5 years old. It was a business deal. My
Wow.
parents had different interests. I talked about this before. They had their own goals, and my dad was in love with somebody else. And my mom, she had corporate business goals that she wanted to pursue in an era that it was unheard of. Women became teachers, nurses, or they got married. And even if they became teachers and nurses, and as soon as they became engaged, they had to quit their job, or unless their husbands gave them permission to continue to work. And then they did continue to work, definitely until once they had a baby, and then there was no working after, as soon as they were pregnant. So with that, I that's why I went into the Air Force, because I was trying to get away and carve out my own life. But then with the cancer and stuff, and then I went to LA and wanted to have my own life. And the person that I fell in love with and married, I thought still was a choice of my own. And it turned out that I didn't find out until, I think I was married about 5 years or so. And then I learned that he was from a wealthy political family. His history goes all past Montezuma, actually. And he's intertwined in Mexico's history. He's intertwined with the Spanish history. I find out that I'm tied in with all the way to the Picts. And Middle Eastern history, as well as different European histories. And they kind of corral you to a certain area, or they give you several choices, and you think that you're choosing, but it's really being steered towards what they want you to do.
Yeah.
And even my second husband, I thought we were happily together, and we were for the most part. But imagine my devastation that some of my happiest times, and I considered himself such a joy and vacation compared to everything else I had gone through in my life, that I was just his assignment to keep happy and distracted. Because when I was with him, I wasn't so much the activist. And I went to these Hollywood parties and stuff. I mean, I said even my ass was grabbed by Harvey Weinstein, which it was. Everybody knew what he was. But
so your husband would take you to parties where Harvey Weinstein was?
I met him at least once or twice, but unfortunately, there was a time where I also met Epstein at his house, and it was just him and this other woman, and it was just for a few hours, and I didn't think anything of it. It wasn't until the scandals broke, and I learned about the scandals. I knew that I wasn't comfortable around them, and when Harvey grabbed my behind. I looked at him and I said, and this was at a party. I looked at him and I said, "Excuse you, I'm a preschool teacher. Even a 2-year-old knows personal boundaries. Should I get one of them to educate you?" You know, I said, right in front of your wife and right in front of your friend and coworker. I said, even you're going to disrespect them. I said, even if they weren't here, you're certainly disrespecting me and yourself. What's your problem? And he looked at my husband and he goes, "You're right. She is so delightful. She is so entertaining and delightful." And I went, "I'm not being entertaining and delightful." I said, "You're being a condescending prick that I don't appreciate." And I looked at my husband and I said, when I say husband, we were common law, but we lived together long enough for me to call him husband. I looked at him and I said, "I don't know why you bring me to these parties, because one of these days I'm going to do something or say something that's going to cost you your career. I'm always on the I always feel like I'm on the verge of jeopardizing your well-being by me being me. Why do you bring me to these?" And it just turned out that it was because I was different. Everybody else was there to kiss ass, and I was different.
Yeah.
But I was running the shelter. I was taking production courses. I was working at Universal Studios in the theme park. But you know what? When I was at these events, they didn't hear that I was working at the theme park. They just heard that I was working at Universal Studios. And there is this type of coating called and it's an MK Ultra coating called the CAP. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that programming called the CAP program. So
Oh, yes.
I was my uniform, because I was a minister on a shoestring budget. So I had basically a uniform to these parties. I wore the same 2 or 3 outfits all the time. I didn't care, but
yes, I see. Real Tech Geek has joined us, and so don't let me interrupt your conversation. By all means, continue. Yes. What did I
What's up,
miss?
Dee?
Just a general summary. Hi, Real Tech. How was your Easter? Any miracles?
Real Tech?
No.
Okay.
Any miracles for you?
Well, you know, life itself is a miracle, you know that. I was now you'll have
It's
to
a
forgive
wonderful
me. I'm
life.
just somewhat giddy because I feeling better now, having gotten off the phone. Now I want everyone to know Sammy's been very busy because tomorrow is Siblings Day, and he's got at least 200 siblings that he's got to find gifts for. Poor son of a bitch.
Oh my God.
Yes, I mean, yeah, his dad was really busy, and kind of like my own biological sire, the fact that both these gentlemen had one testicle didn't hold them up at all. They just made certain they used it to its fullest extent, and they have families all over the place. So, you know, our man, Sammy, he's, got a lot on his mind with what kind of gifts do you give 7 sisters that are perennially annoying. And of course, so with that, oh my,
like
Brooke
the
is
7 sisters of the Pleiades, actually.
Yes, that's right, the 7
Pleiades
sisters of the Pleiades. Yes, I once gave him a column on that, and I think it's an important concept for him to relate to. So, Brooke, let me introduce you to who you may not have met before. You've already met Michelle Carmela Saldana, Carmela, and Real Tech, of course, you know almost intimately. Our dear lady Viviana Sanchez, of course, you know Senorita. And
I'd rather know her intimately.
No, of course we have Senora Ariana in Mexico. So, dear Ariana,
I see a picture of it. Senora, who is TT?
That's to news is Ariana, the
Ariana.
Yes, Our Lady in Mexico. And
okay, so the girl at the bottom is who?
Well, that's it depends on how your screen is looking.
Well,
I guess I could share screen to show how mine looks.
So it's not Viv. There's another woman besides me.
That there's this is Viviana Sanchez. If you can see my cursor.
I know what Viv
Michelle
looks like. Oh my
Carmela.
God.
That
So
may be
the-
the strange one, and this
Oh,
is
it is Michelle's. Boy.
Yeah.
It is Michelle's. It's a different pic. No, she's got a different picture than the last time I was on with her. That's why.
Yeah.
that's right. And then there's
I'm not Michelle. Tell him I'm not crazy. That's a different picture than
It
the
is a
last time.
different picture.
Yes.
It is. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?
I'm about the same. Like, I mean, my stomach is definitely not better. I'm waiting on the test results to come back from everything. They said it would take 2 to 3 weeks. So we're at 1 week tomorrow or 1 week
Yeah,
today, I guess.
When my second
Outrageous.
husband got his colonoscopy, it was pretty brutal on him for a while.
who is
Very
this?
uncomfortable.
Who's this?
My second husband, when he had his colonoscopy done.
I wonder why it fucked up so bad with him. I mean, geez, it's not supposed to be that bad, but with some guys really.
Well,
some guys
he
it
had
can kill 'em.
cancer. He had cancer and polyps, but for a woman, it's just we have different plumbing system in a way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, mine woke up, Michelle, I'll be honest with you, like, I mean, plumbing wise, like, other than the medicine I had to take, obviously, the day before to clear me out, like, that was still a problem the day after. But I mean, that's part of my problem anyway. But like, I will say that the only thing as far as waking up, they have you turn on your side before you go to sleep, and then, you're out like that, and you're naked. But I had an endoscopy as well. So they went down my throat and up my ass.
Yes,
Yeah,
this was double penetration. Real Tech Geek
Yeah,
is starting to masturbate right now. He's thinking of this as medical pornography. He's all excited about it and wishes he was there to photograph it.
So, yeah. So
Yeah,
but I will say I
yeah.
woke up. Go ahead.
I was
He
actually
said,
supposed
"Fuck
to
yeah."
have. I was actually supposed to have that done last year. But they gave you anesthesia, right?
Yeah, they just put me to sleep with basically the same medication that Michael Jackson was.
was killed on or something.
Yeah, no, I just remember whatever name of that medication is, because I always, when they tell me the name, they're like, I'm like, always ask what anesthesia they're going to use, because I've reacted different way to different ones. Like with gas anesthesia, I will throw up. That's an older one.
But by the way, I do want people to know that what they did to her was considered fairly dangerous. It's not something they are normally even supposed to do. The idea of going down your throat and up your anus, your colon, at the same time, and just having you penetrate it both ways with cameras going down either way. Like, do they meet in the middle? I mean, this is pretty. I've never heard of this ever being done before, but they said they were doing it so that her insurance would cover it, to make certain that it was covered.
Because the doctor had ordered an endoscopy and a colonoscopy, they wouldn't do them at separate times, because they said that the insurance probably wouldn't want to cover a separate putting you to sleep, separate, billing of the hospital. Like, it was cheaper for insurance. So that's why they want to do it at the same time.
We just lost Michelle.
She dropped off. Well, I that was probably an accident. I don't think I
was just going to tell her she could relate to what happened to you, because you essentially something happened where the anesthesia triggered some suppressed memory, and you woke up crying.
Yeah.
I thought you could relate to that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell her as well. So I woke up.
She, you know what? She couldn't take being upstage.
I doubt that. I think she probably just dropped. I think she just dropped. I think there are other people in the room that would drop off because they could be upstaged by me, but not her.
She said she's going to drop off anyway soon.
Did she?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have hoped that she would have been a little less abrupt about it. Oh my gosh. But I guess she was on a roll, and
or needs a break from breathing, so it's she wasn't breathing so well.
Yeah.
So.
But by all means, Brooke, go on by all means, because this is important. I mean, you obviously are going through quite a bit, and you're in all our thoughts and prayers, of course.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine. It was just something that just happened.
Yes, and obviously, while it was going on, I think that it was kind of a surrealistic feeling. Perhaps I
didn't feel anything. They put you out, you're out. Yeah. You don't know. I've woke up to several surgeries like that. I'm sure you all have. For this one though,
Okay, so Michelle says Skype just kicked her off, so let's see if we can bring her back on. You do realize
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Skype put me off.
Okay.
yeah, I knew Michelle didn't hang up on me. Y'all all are bitches. I knew she didn't do that. They were all saying you just upstage. I'm like,
didn't.
I
She-
did not upstage Michelle.
We were bonding over our medical party here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're the one person I will tell the story to now that you're back.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm sure you've had several surgeries. I've had them like outpatient or whatever.
I have in the past, but for a while now, since I'm allergic to, that's why one of the reasons why I went to Orange, UC Irving in January was to see if I could have the surgeries, and I can't. So
You're allergic to what?
I'm allergic to anesthesia, so the surgeries I need I cannot have. Even the
All anesthesia or just certain ones?
even the chemo and radiation for the cancer I can't, because my body's so diva fucked up.
I'm so sorry to hear this. This is completely tragic. What when you're allergic to
I need to get you with.
anesthesia-
I have a healer friend that I need to get you with. She is an awesome healer as far as that goes. Like, it's the last week or two I reconnected with her. She was a friend of mine from high school, and she lives in Washington now, and she's been doing some work with me after this. But anyway, energy healing and. Even over the phone, but she's just really great with that. And then she's doing fascia, talks about fascia healing. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But
okay, now tell me about your story. Tell me about you.
So, it was they put me to sleep. It was just kind of like, you're there 1 minute, like you turn, they're like, turn on your left side. I know they're going to go, they're having me turn on my left side because they're going to go up my ass. And then obviously they're going down my throat as well, but left side meant, so it was just that, but I was covered. And then the next second or two I was out. I don't remember anything. You're just gone. And that's what's always weird with me with anesthesia, like outpatient like that, because I've had inpatient anesthesia where it's a little slower waking up. Outpatient anesthesia, you wake up apparently fast, but you don't feel it. Like you feel like you just went to sleep. And I always ask, it's over? It's over? Like, that's my first question. Because I had another outpatient surgery for something that wasn't as bad, but I had one, and so, or didn't problem me as well. So, like, to have this, I was like, is it over? But before I could even ask that, I actually have two things to tell you guys, actually, because what was so weird was, when I came home that night, my phone apparently was listening to the anesthesia the entire time, even though we talk about our phone doesn't listen. They take your phone at this place in your bag, like whatever you have with you, they just put it under your cart because they're doing so many a day, right?
Yeah.
So they keep all your stuff with you. So my phone was under my surgery bed the entire time. And that was weird from what I got when I got home, which I learned some things
that is
that I
weird
shouldn't
and
have learned.
that you're going to have to share.
Yes, but on what I'm going to, before that, I would just say I woke up crying, and I just and I will just say this from what I've learned that I shouldn't have learned, that you actually get your and I'll tell you why later, but hearing first back, like you slowly get your hearing back, and then your eyes open. So so it's pretty quick, but like your hearing comes back when it's this short-lived anesthesia, just like what they were doing Michael Jackson on. You cut it off, hearing starts to come back, and then you open your eyes. And as I open my eyes, I'm just looking, and I just am crying. And like I'm in this pain, but it's not physical pain. It was completely emotional pain. And I look over and I'm like, it's over. Like I did that same thing. It's over. Like that was my question. Because, I'm still trying to get into this 3D world of it's over, like already. Because I just went to sleep, because you feel like 2 seconds ago you were laying there with them. And then now, and I see my mother across from me, because I remember there when you have this done, when we were sitting there, we thought the waiting room was full, but half the people were drivers, because when you come, you have to have a driver. And so they would be like, driver for Mr. Fletcher, Smith, Miss Driver for, Elizabeth Smith, they would call them back. So they would call the driver back as they were waking up. I realized now, as they were waking up or right before they woke up. So my mom was sitting in this chair across from me. She said they had called her back as the driver, because they knew I was about to wake up. But I just literally went into tear mode, and I will just tell you guys now, the last thing I'm going to do is tear mode. I'll do a cuss mode if I'm in pain. I'll do a freaking get me out of here. I'll be like, hurry up. I'll just lay there and enjoy the medication, hopefully, if it's feeling good. Whatever. But the last thing I'm going to do is cry. And it was a deep emotional. And then I was like, I want to cry. Why am I crying? And I'm like, and they were like, are you in pain? And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not in pain. And then I was just like, basically, I was like, is this normal? Because it was almost one of those things where I couldn't stop the emotional release.
It sounds like you were having that your body was taking the opportunity to
purge,
release trauma that had been pent up in it.
Yeah, that's what my friend said, that I told
you were being cleansed from a cellular, mentally, physically, spiritually, and down to your cells.
That's what my friend said, the same exact thing, that she's a healer, and she said the same thing. You were releasing trauma that you don't allow yourself to release. Because I even told the guy, I'm like, do I dream? Well, I dream in any of this? The guy that comes in that's going to do the anesthesia. He's like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, well, I don't dream much anyway. So I just was asking, because I'm not a big dreamer.
Did you have any dreams or spiritual
I don't remember anything. I can't remember anything other than the crying. It was just I've had dreams since then. I've had more dreams than I normally do, to the fact that I've thought of getting a dream journal, but
that would be a good idea.
If I may interject, I'd like to
definitely get a dream dictionary.
I'd like to thank the Real Tech Geek, because he sent some interesting articles. One called Two United States Constitutions.
I'm sorry, is this Mexico girl interrupting me?
Yes, it's Ariana. Yes.
She's interrupting me for Real Tech Geeks bullshit.
Can I
you know what? I was having you can interrupt me anytime you want, but Michelle doesn't have much time, and we were having a pretty in-depth conversation about something that was really traumatic for me. So I don't appreciate that, especially after everything you've said about me.
Can I interject?
Yes, you can interject, as long as you don't talk about me again, bitch.
Okay. So,
well, what we can do is, let's just put it this way.
So,
what Real Tech Geek brought up is fairly. I have the context in which the two constitutions was brought up in general, perhaps, but we could speak about it in a few minutes. I think that the issue was that we have a fairly intimate medical procedure that was being discussed, and therefore,
it just seemed like an odd time to fucking interject that, unless you're just trying to get attention. Which, if you need attention from Douglas, it's okay. I can give it to you. Douglas, give her attention.
Well, I'd be happy to speak to her privately at some point soon in the near future. As I was saying, it's going to be a busy month, but I'll try to contact as many people as I can.
Michelle, I appreciate what you're saying, because that.
Yeah, it's okay, Brooke. Just focus. Yeah. It's okay.
Thank you, Michelle. What you were saying, Michelle, is exactly what my friend said I was talking to you about, that I recently got in touch with, and she's an energy healer, and she's in Washington State now. And I'm in South Carolina, but she just was telling me the same exact thing that you said, that sounded like a complete emotional release. And thinking of it is what it felt like, because I just couldn't stop it. And it wasn't like it was horribly painful and I could think of why I was crying. I didn't have a reason. It wasn't like I was having these flashbacks of that's why I'm crying. Oh my God, that person put me in pain, or that one thing. It was just complete emotional, I just woke up crying. There was my mom said when she saw me, like as my eyes opened, there's just tears running to my face. So I don't know, maybe I did dream something, but I couldn't stop for about 10 minutes, and I was trying. I mean, my little bitch ass was like, fuck this, I want to get out of here. But I was like, man.
I highly recommend that you get a journal.
Yeah, I think I'm going to. I appreciate that.
And anytime if throughout the day, if you if your body starts feeling, even when you're awake and you start feeling, why the fuck am I feeling like this? At least jot down the time or 1 or 2 words about whatever the emotion or the feeling it is, because it seems like your body is trying to release, but it can sometimes it's my brain is going to trip over this word. My tongue cyclical. You might find it like it's happening the same type of day or whatever. So when I was a teenager and I was going through my cancer treatment then, and I had a summer of surgeries, my body was releasing all kinds of memories and healings that I was not aware of. And at sometimes, it was certain times of the day, and I'm like, what is this about? And then when I talked to certain family members about it, we were able to link it to different events. Some of it good, some of it bad. And I was able to heal.
Okay. I need to try that. So the only thing I've done is I have, number one, I do believe in this, in keeping your cycle. I just recently started doing it, even though I've been in astrology for a while, is keeping track of the moons, because obviously we're, 70 to 80% water. And so the people don't realize how different moons, like a Scorpio moon, when the moon's in Scorpio, may affect me because of my birth chart very differently than it will affect you, right. Emotionally, or what it draws up. And so I've started keeping track of those, and that's been interesting just to see, because some of the moons I thought that would be my good moons, I'm like, no, and then some of them I've been like, oh God, that's not good. And then the first time it happened with every moon, because they come once a month, I was like, not once a month, they come all month, so you get to experience this multiple times each month. So January you get every moon, February. So I was like, and then by the second or third, fourth time, I was like, damn it, like this moon is not good for me. And it wasn't like I'm dreading it, like putting that out into the world, but at the same time, it's knowledge to know that this feeling will end. Because once I could say, this is this moon, like this is not good for me for whatever reason, like the few that were, like I was able to, number one, say this emotionally for whatever reason, and I can control it, like, I've looked into it deeper a little bit, but that affects me in a way that typically doesn't feel great. Like it makes me not feel good, whereas some make me feel, energetic or go. And they're never always going to be the same. Like you can't say an Aries moon is going to make everybody feel go, like, or Pisces moon is going to make everybody feel like laid back, because it's completely different based on your birth chart. So keeping the moon journal is number one that I started doing. But like you said, I haven't done that, and I think that's a good thing, because when what you're saying,
MOOD journal, an MOON journal. As well as a dream journal.
I like how you said that, MOOD, MOON. Yeah, that's great.
Also, foods I found out. Yeah, that some foods not only just triggered allergic reactions, sometimes they triggered memories. I keep journals on all kinds of stuff, but what I'm not good at is my knowing about the stars and I'm not good about all that. I usually leave it to other people.
Well, I will be more than glad to do you a basic birth chart. I'll do your basic birth chart, and then I can add it in. I've got to repay for my extended stuff, but
that would be awesome.
Just to give you something, because it's something to go on for sure. to know. So just message me like when you get a chance privately, and I'll give you that.
Okay. I could. What do you need? Just like my birthday?
Yeah. I'll need your birthday, your birth city. For your birth chart, you need your birth date, your birth city, and your time of birth. And if you don't have your time of birth, that's going to make it harder to really get a good reading. So if you know, or you have a parent or a friend of a parent, like
it was either 4:10 or 5:10 in the morning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you're within an hour, you're usually good. But when people are like, I have no idea, like it could have been 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.
I only know that because it was my sons were born. It was really weird because I had a son that was born on the 29th and another son born 3 years earlier on the 30th. So they're 24 hours apart. But also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One was born 10:10. The other one was born 10. Yeah, they were both born at 10:10 actually, and then I was born at 5. Yeah, I was born at 5:10. That's how I keep track because they were both born at 10:10.
And you were half of that 5:10. 8.
Yeah,
AM.
That's how I keep track.
And so you're a morning baby, so you're an AM, which also matters because knowing if you're born.
Well, that part, I think I was AM. I can't remember. I want to say AM, but I was also born in Taipei, Taiwan. So I'll just tell you now, March 4th, I think it was 5.
Don't do that. Don't do that over there. Don't do that over there because there are people listening that are stalkers that can use that information. Don't do that.
Well, I think she can do it. She can do it.
Yeah,
I mean, she can if you want to. Go ahead, but I just don't want to.
She knows how to handle the stalkers. All my enemies have been personally contacting her for years, so she's pretty much immune.
I've so much fun playing mouse with them. I'm the cat, they're the mice, and
I know, but that's some personal information that they would be able to use.
It is, but I've been.
And I don't mean by your birth time, or I don't even mean by where you're born or your birthday. What I mean is by once you give your birthplace and your time of birth. I mean,
well, believe me, it's you don't need to worry about the identity thief. She's got nothing to steal. So go on.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I mean, it shows weaknesses. It shows strong points. And when we've had occultists that like I've had contact me,
yeah,
it shows weak points on you to use against you.
Understood, but she'll be fine. Trust me on this. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Give her the info.
Yeah. So, well, I'll go ahead and send it to you too because it'll just help to have.
Well, if you send it to me, that'd be better because I'll probably do it in the morning tomorrow morning when I get up.
It'll also be where you don't have to remember it because it'll be written down. But
yes.
Thank you for watching me to be admonishing me to be careful. But yes, Douglas does know that part of what I do is I am just very transparent. It's one of my protections to be that transparent.
That's why I'm interested to see your birth chart because we are both transparent. I'm wondering if you have some Aries. You've got to have some fire in you, so I'm interested to see it.
Yeah, I am. What has kept me alive is being that transparent because
that's right.
I don't have the fear that is expected of me to have.
Yeah. So like the reason I was saying about your rising, so the time of your birth, when you send it to me, the closer you can get AM, PM, for sure, AM or PM, but because that's the 12-hour difference.
I could find out. Hold off on doing my chart. I'll find out.
So the reason, and just tell everybody this, on a birth chart, people look at their sun and their moon, and then, you have your Venus. People look at stuff like that. I don't know why they look at Venus too much, but to me, it's one of the least signs you should look at. Your moon and your sun, and both of the sun you will know because of your birth date. That's what most people consider themselves. But what they don't realize is the most important, well, there are a few, but as far as your placements as far as planets go, your sun is important, but your moon to me is probably as much, if not more important. But what is most important on all of that, even if you're looking at where is your Mercury or where is your Venus or where is this, is your rising. Because especially looking at your inner planets, and this is all, it's in Enoch. Like, you can go back to biblical stuff, like it's in Enoch. Like, when you look at your rising sign, the rising sign is what was over you the exact moment you were born, where you were. That's why we need to know where you were born and the time, because it's the exact planetary alignment directly above you as you are being born. And so what that means is that rules your birth chart. It is your ruler, meaning your sun is your ruler, is your sun. Your moon is your ruler, is your emotions. Your sun is your ruler as far as where you were headed. And the way in which you were meant to either come into the world. There's two different ways to look at the sun. It's actually two different ways to be it. So you will either be the best of your sun or the worst. But regardless, there's, like, if you look at Capricorns or you look at any sign and you're like, well, why are those two Capricorns not alike? Or why am I not like that? Well, there's a million reasons if you look at a birth chart. But the biggest, easiest reason I can give is to say it's the ascendant. Because if you look at the ascendant, just to give a basic analytical view, if your ascendant is a Scorpio like mine, and my sun is a Capricorn, right? And moon is Aries, like it's a very different picture than someone who has an ascendant who is, Gemini, and a sun Capricorn and a moon in, Libra. Like that Capricorn, you're like, well, they're Capricorn suns, and they're going to be very, very different. And so the moon changes every 2.5 days. So unless you're on the border of the moon changing, you usually can get it within, knowing a few hours. But that sun, that ascendant, it rules everything in your chart. It basically is the overview. It's just like if you come in and you were like, this person was abused their whole life or they were rich, and then you want to know why Donald Trump acts the way he does. Well, okay, well, he was really born rich, but like we didn't know he was born rich, right? We wouldn't know why he acts the way he does. So what the ascendant is doing is saying, hey, I'm ruling over all these. It's the most important. It's going to affect everything in this birth chart. And that's what you have to remember, is that ascendant rules everything. It doesn't rule it, doesn't like overrule it, but it affects it into the point that it says, hey, yeah, I'm here and this is who you are. And it's usually how people see you. So outside of, until they get to know you, they will view you that way, in a way that is different than the way you really are. Until you open up, it's usually the way they will view you. So not always, but that's typically the way the ascendant works as well. So that was all I was asking about time. So yeah, if you get a time, just send that to me and we'll go from there, because I would love to do it.
Wonderful.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yes.
I love it. The more I do it, and the more I do them, I enjoy doing them. Like, I totally enjoy it.
Yes.
Amount of time.
And so in terms of our dear Carmela, I take it that when you were on your narrative, I'm just curious because I do want to include Brooke in this conversation as much as possible, since she wasn't with us for a few days with everything that she was dealing with. I was wondering if your narrative had kind of been winding down, or also want to ask.
Yeah, I just have a little bit to add to it.
Yeah, please. And then I want to ask Brooke about the ducks and the progress with them. What's been going on with what we call the moon pool.
Maybe Brooke could tell me if a little farm is in my, because I've been wanting one for a lot of years now. But it seems to elude me.
There we
I get close to it, and then some weird odd thing happens.
You come on down, Michelle, and I will show you if it's for you, okay?
Yes.
Yay.
Farmer Gibson. Yes.
So
I'm not even on a farm. That's the problem. And I've had to develop a farm on a third of an acre, which is not fun.
So, yeah, the closest I came to that was when I was in Covington, staying at that house that the lady committed suicide because she was being visited by entities.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say she was being visited by dead ducks, because I think that when I woke up crying, I'm pretty sure I was crying about the ducks. I'm joking.
It was all those UFO reports that were in those assessments I was doing, and I told my husband about it, and he was like, well, I didn't tell you how we got this house so cheap. So, it was the woman committed suicide that lived here, and she was being visited by aliens, and I'm like,
delightful.
What?
I mean, these days that would be a selling point, but go on.
So, yeah, he had me talk to the landlord's mother who lived next door, and so I was telling her the dreams I'm having, and she goes, no. She was serving us tea, and she dropped the tea. She had this cute little china teapot, and she dropped it. It smashed all over the floor. And she goes, those were the dreams that she was having. And it's not driving you crazy? I said, no, I lucid dream, and I have weird lucid dreams, and I'm hearing all these stories that I'm pretty sure came from people that were dehydrated and malnourished for days and thought of the Marines coming to rescue them were UFOs. And she's like, no, dear, no. I'm like, I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into it. But I did start writing a sci-fi about it just so I could process. And then the more weird my health got, I started incorporating my health
Michelle, I have to ask a question on this real quick. Was there water running near that house, like a stream?
I have an air conditioner running.
No, the house.
No, she means the house you were in that was haunted and had all that shit going down. She wants to know if there was running water near it, like a stream, a brook.
Oh, in Louisiana, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There was water. That's what I'm saying. The house that you had all the shit going down in, was there water running near it?
Oh yeah. We had one of the tributaries of the river. It was called Three Rivers. And one of the tributaries, ended right behind our house.
Yes. See, that's what I'm trying to tell people right now. I just got chills again. Anybody listening, don't buy a house. Don't buy a house unless you're looking for this. And if you're looking for it, be very careful. Don't buy a home with water that runs to the back or front of the house within 70 feet. Like, it brings in spirits. So spirits, basically, we're earth, water, fire. Obviously those elementals, and then obviously the what word am I looking for, Douglas?
I think you've said it quite right. These are elemental spirits.
Earth, water, fire, but then we also have ethereal. Ethereal is what
ethereal. These are in essence almost very similar to fairy folk. It's a classic concept, and it's based on reality. Go on. Yes.
So water has a tendency to spirits will be drawn to that. Spirits that do not leave the earthly plane for whatever reason. And this is not something I can say I believe 100% or not, but I unfortunately seen it.
Could you share some of these encounters or feelings or phenomenon?
Before you do, let me interject this. Dark spirits, and just to confirm what you're saying, and that I already knew and understood, so I was so prepared to acknowledge ghosts or dark entities or positive, negative, whatever. So I was constantly clearing the energy of the property. But as far as UFOs and aliens and stuff, that was like brand new level that I never experienced until that to that location. So just wanted to interject that real quick.
Right, and I think, and you could have been on a ley line, that was energetic for a different realm to come in, but I think the water brings those realms in anyway. I think even for spirits, when we look at spirits, and we have to really look what we're looking at. I mean, spirits are untethered souls, right, from a body. So we're looking at them as human spirits, but they could be spirits from another dimension.
And I'm constantly doing cleansings. I do on-the-spot cleansings, in-person cleansings, as well as long distance. I've done cleansings for people in India, Africa, Australia, Russia, as well as like Skid Row. We were constantly doing cleansings, and that's why they were trying to have me come back. But
well, as you know, the cleansings are about intent. Like a lot of people get locked into, well, do I have the white sage or whatever, or do I have the Palo Santo? Like it's not about that. That helps, but it's with the intention and have the right intention.
It's raising the energy. It's the intention of raising the energy.
That's the only thing that can send them out. But if you're asking, as Douglas asked, like my experience with this, which you would probably be interested in as well. I have a cousin, my only child. So I have 3 cousins. Well, I have 6, but 3 cousins that all females, and this was my next youngest. So she had her son, and he was 1. And I remember him being here, and I had just kept him so she could go out, her and her husband. And they lived about 10 minutes away. They had bought a house. She was a teacher, just graduated, got married, early 20s, had him, and I kept him. And that night, and I remember, and he was so cute. He was toddling around, and he stopped in my clock. And I'll never forget this. Like, God, it gives me chills now. He would stop at this big wall clock I had. And it wasn't so huge. It wasn't a huge wall clock, but it was a pretty big wall clock. And he would stop and just point and look at it and point and look. And I was like, yeah, it's a clock, And then she came to get him the next morning. And that was the last time I saw him. And about 2 weeks later, we got a phone call about 9 a.m. I got a phone call. And his name was Hayden. And they said Hayden's gone. He died.
Jesus.
And I mean, and they're, people are crying. I can't even remember who called me first. Like what, and I wasn't far from the house. And so the thing is he seemed healthy. He was healthy, and he was past the stage of, because he was over 1. We had celebrated his birthday. He wasn't at the stage of, crib death, where you would think, that. And she had her husband, they owned a restaurant tavern type place that would close at like midnight to 1 a.m. So, and then she was a teacher. So he had been at home and put him to bed. And then he was going to go in because he owned the tavern at like 7. So he had already put him to sleep by the time she got home at like 7 or 8 and put him to bed. And so then she walks in there at, I remember she telling me that she walked in there at 11, and she looked at his crib and she thought he looked like he was quiet. She didn't really want to mess with him, because when you have a baby, they wake up at the slightest thing. You're happy that they're sleeping and you can go to bed. You're tired, right? And she walked over and looked out, and she went to bed. And then she got up. He came home. Actually, she got up to go to work, because she had to be there by 8. So she gets up at 7, and he comes in the door, by 7. But he's already there way before 7. But before that, he had come in and gotten in the bed. But he gets up at 9 and goes to wake Hayden up. And then that's when he calls screaming that Hayden's gone.
Oh.
And
I'm so sorry.
So the backstory to that is that place they had thought was haunted when they bought that house for a while. They had a lot of things they didn't tell us for a while. I mean, she wasn't into hauntings. She didn't give a shit about that. Like I was even into them, but she didn't know I was. So we didn't talk about it. But like even when I was there, when he had passed, and me and my dad walked into his playroom. And we were just sitting there, me and my father, and there were tons of people out in the living room. Just me and my dad. And we're just sitting there talking, and then this toy just starts, randomly going off. It's an Elmo toy, just starts randomly talking. Which, could have been anything. Like maybe, I don't know.
No,
But it ran
but
behind. Yes. It ran behind a creek.
It could have, but in your heart,
Well, the other weird things are, okay, so this house ran behind a creek. So the creek backed right up to it. There were some things that I found out later when I looked up that had gone on the house, although I could not get details because they were private. On that house, that's why I think they got such a good deal on it, and they were able to afford it because they were a young couple. And all I know for sure is, I can tell you two things. They did an autopsy on Hayden, and they came back with everything negative. They have zero reason why he died. There was nothing. There were no bacteria, nothing they could find anyway. No problems with his heart or his brain, like just gone. No
SIDS, no
poison,
crib
no
death.
like it wasn't. Yeah, like what they called it is what they decided to call it instead of sudden infant death syndrome. Since he was older, they decided to call it sudden child SCD or sudden unknown, like when you're not an infant anymore. Like they decided to call it that because they couldn't figure it out. They knew the parents didn't do it. Like obviously they were still like they didn't. They weren't obviously in hysterics, but yeah, it was just a complete unknown. So they did it sudden unknown. But the same day that happened, a friend of hers, one of her best friends, was coming over and had her little Chihuahua puppy. And they were getting out of a truck, and it was a little miniature Chihuahua, like these little tinier ones, toy Chihuahuas, little puppy. And literally, it fell from the truck before she could get out.
Oh.
And as it fell from the truck, completely just broke its neck right in the. This is as we are all going into the house during this time frame, and this puppy's neck is broken and died right there at the scene. So it was not a good feeling at the home, like looking at just those two things. I mean, but then looking back later and understanding the way the water ran and the things that had gone on before. And the instances Brandy admitted later, my cousin was Brandy, that she had at that home. And what I will tell you is that they sold the home. And when they sold the home was torn down. So, who knows? I don't know. But like, the last thing I will say is on that note is I remember him looking, and I gave Brandy this. I don't know if it comforted her or not. Like I actually had to write the letter because I couldn't tell her. It was too hard to say in person. But he kept looking at this clock. And when I came home from her house, my clock was stuck at 10 or 10:11. Now I can't remember. 10:10, 10:11. Like it was a wall clock. So, it'd be very close because it wasn't digital. It was stuck there. The batteries had died. It had died while I was at her house. And so I think my reasoning for that, or his reasoning, he let me know he liked that clock 2 weeks before. And then he let me know to tell her, hey, her biggest thing was, oh my God, if I had gone in and tried to wake him up, I could have saved him. Like if I had gotten him up, maybe he would have gone back to sleep. He would have been okay. And what I was trying to tell her was, I think what he was letting me know. I know what he let me know. I tried to explain to her as best I could. He was already gone.
Yes.
By 10:10, like he had been laid
Yeah.
down at 7 or 8. He was already gone by 10:10. So when she went in at 11 or 11:15, there was nothing she could have done. She would have found him sooner dead. But he
Yeah,
was
when
gone.
you were saying that about the time, that's what thought came to my mind. Was the time that he actually left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even into astrology that much then, and or tarot. And now thinking that it was 10:10, which is, 10 is endings. And so now thinking of 10 and 10, yeah. But either way, I mean, regardless of what the symbology of the numbers meant, that meant nothing to me at that point. But yeah, I knew, like, it was just kind of like, I knew in my soul, like when I looked at that clock when I came home, like, why does it say that? Why is it stuck there? And then it was just like, oh my God. And I can remember him just standing there still, looking up at that clock, looking at it. He could barely walk. Just look at that clock. Like, I have tons of stuff on TVs, like pictures of leopards. I mean, like, I'm an animal person, but he was stuck at that clock.
See, that makes me so angry because in my mind, my worldview is we who have the bodies, we are the ones with the legal right. And I know that there are unseen entities that there's every.
Oh, did she get cut off? Let's take a look at. That's an interesting time to glitch out. Michelle.
All around.
There she is. So, Michelle, you glitched out completely the moment you began expressing that. Re-express it all again.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, yeah. So part of why I
You were speaking how we have the legal right, and then these entities.
we have the bodies. We have the legal right to be here. Of course, the seeds and the unseeds that are both humanoid as well as they think that they have the right, and we are the trespassers. But that's not so. The ancient texts say that the humans are the caretakers of the earth, and we are the ones with the dominion of the earth. There are other negotiations that we do and all, but we have that, and so they're not supposed to feed off of our spirits, and they're not supposed to feed off of our. That's what happened. Oh, Brooke, it just breaks my heart because I feel like that's what happened to that little one. Yeah. That his energy was being fed off of. That's just horrible. And I know so many people who end up, their health is atrocious because of it, or they lose their homes because the entities want them out. And that's that's why I do the cleansings. And when I do the cleansings, I include the people that are being tormented in that. So they're the ones actually raising the vibration.
That's what's so important. I just
walk them through the process, hold their hand, so to speak, until they can do it on their own. And by the time that they are able to do it on their own, they're cleaning their own home for years. They're breaking off ancient curses.
But yes, people have to know how to do it, and they have to want to. And I'm not blaming my cousin or her boyfriend or husband at the time. But
because not everybody knows to do it or knows that they can.
She was very much just the second child raised after a divorce, and she was the beauty queen and graduated school and just thought she was doing everything perfect and working hard. And she was trying to make a perfect life and make it look good is what I can get from her. Like, that's how she was anyway, kind of. Like, we would talk, not saying she doesn't have depth, we all have depth, right? But her depth was, at that point, she was like, when I had my child, I was completely thrown overboard. But I was like, then completely like, oh my God, I can't even leave her. Like, what if my mom even when my mom would keep her, I'd be calling. But she was more like, because I had a child, but her sister, who was her older sister, my other cousin had a child or two children by then. And so she just kind of looked at it as like, well, they've done it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it better. And like, she was like, I'm going to do the whole, like, at that point it was like let the baby cry and like don't give it a pacifier type thing. Like she was trying to do all the stuff by the book, right? And they're trying to grow this business, which I'll be honest, I think as far as depth wise, her husband probably had more. And I just look at this water. When I say depth, I'm just looking at water emotions, meaning how in touch with your emotions you are. And so emotionally, it was probably much more in touch, but he was the man trying to like, okay, I've got to make this business work to make her happy. So he's out trying to run this business. And I really just feel like nobody was looking out for, not into him. I think they were doing they weren't letting him fall over a cliff, right? But at the same time, like after I heard stories of what was going on in the house, I'm like, why the fuck were you not having it cleansed? I didn't say that to her, but like, I would never say it after the fact. But like, why were you not like like now it's just like she was looking after the 3D world, and so many people get lost in that and ignore what is really going on.
Yeah, and think of the horror movies. It falls in the woo-hoo-hoo, hocus pocus. There's a stigma to it. And that's why I want to make the horror film genre different. I want to make it I want to make movies that are educational for us.
Oh, I will.
For our power.
The horror movie films now have been made different. Now this is going to take us off side note, but maybe we need to. If you have not seen this movie, you should see it. And it is called Cocaine Bear.
The Cane Fair?
No, Cocaine Bear, honey.
Oh, Cocaine. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but I want to see it.
Yes, you should see that. That's a horror movie that I was like, I don't even call it a horror. I'm like, it's a horror comedy thriller. I don't even know.
Yeah,
I call it more comedy.
And allegedly, it's like has some foundational.
Oh, it does. Yeah, there was they mentioned the actual name, the person that they'll mention at the very end, and actually a guy, his name through, but they mentioned his last name at the end. I don't do it. That person was actually, he was a huge drug supplier in the, I think, late 80s. His plane went down over the Georgia mountains. He dumped a bunch of coke. Basically, they found his body with several kilos of coke and a key. And when they did that, they were like, well, this key is to a plane, because he had parachuted out of the plane, right? So he parachuted out because it was going down because he had way too much coke in it to fucking get it through. He was going over to North Carolina. He was trying to head North Carolina, and he had way too much. And this will tell you how much, because we talk about coke in kilos. And when they did the search, they found the bear. In the meantime of finding the bear, they also, because they went to North Carolina, they went and they found him over the Georgia, Tennessee mountain range. And in that whole range, they found 300 pounds additionally of cocaine.
Jeez.
Pounds, not kilos.
Yes.
Yeah. So he was, but but the story is, the thing about the bear story is it was made up in the fact that they took it from that, but we really don't, they just found the bear dead, right? We don't know what the bear's last fucking interactions were, so that's where they went with the movie. And we're like, this is probably what, if we had our best case scenario, what a bear would be like on coke. And they made that part fun, and it was fun. I was pulling on the bear the whole time, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll give you a little ruiner. It's a she, and she even has 3 baby cubs, and they're on coke too.
Cool.
She takes them. You should watch the movie. Oh my god, it's so great. Like it's one of those afternoon or like evening movies when you just want to watch something, you don't know what you want to watch. Like it's good.
Yes.
Anyway, side note. That was a complete side note. I don't know why I brought that up.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's so glad you did. And by the way, I want to remind Sammy of something terrifying. It is Siblings Day tomorrow. Monday is Siblings Day, and well, that gives you a lot of running around to do to find enough gifts for 200 people, Sammy. You are fucked. So
Yes, Sammy. And since you said I was one of your sisters, basically, you felt like you got another. What am I getting?
Don't say that, please. No.
201. Might as well have an extra one for Brooke.
No.
That's funny.
Not Brooke, please. No.
How you doing, Sammy?
I'm doing okay. My body feels like it's broken in two.
Oh my God,
But
what happened?
Not from having sex because your wife's pregnant. So why?
No.
On here? Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Moving on, Sammy. Go ahead.
Yes. No, I
doing
don't
yard
know
work.
if everybody caught that. Hopefully everybody caught what Sammy was saying, but I would ask him to repeat it just in case, because what happened was the new microphone has its own little issues and it's quirky, and hopefully people heard us, but let everybody know if you could not. I know everybody on the Skype probably didn't notice anything, but it certainly glitched for me for several minutes, which I could see on the display. So yes, by all means, Sammy, if you'd be so kind, yes, do repeat some of these adventures you've been having.
I was doing yard work today. One of the things that I've kind of how I bonded with a lot of my sisters, I especially helping my relationship with them, is I meet with them personally, individually, and it's helped me a lot because there's so many, and there are a lot of personalities. So one thing I've learned is if you really want to connect with someone, then you make time for them. And that's what I did today. I did yard work. I got on a tractor and I did yard work.
Wow.
And I was helping one of my sisters with building. She has a garden and she was making plant beds.
Wow.
So I mostly just carried the wood and stuff. I didn't really build anything, but you know, I was a donkey today. And, but you know, it's just really keeping it simple. As much as you know, I love going to church and you know, being in the house of the Lord as well.
Yes.
One thing I've learned also is you also have to take time for family and kind of pay attention to that too, because coming from the background that I did, a social environment like that at times can be toxic in the sense that it starts to become very like a cult.
Yes.
And it's there's not, the Lord never say join a cult and alienate your family, which is not Christ-like. It's you also have to still cultivate relationships and because really people outgrow each other even as friends.
Yes.
Even as
friends and family. I think that you have to sometimes step away from toxic family members. I think people think that family is blood, and many times your family can become your closest family can become non-blood.
Yes. Or bad blood. They're essentially toxic and they can kill you just by stress.
But your closest family can become blood, meaning you sometimes have to separate from those that are toxic to you and you just know aren't healthy for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, at times, it does help me. That's one of the things that I've learned, to forgive people that hurt me a lot. Especially, really the ones that really hurt me have been my family. But, I have to project love. If I didn't have love, I couldn't project it to Doug or to Brooke or any of the people that have been close.
How about Brooke? Can you project a pickup? Because Brooke's about to get picked. See, the dogs required Noah to cut down a bunch of tree limbs, and then he threw them over, thinking he was smart, into the side of the yard, which is over the fence, which means my front yard. Now my board is on my ass about when do you get rid of all these tree limbs, and I'm like, I don't know, when I get a fucking truck.
Let me tell you guys one thing. Did you guys hear when the whole chicken story?
Tell the chicken story to ourselves, especially since Ariana is here. I don't believe she's ever heard it. Share that, please.
I think she heard it, but
Heard about what?
I'll say it again. I have a chicken story. As it involves, my church background.
Did you? Wait. Before I listen, I might need to hang up. Did you kill and eat the chickens?
Can I explain? Let me explain, bro. Come on.
He'll explain it, honey.
Okay.
I just prefer to hang up before you say it.
It's not that bad. I think you can handle it.
You can handle it, or and you can forgive me. But
I hope.
Don't be so sure. Don't be so sure. You know what I mean?
My dad was a pastor, and obviously I grew up in Apostolic Pentecostal.
Who had 47 children.
Yes.
I love you too.
As I said, between my biological father Hitler and his father, they didn't allow one nutsack to stop them at all. They made more use of it than any man with two. But go on.
Exactly. Anyways, they had chiclets, and we decided to play church. We decided to reenact the revival, and my brother was singing, my sister had a little tambourine, and I decided to be, the person baptizing, the little chiclets.
Oh my God. Chicks can't go underwater. They're not ducks, you idiot.
Yes, I was 7 years old. Okay.
Well, Google the shit.
Well,
they didn't have Google in those days, honey. And I don't think he even used water.
Tell us. I just wanted to hear him say it.
Yeah.
So what happened was we used to dunk them, and obviously they're flapping their little wings, gasping for air, and
I wonder why.
They caught the spirit, and we would sing.
No, so if I flap my wings and can't breathe, I'm guessing if I die, at least she died with saving.
Baptized. At least she died baptized, bitch. Yeah.
Yes, well,
who needs to fucking be baptized next like that chicken? Douglas Dietrich. Where'd you baptize that chicken at? Let's take it.
Well, we baptized them, and obviously when they were obviously dead, we thought they just passed out from.
Oh my God.
From
I'm
rapture.
bringing my chickens in. Let me tell you something. The other night, this is so bullshit. You're fucking dead up there baptizing them and letting them die. I literally am watching them the first night I put them out, and I'm like half awake trying to sleep. And then I go to sleep, but then I'll wake up to rain pouring. And I know I have a chicken coop, which I paid money for, that they can go in, which has their hay in it. And they have lights on it because I strung lights before I went to bed. So they know where it is. They're running around. Ducks are with the pond. And then it's pouring rain. And I am watching these chickens stand there, these two chicklets, because they're still chicklets. And they're standing there watching the ducks who've grown 2-3 times the size, just standing in the rain. And they're like ducks in water. Okay. Ducks, you could have baptized those ducks. They've probably been fine.
Well,
but chicks don't like water. They won't get in the water. They'll walk right up to the pool and drink with the ducks, and then they let the ducks go in and swim and dunk and dive. I got 2 little pools out there, and but they were standing there, and it was 30. It was going to 40 degrees, like literally wind blowing. My ass, fucking at 5 a.m., pitch dark, climbs out the window because I didn't want to go around the back, so I have it set up where where I can see them is out this one window. So I was like, it's easier just to go out the window than walk all the way to anyway. So I open the window and I go out, and now you got to remember where I put them is in the lower part of my yard. It's completely muddy. So like it's already been pouring rain. So I'm walking through mud in flip-flops, and I have a tank top on. I have no pants and no panties.
Cool.
I'm just walking and chasing.
Oh, we could have had a roll in the mud. God.
I am chasing around in the dark at 5 a.m. with a tank top, basically naked, chickens and ducks. Yes. And because they're all running. Everyone is running. So it's one at a time. And then, I finally get one in the house, and I have to close the thing, and I get another one. So, I mean, I'm saving them. You're killing them. I mean, where are we with this? I'm pretty sure if we were going to go with Capricorn versus Aquarius, which were both ruled by Saturn, pretty sure Capricorn's got you beat, buddy.
Well, my parents. My parents spanked us, and
they thanked you for killing the chicks, what? Because they had some extra little small legs to fry on their wings with their wings, their little small wings. Yeah, little small legs to fry.
That's my chicken story. Okay, I had to say it, and
Children,
I want to share
children
my.
imitate grown-ups, so that's what you were doing, huh?
Yes.
But pretty much, yeah. And obviously,
I think you should continue to. I think you should, I think Douglas is. Douglas, have you been baptized yet?
No, I mean there was this.
Can we wait until I'll fly out? I'll pay for the plane ticket. Can you get the church where we can baptize him together at?
I mean, I was baptized by the Serbian Orthodox Church.
You
but,
will imitate. No, I'm just saying he can imitate his pastor. I'll imitate my pastor. We'll do it together. We'll see which one lets you up first.
Oh my God!
I just want to be sure you're clean. If I keep you down a little longer, because I want that spirit cleansed.
Yes, I won't do that full body baptism stuff that the Protestants are so into. It's just too dangerous for me. Just the idea of looking up at somebody who's holding your head down so you can see them laugh while you die. Yes, it's just such a I just don't have that level of trust, honey. That level of faith.
I got baptized in
preachers. Here's the thing, preachers. I just want to interrupt this one thing, and I'll shut up. Preachers don't laugh while you die. However, I will be laughing.
One of the places I got baptized, they had leeches.
And what was that about?
Yes, that was.
Was that part of it?
God,
like considered
were you in
part
an actual river or like a swamp in Louisiana?
Or was this just kind of like
this,
those, holy rollers with the snakes? They just were testing your faith with this shit.
Pennsylvania, and they used to have these festivals called Jesus Creation and Agape festivals. There was like some multimillionaire had more than 100 acres, and he rented it out to these Christian festivals during the summer. So this was around the time that I was being ordained as a Bible teacher, and people, like I said, people still was like, let's cleanse the Jezebel. People knew my background, the reputation. They didn't care that I was forced to do this stuff. All they knew that I was doing it, and they just assumed that I was doing it all willingly.
So in other words, they knew about your being exploited sexually, and they blamed you as the victim.
Well, this was the satanic stuff. So they just had to free me from all the demons.
But they were still blaming you as the victim. Go on.
Yeah. And
so basically a bunch of leeches who are
the
truly
humans.
leeches.
The humans are the leeches.
Two-legged leeches.
The leeches were comparatively friendly compared to them. Go on.
Yeah, put me in a pond and wanted to do this baptism. And when I came up, I had several leeches on me. But then it was like, I must be a bona fide witch, because everybody else who was getting baptized in this pond had had oodles and oodles of leeches, and I only had 3. And I told him, I said, how do you know? I said, 3 is the Trinity. Maybe God loves me more than he loves you. And I walked away. And I just stayed far away from them the whole weekend.
I can imagine.
That's what happened. Then
let me just say real quick.
Sure.
I would be happy to baptize you, anybody. And also, I feel like I need to go to California and kidnap all my friends.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet.
You have friends in California. Who are they?
I'll adopt her.
No, I don't mean Michelle. Who was the one
that was Viviana. Viviana.
Oh yeah,
Viviana. Never mind.
Yes.
Sorry.
So
So I'm sorry.
Simon,
I was having a hard time hearing what you were saying. What did you say?
Say it again, honey. That's fine.
Stupid story about how at this Christian festival as a teenager. People decided that they were going to baptize me in this pond full of leeches. So, but yeah, on the flip side, I ended up meeting a bunch of musicians that had been famous, and I got the music group that I was belonged to at the time got us booked to be their opening gigs and every time they were in Pennsylvania.
So were you a musician, Michelle?
Yeah, in high school, because I had such a bad speech impediment, I took up acting and singing, and then in my high school years, I took up being a cheerleader because I didn't like I wasn't comfortable in my skin, so I became a cheerleader just so I could feel comfortable. It was a challenge for me I did modeling also, but
Okay.
I was servicing actors and congressmen, and it just made me feel so self-conscious about myself, and really not like being a girl. I mean, just like not like being at all. So cheerleading and acting and singing was me taking some power for myself.
Yeah, that's great. I see that you've been very proactive in, being a conqueror, about the bad things that have happened to you, and then with God's help, I'm sure you give credit to the higher power to help you as well. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
by the way, speaking of a higher power, Viviana Sanchez, the lovely senorita, has found us a free link to Cocaine Bear. We can watch the film for free. Yes.
Yeah,
What's
I
that?
recorded that. It was
It really works. This
the
one really
movie
works.
that Brooke was telling us about.
Yes. Yes, which you can give some more spoilers about if you wish. I mean, I don't mind spoilers at all myself.
There's no more spoilers. I mean, you're gonna pull in the fucking bear. Anybody that doesn't pull in the bear, don't fucking ever talk to me again. If you're not pulling on, there's nothing about this movie that won't make you pull on the bear. I can assure you. The only other person I pulled on was the guy that died on top of a fucking gazebo for his dog, but his dog ended up okay, so that was okay.
That's funny.
But when you see what the bear does, he acts like so human. It's just like he acts like Douglas Dietrich who's a bear. Just picture Douglas Dietrich as a bear, and then you will be like, I'm gonna pull on him. It's okay.
That's funny.
Oh, yes.
There's one part you do not see coming in this movie at all, though. I don't want to do a spoiler, but this bear, okay, I kind of have to do the spoiler. The bear just passes out. You won't see when or where. When the bear dies, it's just not expected. And it's like, oh my God, you're like not expecting. You're expecting the bear to kill someone. And he's just like, meh. Apparently all the cocaine were raw. I mean, it wasn't that.
So I have a chicken story. It's really short. When my youngest was 6
Would you
years
like
old,
2 ducks?
Oh. We had a stupid joke in high school of the pastor's daughter. She was like, "Do you want to buy a duck?" A duck? Yeah, you want to buy a duck? And that was the joke. You just repeat that stupid thing over and over again. I hated it.
Oh, that was
Hated
like,
that.
where's the bear? Over
Yeah,
there?
but anyway, the chicken story is when my youngest son was 6. He was just hooked on the Mulan movie. He would watch it over and over and over again. Well, then we
The
had
cartoon.
a neighbor.
You mean the cartoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Disney cartoon.
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot that there was the live action, but no, this was the Disney
beyond
Which
one.
was total garbage.
Yes,
so-
yes, right.
So
And they filmed it in Xinjiang. So at the end of the movie,
Oh my
Some
God!
people are pissed about that.
Just add insult to injury, salt to the wound. For those who don't understand what Realtek is alluding to, that's where a great genocide is being perpetrated by the communist Chinese government. So, yes.
yeah, there's all kinds of reasons to not like that movie. So, but anyway, he would put on Mulan, and it was when we first moved to this to this building, and the neighbors across the street had a gorgeous rooster, but it was a fighting rooster.
A fighting cock, right. They would tie razor blades to its claws so that it could gut.
So evil. Oh, so evil.
Which I've seen plenty of them when I was a kid, and then when I went to Haiti, I saw them. So, the one day we turned off the tape, and there was like this flutter and this bird attacking the window, and it turned out to be the rooster. The rooster was watching the movie.
Oh, wow. And, by the way, Sammy, come on to say goodnight to everyone. He has to go now.
Hey. Good night, Sammy.
Good night, guys. Great checking with you guys.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Night, Sammy.
Good night, Sammy.
And we love you dearly. I'll try and catch up with you privately soon, okay? Like, hopefully tomorrow morning. Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Sammy, why don't you call me when you get off this call so I can get off of it too?
And
Right.
Sammy, give my love to all your sisters.
We'll do. Thank you. All right.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Good
night.
Love
Good
you.
night.
Yes. Okay. So
Yeah, every time we watched Mulan, that rooster would come over.
Interesting.
We watched it get out of its pen. When the movie was over, it went back in its pen.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a smart rooster.
It was scary smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was like, it was the biggest rooster I've ever seen. It was like 3.5 feet, scared the bejeebers
I
out.
believe you. These chickens are so much smarter than these stupid ducks. And they're just following the ducks around. They're following the ducks around. The ducks are fucking doing their thing. The ducks are still babies. They're like a month old, right?
Yeah.
Like 3 months old. But they're full grown almost.
Yeah.
And they're like, water to a duck. I'm going to swim. And the chickens are like dying. And they're just standing there like, you're going to let us die? And the ducks are like, yeah, I guess you are going to die. I don't know. We're ducks. But the chicks are like, we know we shouldn't jump in the water like you should.
Right.
But then they think the ducks are their parents because they imprinted on the ducks because the ducks are bigger.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Thank God
but
that they're...
what's,
Yeah, go on.
But what's so funny is the ducks are like 4 times as big. And you know who's brave enough when I have food in my hand to come up and get it? The chicks. They're like, oh, there's food. We're gonna go get it so we don't starve to death. And the ducks are like, moi, you should lay that down because we are not coming near you. And I'm like, you realize I chased you down 50 times and I would chase you into another fucking corner if I have to, you little bitches. Also, I don't understand why people eat meat, period. But if you're gonna eat meat, I think people should not eat chicken and eat duck.
I would prefer duck myself, but it's almost impossible to find.
I don't know why, because they're assholes.
Yes.
Chickens are not assholes. Ducks are assholes.
Yes. Well, we eat them in China. It's impossible to find here in America, but we eat them in China.
Peking duck.
All the time.
Yep.
So, yes. They're more the national dish.
Yeah,
than
the chickens in Jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. The ducks in Jersey City, like, yeah, they're a bunch of assholes, too, around Newport, just the riverfront. You'll see them walking around the highway, everything, with all their little baby ducks, and if you get really close to them, the mother duck will just come and want to fight you and bite you and everything. It's just...
Well, at least she's being protected.
Geese. Canadian geese. I mean, they should. I think that's actually smart. Like, they should protect their own. I'm a mother. So that I respect. But these ducks are just running, and they're little, and I'm like, who else is going to feed you, bitch? There's nobody else.
That's adorable.
The chickens have smaller brains. They're 1/4 of your size. They've already figured out that's the person that brings the food and water.
Yes.
And you were like, well, we're going to run them from her. And then when she finally picks us up, you grab us by the neck, and we're like pawing. I have scratches all over my chest from these fuckers.
You poor
Little
dear.
flat feet.
Well, I can rub some balm onto your breasts, honey. That will help it. You'll feel so much better.
Really? Will you when you fly me next week to San Francisco for our party?
I'm sorry, honey. It'll be on the estate. Okay,
you know what? Then I'm going to hang up. Good night. Have a good night.
Darling. Yes.
No, your sorries are like my fucking, I don't know, it's like wiping my ass with a fucking dirty toilet, like you're in a bathroom and there's no, and you're like, wow, I'll just have to pick up the piece of paper off the floor. That's what your sorries have become to me.
Oh, you're so harsh, darling. Well, I'll still attempt to give you a call tomorrow
No, I'm
morning.
sure Mexico lady would have something to say about that. She doesn't like me talking harsh to you. What do you think?
it's
Hear about what?
Well, yeah, no worries, Ariana.
Aviana, I just felt you didn't like me talking harsh to him, and I apologize.
Yes.
Pardon?
There we are.
Oh, yes. Did you read it?
Read.
Yeah, I think I heard some of what you said. Yeah, as far as that you didn't like the fact that I talked harsh to him.
Yeah, yes, yeah. That's.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what I read, what I texted right now.
Oh, no, I didn't read what you texted.
Oh, she was saying sorry for interrupting. So if you scroll in the Skype text box, please do that. Then that way you can see that Ariana is being apologetic. And that will help the two of you.
It's apologetic to me for interrupting, because that would not be apologetic.
Well, at any rate, well, I mean, it's in the text. It's in the Skype text. I'm hoping the two of you can interact more.
Really, like I put you down, and she fucking says I'm a horrible person for doing it, and wants to know our relationship, and calls other people to find out about it.
No, it's not like that. Oh, honey, where would you ever get such ideas? Why, I'm merely speculating at times like that. What I was trying to say to you is that I feel that all my listeners would love to hear you take a turn and do to me what I do to Peter Moon, kind of titter and coo and tell me how brilliant I am.
God, you're right. You're so intelligent. Whatever you have to say, Aviana. It's great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you pass us all a snifter of whatever you're having, brandy and a cigar?
Well,
it's a vape. It's actually called, it's a vape, and it's called, you can buy them actually at the store for like $15. This one is called Miami Mint VC 500.
I love that Miami Mint.
Yeah, it's just the vape. It's mint flavored vape. So unfortunately, I don't have anything stronger. If that's what you're looking for, possibly.
It's just how I envision a Douglas and Peter Moon night. You know, brandy, low lights, fireplace, Cuban cigars.
Well, we at least envision one thing, right? Except you forgot one thing. Peter Moon has a hot dog strapped to his fucking inner leg.
No, honey.
Oh, gosh.
Why can't you be more like George Knight?
No
Brooke?
comment.
There's a good example, a role model.
Oh no!
Oh
don't
my
start.
God! Fuck you bitch!
Oh, don't
do that! I swear to God! Everybody,
let's not pursue that too far. It's
God save the king.
Oh my God. I couldn't resist that. I really couldn't resist that. But
you know what I did this week? I decided to take him up on his offer, and I was like, you know what? That man's probably right. My kids were here and they were hungry. My dogs were. And you know what I said? I said, fuck this. That fucking kid just asked me for $20 and said, I'm going, you know what I did? I left the fucking house. Dogs, chickens, ducks, and kids. And I went to my mama's. Went to my old bedroom. I didn't answer the phone for 12 days. And when they finally, I saw a message that I happened to open accidentally because I thought it was from you, but I happened to accidentally open my son's. He was begging for money and starving to death. I was like, here's fucking $40. What more do you expect? What more do you expect from me?
She went home and raided her mom's fridge and hung out in her room.
There's
oh yeah, well, my mommy will feed me and take care of me, and I don't have to pay bills. And I also don't have to pay other shit like child support.
Yeah,
And then
okay,
I'm like,
so
I
I'm
sent
off.
$40 and I saw the kid once in the last 2 weeks. I don't know what the fuck more you're expecting.
Oh my god. So Viviana, there's a story behind this, as you might imagine.
Yes, it's called Georgian.
Hey, just to change the subject a little bit. Yeah, all my fault. I did bring this up because I couldn't resist. It is quite funny in its own way. But I do want to say, what I mean to say is, Brooke, you can take these other aspects of George's behavior, like his
like kissing your ass and just the fact that he doesn't have time for his child or his wife, or he goes to his mom's every 2 weeks. He was married 17 days and ran away the first time because they got in an argument for 2 weeks.
Okay.
But instead he has time to coo and caw over everything you say and be like, "You were right. I looked that up. You're right. I looked that up. I've done this
like
research."
that. Yeah,
well,
like that.
fucking A. You have time to have a full-time job. Don't have time to pay for your fucking wife and your shit, but you do have fucking time to coo and caw over I almost said Peter.
No, that's my job.
Over Douglas.
Yes.
And look up all his shit and be like, third Nazi ride shit in fucking damn the South Pole, North Pole, wherever the fuck he says they are.
Oh, why is my life so hard? Okay, I make it hard on myself. It's true. Okay, so that being said,
He said it before anybody else could. Thank you. Hey, good job on the self-awareness, Douglas.
Yes.
Oh, I agree. I believe but that's what you're not getting is the self-awareness. He knows he makes it on himself and he loves it.
Oh my God. So, Brendan Zoga he's in Hawaii. He just messaged me. He's probably listening right now. So he just messaged me some moral support. He's also showing me the fruit he's eating, which just looks disgusting. I have no idea what this fruit is, but I wouldn't touch it. It looks like some giant insect cocoon. Honestly, let me show this to all of you. I'll share screen here. And it's like, okay, here we are. Start sharing. There we are. And see if I can do this without, okay, look at this. This is what he's eating. I mean, this is, I want to vomit looking at this. This looks like.
What the fuck is that?
Pupating insect. Some giant cocoon with this pupating
insect. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit?
That's what it
looks like. It looks like something in the middle of a coconut.
Oh.
Is that larva?
That's what it looks like to me, but it's some kind of exotic.
I thought for a second it was durian.
Fruit. Yeah, it's something like that. It's got to be something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's durian.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that looks like raw cocoa.
It does.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it was raw cocoa.
Yeah, that looks like it's a raw cocoa pod.
Yeah. So
this is Brandon Zorgan, not the Brandon who said his wife fucking.
Right, Brandon. It's like here's something from Brandon I can show you. Of course. I mean, how could I not? I mean, he's just. I have no idea where he's coming from half the time.
Which Brandon?
Which Brandon? So, kids, here's what he says. This is
clarify which Brandon.
This is Brandon Young. This is Mr. My wife to be lost all her hair and grew hair on her tits. Brandon. This is Brandon. This is the original photo of when Preston Nichols was a rabbit for Easter. So this is what he's saying. No. This is Chomo Peter Rabbit for Easter, and it's okay. So I am certain he is joking because Preston Nichols could not fit into that suit. Preston Nichols was a bit too fat.
Oh, I can assure you, Preston Nichols could not fit in that suit unless he was like 12 years old.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much the age range he liked. So maybe that was for his victims.
Oh shit! So at any rate, there's a lot of these sinister-looking Easter bunnies, and obviously it is hideously funny to see some of these Chomo Easter bunnies. And but when it comes to Chomo being short for child molester, I had to explain that to my cosmetologist, because she never heard that term before. When she finally understood why. Yeah, I'm sorry. Brooke?
Oh, no, it was me. I was just surprised that that she hadn't heard the term.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Right. I've not heard the term.
Yeah, there you are. Well, now you know it.
Eyes are hypnotizing.
What was that? Was hypnotizing? What?
His eyes.
Oh, his eyes are hypnotizing. Oh my God,
Yeah.
hypnotic eyes. I like that. That's cute. That's well, it is different. It's a different. I've seen much worse looking ones than this. This one looks almost, acceptable, really, compared to some of the others. But
look at the little girl though. She's just like cheesing, and then you're like, he's like maniacal. He's like, look what I got.
Like
Looks
she's
like
the
she's
care.
about to cry.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I can't tell whether she's about to cry or just kind of copacetic and complacent.
No, she's not. She's not copacetic.
Okay, she's upset. Yeah, so she's nervous. All right, I would be too. I guess.
Her face is flushed.
Okay.
And her forehead is white.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Peter Moon with his daughter.
That's definitely what I felt when I saw that.
Okay. So, all that being said, back to where we were, I guess. That's so our friend Brandon Young, of course, has a very bizarre sense of humor, and he carries himself. Oh, by the way, here's Graham Hancock. Oh yeah, there's Graham Hancock for you with his friend who used to show him about at the pyramids.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
shit.
what I was gonna get back off and watch some Graham Hancock. I get it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, first off, this is like how would I express this? First, it looks so fucking Graham Hancock here is so transparently uncaring. He does not give a shit. This is obviously a photo opportunity to the point where you can see the mic and the photo equipment in the back. And he's got this guy's deathbed surrounded by equipment.
Like you give a shit about any of us. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, but I don't pretend to. I don't pretend to. He's pretending to.
You do pretend to. You're like, oh, tell me more of your story so I can explicitly use it during to waste time and also explicitly use your story. Fuck you. I know what you're fucking doing.
And I like what Peter Moon said best. Hey, I see his hand above the blanket. That's just to show people he doesn't have his hand under the sheets.
Yeah, if you laugh at Peter Moon, that's when you need to be baptized right there and not come up.
That is so fucking true.
So, yes, he's exploiting his friend's dying moments to look like a caring individual. He's disgusting. He's a total psycho-sociopath. But
I assume you're referring to Peter Moon and not Hancock because, or yourself. Because, I mean, you cannot refer to Hancock like that and not refer to Peter Moon or yourself at the same fucking exactly.
Who's the guy that's dying?
The guy that's dying is who is the guy that's dying? It's one of these guys who was one of the original shysters who was running around the pyramids. I think it was the guy who claimed that they were all covered in water. It was like Robert Schock or something was his name.
Everyone's a shyster that's not fucking paying Douglas to pay his books. He hates Peter Moon too, but he won't call him a shyster on here. I have to do that. Everybody else is also a shyster. Fuck that. Let's see the truth.
So our dear Brooke is just wrong here. She's vicious because she just won't. I just can't invite her to the estate parties. I mean, first off, they're very exclusive, and Brooke is just not part of that Silicon Valley crowd. So bitter as she is about it, I have to tolerate these outbursts, but they're based on an emotional sense of loss, of emptiness regards to what I can give. But what I can give you, Brooke, is my love. And that's what counts. That's what you get endless amounts of. And that should be enough to give you that glow for a bit of time to kind of act as a balm against this bitterness that results in these vicious outbursts.
I'm pretty sure anyone that just bought into your bullshit story should fucking either have their ears cleaned out of their fucking brain, okay? Because that was a bullshit story. But what I will say is you giving me your love, i.e., filling time and airspace is not love, okay? So I'm going to hang up now. You are right. And if I am not good enough for a party or fucking send me $1,000 or fucking come get some ducks, man, to help me out. You can't do shit for my fucking life. You're right. You're not fucking helpful. You're not helpful at all.
We'll try and
I'll
text.
come help you. I'll help you.
See, Viv would help.
On that
Viv's
pizza.
gonna come help.
Yeah.
I haven't helped her at all. I haven't done shit for fucking
Just
Viv
get your
at all.
just get your elite friends, Douglas. Go pick her up in the helicopter.
I wish it were that simple. Oh my fucking god. Oh,
You
why is
elite
my life
freaking
so
friend.
difficult?
She could take
You
the
fucking have
train.
$200 for a fucking plane ticket. I have $2 for a plane ticket. And he's like, oh, I didn't mean that.
Can you take a train? You could take a train.
Oh my god. Honey, despite the fact that I have these opportunities on the estates of my son's husband, I myself have almost nothing. So the best that I can offer you is that which I have plenty of, love and, of course.
Oh god, I forgot. Yeah, that's why I
should
wasn't
we physically
calling the
meet?
show again. Yeah,
a lot of sex.
Love you, baby. I'm out. He's 3,000. What would they used to say? Audi 5000 G.
Yeah.
That's
So,
it.
Brooke, why don't you hang out a little bit more? Real Tech Geek's
No,
gonna tell
I'm
us how his
Audi
Easter
5000
went.
G. Enjoy your fucking estate, bitch.
But darling, come on now. Why don't you be my Easter bunny? Oh, she left. She left and she took all the golden eggs with her. Oh, my life is hard.
Good night, Brooke.
Okay.
So.
What did I do? I did something horrible in a past life. I slaughtered her entire family. I know exactly what happened. They were gypsies, and of course I lined them up against a wall and shot them all while they writhed and screamed, and I laughed. And of course, then the old gypsy put a curse on me, saying she'd be back in another life, and this is what I'm stuck with. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully people know in this circle around that you don't mess with gypsies.
Yes.
We're everywhere.
I think some of the lessons in life are learning to love people through their stuff, your stuff, and of course everything is energy. So I don't know. Sometimes you just have to be careful. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying in general towards everything.
And my thought about it is, I think she told me to not say something behind her back. Is that what she said? Because it was hard to hear.
What do any of you remember about this? You can help share this with.
It's okay. I mean, unless you can remember.
Yeah, because I'm often distracted while.
Yes. So
yeah.
My thought is she is, also has good things to offer. I appreciated when she was talking about the elementals, which are the different spirits that represent the elements, and she was talking about spirits on different planes of existence. She was talking about zodiac. I thought these were interesting things. So we all have something to offer. We all have something interesting. And, I guess even when she was talking about her chickens and ducks and children, and, I'm sure some people are probably interested in knowing those things, I guess,
Well, I think that when we co-join on these lives, it's our time to hang out and talk and just be sociable. So that's all I get. And it's nice to come here and meet with you all and talk and discuss different topics and add to. So
I wish I could post this, but I just in my news feed, it is another rabbit, and the baby is traumatized. The baby's traumatized, and the parents are all smiles.
Oh my
God. The wall is
Let me...
beautiful. The wall is full of flowers. It's gorgeous, but that poor baby is traumatized.
For life,
and
yes.
that orange chair.
And the parents are super smiley, so proud. Oh my gosh. Poor baby.
What are you looking at?
Oh my god. Okay, so let me take a look at this. We'll first off, let me see here. Open this up. Now, did you put this in? Where did you put this, honey? You put it in your newsfeed on Facebook or what? It's not here.
Well,
not
Oh
here.
no, it's on my news feed. I am not going to repost it to you guys because it's somebody that has nothing to do with anything that we talk about.
Oh, okay, okay. But you're
It's
welcome to
it is
download it and put it here because it sounds
it,
like an
it's just
intriguing enough photo in terms of its
oh
traumatized
it is, oh my gosh, that poor baby.
trauma material. Yeah. Oh my God. So, all of you wonderful people, three wonderful ladies and Real Tech Geek. Real Tech, catch us up a little bit on what's been going on with you. You haven't been around for a while. I hope everything is as well as it can be. Share with us a little bit about your Easter vacation, if you will.
Nothing was going on today with that. I just relaxing. You know, I still have somewhat of a recovering from getting COVID. So you know, I don't always have a lot of strain. So, but I just going to shows and stuff. I had a real ordeal with my wife. She went to China. She got her green card,
Uh-huh.
and I had to send it out to her, and I had to get someone to help me to write the address in Chinese. It was a real pain in the behind to do that.
Oh my God. And is she going to be able to come back?
Yeah, yeah, she will be able to come back.
Okay, because there's some people having a real problem with that, trying to get out of China. And your COVID, was I aware of this? I mean, I've been through a lot myself in terms of just busy. Did you tell me about this, or was this recent enough where I didn't know about it, and kind of the reason why you checked out for a little bit?
Well, I had it in January. I recovered from it
Yeah.
pretty quickly, but you know, I do have asthma.
Okay.
So, you know, the asthma, that's what was kicking my ass
Okay.
for a long time.
So is this kind of like long COVID, in a sense? Like, do you
I
feel that
guess it
there's
is,
still some
yeah.
residue? Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I still have a cough sometimes. If I really want to cough hard, I still can hear it. I don't have a lot of strength uh, at certain times. So, you know, I just take it easy a lot.
Right. Right. How's trading going? In general, is the trading smooth as can be, considering?
Yeah, it's smooth. But, you know, I just I don't push myself with the trade. So right now, so you know, it's I'm I'm starting to get into with my friend funded trading.
Okay.
So that's where you pay for a certain amount of money for an account, uh, and uh, and it deals with so like for instance, $225,000 account is like this is Search Trader it's called. So it's like $300, and then it goes up from there. $1 million account it's 4,000 something. So you know, it's just you just got to pass the requirements for that. So that's what my friend will help me with.
Now, you had sent a link earlier about America's two constitutions that Ariana was bringing to our attention. What was the context for this?
Oh, it's
They
something that
created
I
a
was.
second. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, in 1870, the United States created a second constitution, which also consummated the District of Columbia officially.
Uh-huh.
And that's in
So
relation to what I was
yeah,
discussing about trade agreements and how they tend to trump or constitutions override constitutions and that if one wants to know how what their government is actually thinking and how to prepare and govern their life, they should read trade agreements
Uh-huh.
because
Right.
it's the
Oh,
trade agreements that actually dictate the current laws and the current dictates of the policies per every country's capital.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
yeah. So,
So I think that what were you going to say, Ariana? There was something about it
well,
that.
but it was an article. It was a website, and it talked about two United States constitutions.
Yeah.
I think one in 1789, maybe another one in 1871. It's really fascinating, you know, to get an idea of what's really been going on. it says the United States incorporated in England in 1871. The United States incorporated in England in 1871 was governed entirely by private corporate law dictated by the banks as creditors. So, it says, of course, a lot more. And it would be something that would be really good to just look at. I don't know if a person has permission to read it, giving it credit, I would say, maybe not right now, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, giving it credit, I think we would not worry about, copyright laws, as long as the person says where the information comes from. But it is very interesting, digging through American history and finding things, I think it's fascinating.
Yes, thank you.
Also,
Douglas, I had shared with the group about when I lived in Mexico, and my ex-brother-in-law was the lawyer for Mexico and oversaw the signing of the NAFTA agreement, and that's where I learned from him about the trade agreements overriding the constitutions. So
also the don't forget that the joint stock companies are the ones that funded primarily the colonies when they were making them in the United States. So that's also a segue to that.
Yes. That we are a corporation. We're not. It's not so much Republican or a democratic republic. It is that we are a corporation. We live in a giant factory.
Right, that's what they're trying to create, and they're doing a good job of it.
No. We live in a factory. It's not what they're trying to create, it's what it is.
Yeah.
When you get that understanding, then the world makes sense. But to say that's what they're trying to do is to turn a blind eye to what actually is.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yes, there's
it's like in a video game. My friend was talking last week. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'll say really quick. So it's like being in a video game. Like, instead of being the main character, you're like an NPC all the time, and then when you start to really look into these things, it starts clicking, and you become the main character.
Bingo.
NPC means non-playable character. So I'm finished.
Yeah,
Bingo.
Yeah,
exactly
non-player character,
that.
Right. Yes. So go on there, Michelle. You were following up with that? Yes.
It is exactly that.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I think the three of you can continue talking for a few minutes. I'll refresh myself a final time before going into monologue. I do want all three of you to, you're doing well. I think you've got a conversational thread going. You might as well continue with that thread. And I will, be back soon enough. Probably won't leave for a few minutes yet. I just want to make sure the thread gets started so that you have a rhythm going. Okay. We'll take it from there. So back on the subject where you were with this attorney in Mexico, and yet you were being fucked over royally, Michelle. Somehow that always happens.
No, that was my ex-brother-in-law, and he was also my sponsor for Mexico. But he actually was, he and his wife were probably the only people in the family that I would consider allies. They always had my back, and his wife Alma was very spiritually in tune with any of the shenanigans that the rest of the family pulled. As a matter of fact, they came in one day when I was being strangled.
Just like that, you were just like a daily occurrence, yes? I mean, how did these things happen?
My mother-in-law put me through a lot of spiritual tests. And if she didn't do it, then it was entities that
that were doing it.
Yeah.
The government did not want me there, and there were people that had been following my husband for years, because he was a child of a very elite family. So there were bodyguards watching him throughout his time here in the United States. And then when we were in Mexico, it was really surreal because everywhere we went, we had paparazzi. And it was, you know, in here in the United States, you know, we didn't have that. We just lived our life. But I knew that people followed us, but I thought people were following us because of me. And so I always felt guilty about it, but never said anything to him about it. And then one day when somebody got really close, and when I was going to business school, an incident happened. And by this time, because of that, I felt like I had to come clean with him. And still, he didn't say anything about him coming from a very famous and elite family that was so intertwined with Mexicans' history and Spanish and European history. He still hadn't said anything. So it wasn't until we went to Mexico that I learned how powerful the family that I married into, and it was terrifying. And it was said to me countless times, we could kill you, and even if there's backlash, it's not going to be anytime soon.
Wow. How long were
And
you married to someone like that?
what's that?
How long were you married to someone like that?
We were a little bit shy of 10 years.
Wow.
So it was thanks to Alma many times. She came at just the moment that she saved my life. She would sometimes send her husband, my brother-in-law. She married into the family, and she had to prove herself too, because she didn't like the goings on, and she was very spiritual also, of course, you know, otherwise she wouldn't have been into like that. But everybody else that married into the family went along to get along, and she and I both were not like that. So there were times, and I told him, I said, hey, anything you do to me is not going to be any worse. And it's the truth, and I've said this many times to many people that have threatened me. I've already had what I think is basically the worst that's ever happened to me. So it's very rarely that anybody's going to come up with something brand new. But I actually was terrified because I had my children there with me, and they could have easily disappeared me, and there wouldn't have been repercussions. Well, the repercussions would have come, but it would have been it would have been sometime before actually, and then even then there would have had to have been some heavy negotiation, because it would have been Mexican government involved with United States government involved, because of my family's personal links, and then plus his family's personal links. We were both government families, as well as me being a mafia family. I was also a government family. So it still would have been something that would not have made the news, because it would have created an incident that would affect people. Whereas, you know, like when the people recently, the families were found dead in Mexico. Like, case in point, when the cartel had apologized and turned as a gesture, try to hand over some of the criminals within their cartel. And I would explain why they did that is because they see themselves as a nation, and so they were trying to get notoriety and acknowledgement as another nation of overriding the Mexican government.
Wow.
Because that is how they see themselves. And but anyway, it made the press. But in my situation, I knew that it would not make the press. Basically, what would have made the press would have been some kind of accident. What proof do I have for that? Well, recently, or not all that long ago, there was a prominent, a young woman that belonged, I think, from South Korea, that she is from a family that is a multinational corporation, as well as government ties, and she committed suicide in New York because she was involved with he was very affluent multimillionaire, but he was still considered a commoner or beneath her. And so the family had decided that she married below her caste and did not accept him, and then also treated her as a failure. So out of shame and everything else that complicated her life, because of her family's judgment, she committed suicide. But the family, they had a very quick, extremely quick, and not a very elaborate funeral. Not as elaborate as her position normally would have been expressed or dictated for custom. They just did it like very quickly, and they said it was a car accident. It wasn't. It was everything else. So they would have done the same thing to me. They would have disappeared me or murdered me and then said it was an accident.
Oh, wow. That's too bad.
So I lived like that in Mexico for several months when I was down there. There's a lot about Mexico that I love, and I do consider it some of my happy time to be down there, because there's a lot of beauty and good memories down there, but the terror that I lived under there was atrocious.
Wow. And that was like maybe, how many years ago was that?
Oh, it's maybe 25 or so.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I remember yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I rolled into this town 14 years ago in Mexico. There was a tank going through the town square, or going through, and I was like, "What's that?" I was with a family, and they just said, "Oh, I think I was trying to remember something about the mayor. Maybe they were trying to protect the mayor or something, but I didn't get the details." But I thought to myself, yikes, But I guess in Los Angeles back in the 60s or 70s, or they had, or was it the 60s, they had some tanks going through. It had to do with some sort of a riot in was it Compton, or not Compton, but somewhere. Yeah, so I guess it can happen in different places in the world. That, but it's still a concern when you see something like that. Of course, it's good to find out what's going on.
Nobody nobody would have known. Nobody, unless they were spiritually in tune to know. And Alma always managed to get her and my brother-in-law walking through the door just when they were about to off me.
Wow.
And I even had I had a connection down there, and I wanted to have tea with him. He was a campaign advisor or a campaign coordinator. He was he had no allegiance. So whoever paid him to organize the campaign, get it marketable, work on their persona where it was related, that's what he did. So there was many times where he actually had clients that were competing against each other, and he didn't care as long as he got paid. I wanted to have tea with him because I met his son when his son was a foreign exchange student, and he had stayed in a hotel in my grandma's hometown, and he was at a church event that when I was in the acting group, we performed at this church event, and then also did some public speaking at the event. So he wanted to meet with me, and we met, and we visited. We became where we would write and call each other. But he would everybody thought that we were boyfriend and girlfriend, but we weren't. He just wanted to have somebody to talk to about the pressures of his life and what it was like growing. He'd have me listen. He said, anytime you go to Mexico, I was going on a school class trip. He said, I want you to meet my father. So actually, we came out from an outing all day, being the tourists we were on the class trip. And when we got to the hotel, his father was there in tails and a sash, this official government sash with all these medals, badges, whatever. And he had this tea service and all this tea set up and everything. And he had his bodyguards and everything. And he stood up and he said, Carmela, welcome to Mexico. And everybody's looking at me. This was our second or third day in Mexico. I had only been with my teacher and the tour guide and all the other students. Who was this official that knew me?
Who?
It was my friend's dad.
Wow.
But the tour guide pulled me over and he said, you know, he's a kingmaker. This is what he does. I said, yes. He goes, you know, one of the most powerful people in Mexico. How do you, as a high school student, know one of the most powerful? He says, if this man ever disappeared, the whole nation would be afraid for the country.
Wow.
And be in mourning. And I said, really? So then I went a couple years, I went several years later, and I called him when I was in town because I still stayed in contact with both of them, both of the father and the son. And when we went back to Mexico, I called him because he wanted to know that I made it safe. And he invited us for tea, of course, again. and invited us for dinner. And I had to get permission from all my family members because it turned out, yeah, because of all the politics that was involved. And then it turned out that they tried to do something to him. And I found out about it because they were talking about it. I overheard them talking. And I called him up to check on him if he was okay. And he was. He answered the phone. And it turned out that they didn't get him. They got his double. And they put his double in the hospital. But it wasn't like his double could go just to any hospital. He went to a safe house hospital. So he went to a safe house.
Did he need to go to the hospital or what?
He was attacked to stop. Because he was the double of the man that I was supposed to meet, and to stop the meeting.
Yikes!
They.
Yeah, there can be. It's dangerous. It can be dangerous, you know, kind of like anywhere in the world, but that includes Mexico. There are definitely dangers around, and so I tend to pray personally, and just I do affirmations because I know God gives me the protection. I have to reach out my hand to take it. So that's the affirmation, and I'll say an affirmation.
Well, that's how I learned how the governments, they trade with each other, and they have their own way of their corporations, and they have their own way of seeming like they're democracies and republics, but they're not. They're corporations, and we're products, and we just don't. Most people are blissfully unaware. They just think they're taxpayers, but it's far more than that. And so, with all of that in mind, when I moved to Mississippi and uncovered that one ring that was on the beach across the street, they opened up to me and revealed to me the children trafficking that was being, that Louisiana was one of the distribution centers. And they found people coming in from Canada on their vacations, doctors, teachers, lawyers, people from Europe that were going to Canada, even Russia and China, different parts of Asia. They would go into Canada and they would travel down as tourists to Louisiana, or they would go secretly in the night, and they would there's no other way to put it. They would use these children for their pleasure, and it was like these children were a drug. And some of these children would come through the mass migrations, or they were kidnapped and had or they were disappeared. Very few of them were runaways, although some of them were. But they would end up being dispersed.
That's too bad.
It was such a system that people. So these humanoids, as I call them, could pick out. Most of them were boys. Let me tell you, it is a fallacy that most of the people that are abused are children. It's actually boys, because there's a lot of humiliation and all kinds of other things involved. But
men are interested in projecting their domination over other men. Go on.
Yeah.
Other males.
Yeah. So anyway, they would they had this whole one-stop shop. You find out sometimes it was already mail ordered. They would say, I want this, this one or that one or this however many. There were catalogs involved some of the time, not always. And the paperwork would be ready. And so the child would leave with papers for them to travel. And it just looked like they would say, oh, this is my child. And it really opened up my eyes a lot when it came time to traveling with my own kids, because I, took for granted for years, like, you travel with your kids, even to the grocery store, you're not thinking that you're going to need ID and birth certificate papers and all of that. But these people sure did have that. And
Wow.
used it. I mean, it took 7 years for the detectives that I was working with to build a case. It took 7 years to bust that ring because they had to wait to build a solid case. And the amount of government officials locally as well as all the way up to the highest echelon was outstanding. It was incredible that this was the case. But even though the detective had solid evidence against even high up entities that you don't even know exist, I'm talking about government entities that I'm sure Douglas has heard of, but I promise the everyday average person does not know that these entities exist.
Thank you, honey.
He still could only go as high up as local government officials, some state officials, but even he had to wait to release the news about the state officials and other officials until it was time for elections or they had screwed up and it was time now to throw them under the bus, or they no longer served their purpose. So it was time to throw them under the bus.
Yikes.
Well, there you are.
So when you hear any, like, years ago there was what was the position of Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when Dennis Hester was holding that position and it came out that he had been abusing boys, that only came out because he knows.
Oh, she glitched out. We'll have to tell her if she glitches back in.
Oh.
So let's
be back in a moment.
Yeah, hopefully so.
What?
There we are. So
I glitched?
Yeah, you glitched out. So
Yeah.
I glitched? Oh, I'm not surprised.
No.
No, I'm not surprised because what I just said was the Speaker of the House before Nancy Pelosi, or one or two speakers of the House before her, had been abusing boys, and he was found guilty only because they didn't need him anymore.
They didn't
His
what?
name again?
They didn't need him anymore, is what she said. He was found guilty only because they didn't need him anymore. So in other words, they threw him under the bus as a scapegoat, a sacrificial. I guess you couldn't call him a lamb, a sacrificial wolf, if you will. Go on, dear. Go ahead and take your time, but wind down your narrative, and then I'll.
Hey, was it
No,
Speaker Boner?
that's all the
Boner dude?
Yeah, Viviana's asking a question. Were
Let
you
me
able to
see.
hear her?
No, I think it was Hester, Dennis Hester, I want to say. Let me check and make sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that actually does segue into something about me, but I am not at liberty to say it right now.
Understood. Well, honey, I want you to know that all of you have done a great job tonight. Obviously, Carmela has been a profound linchpin in helping to anchor the thread of conversation for the roundtable. I'm going to go into monologue, but I definitely want you all to know how much I appreciate you, and that this could not be possible.
Yeah, it was Dennis Astor. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Glad.
Oh,
So glad.
thank you for that. Thank you for that, Douglas.
Yeah.
I did hear what you said, and I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, of course. Honey.
Yes.
I mean, the least I could say, and yeah, and believe me, you're all were so great. Viviana Sanchez has been so patient and was able to provide that cocaine bear link. And, all of this is wonderful. I appreciate the 2 constitutions that Real Tech Geek link he was able to provide us. Wonderful,
Yes.
and thank you for your patience, dear Ariana. Now, again, I'm going to ask both of you to feel free to put your links to your channels into the chat room, as well as anything like your website or what you want to bring attention to, Michelle.
Viviana was
Thank
was good
you.
enough to already put that information.
Yeah, Realtek just got the X-House speaker. Hastert gets 15 years. Yes, there you
Yeah.
are. Excellent.
Yeah.
And
well, I actually know somebody that he abused.
Wow.
Wow.
And how are they doing?
They're doing well, but I had to counsel them through the situation because it was, as you know,
this
you
was
know,
a male person.
It was all males that we, so far as we know, that came for. At least it was males that came forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
But let me also express that during those trials, other officials, senators, and congressmen were also implicated, but they were held accountable, and it was all treated like they're just trying to. This side is just trying to get back at us because we're doing this. Now he's Speaker of the House. That's pretty bipartisan. It's supposed to be. I mean, yeah, it's held by either a Democrat or a Republican, but it's supposed to be, you know, very like a fair, partial, impartial position. So, but yeah, it became where there was like a lot of rats got exposed, and anytime I was invited to Congress to speak, the Congress or Senate, thankfully at the time I had a lawyer that was an advisor to Once Upon a Eden, and I would check all the quote-unquote invites, which were actually subpoenas, if it was a type of subpoena that I actually had to legally go. And he said no, it was just one where they wanted me to give advice or expertise, so I gave it to this young man, and the first thing he said, well, usually I declined. I just declined them, and when they would ask me why, I would say, well, I don't associate with snakes, and I don't shake hands with snakes because snakes don't have hands. And I said, but I do collect snakes. I actually even belonged to a nature group that, to get over my fear of snakes, I did not put the snakes, I did once or twice put snakes in a bag, but I was just comfortable enough that freaked me out too much after that. So I would just go so I could help identify the snakes on the ground. But then it got to the point where I was still getting the invitations, but then they were getting a little bit more forceful. So I said, can I send somebody in my stead? And so I sent him. And the first thing he did was say,
Well, hello, Senator. Hello, Congressman. It's good to see. He was in a room full of people. He looked in front of him, he looked behind him, and he said, "It's so good to see so many familiar faces." He had been a male escort, and most of the people in that room he had serviced at one time or another.
There you have it. No,
and the first thing he did was, they couldn't deny, they just like pretended that they didn't hear him.
Of course.
But he right away made it known that to everybody in the room. That he was now the one in position of power.
Right.
Over all of them in that room, and it was a really good healing and powerful moment for him, and we still keep in contact. As a matter of fact, I was talking to him a couple times today. So.
Okay, wonderful. No, that's good. I'm glad that you were able to catch up with him. Okay, so I'll take over for now in the 4 hours we have remaining. I want to thank everyone for taking us. But everyone say good morning to all of our listeners, please.
Good morning, everyone. And good night.
Good morning.
All right. I love you all.
I just want to say, may I just say real quick?
Of course.
That it's been an honor to meet you, Michelle, and I hope to know more. And I'm really interested in so much of everything about you, and I'll be praying for you indefinitely. So I just pray you hold tight and that Yah just heals you completely and guides your effort, and Yah bless you for all the wonderful things you have done in making such a difference.
Yes.
With
You're
your
gonna make me
testimony
cry.
as well. It's just a pleasure to meet you.
I've been getting so sensitive and sentimental the older I get. Oh my gosh! But thank you so much, Viv, and don't you forget to message.
Please do contact me. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say you contact me because I want to talk to you about that.
Do both of you have each other's Skype IDs? Hopefully you can all exchange those right now if you so wish. Please, by all means, do so.
But please, Viv, when you have Vivian, when you have time, contact me so we can talk about that particular.
Well, Vivian is not on Facebook, so it'd be easiest for her to do this through Skype. So
yeah, she could do that.
And good night, and thank you, Mr. Dietrich, for allowing us to be here at this time. Thank you.
Well, I'm very, shall we say, interested in all of you, and I want all of you to know that I care. I certainly appreciate the fact that our lovely Ariana tried to go through the motions about saying hi to her family at Easter, which I'm not denying that she did. Of course, I personally feel that she shouldn't even bother, but that's something I can talk about with her privately at some time.
And the Real Tech Geek, it was nice meeting you.
Let's see if he's here. Real Tech.
Nice meeting you too.
Yes, I enjoyed visiting with everybody, and I enjoyed. Thank you, Real Tech, for what you added to the conversation. And Douglas, please, when you have free time, contact me.
Okay, I'll try.
All right.
And
okay. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right.
All right. Love you.
Nice talking to you, everyone.
Bye.
Love everybody.
Good night.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Well, wonderful people. Thank you so much. And okay, we'll hang up the phone for now, and hopefully this will maintain a quality of sound. I'm going to ask everyone to maintain that. Let me know if you can hear me. If you're going to be up for a little while, Real Tech, I'll happily maintain you on the line if you wish to.
I'll be awake.
Interject for a while. Now, I do want to let everyone know that I do have to respond to what Peter Moon said earlier, and Peter Moon, of course, has a lot of influence from Fox News in particular, which he himself will admit. And so when he brings up, transgender is really an issue that he's under the impression, thanks to reactionary relay from these venues like Fox News, that transgenderism is somehow an ideology that is being promoted very aggressively, that this is somehow curricula that is imposed upon children at schools or some such. I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. So I do have an obligation to respond to what he was saying. I guess the only other thing that he was saying that would require a kind of response would be kind of catching up. I guess that was pretty much it that I can consciously think of. I don't feel that there was anything else he said that was particularly needed addressing. Other than that, if I do remember it later, it was something obviously comparatively mild. This, however, is definitely a hot topic, a very explosive topic. So it's important to get into this as soon as possible and then segue into geopolitics, which are exceptionally important, so that people understand the, as usual, the gravity of the situation that we're in worldwide. Just to at least give people a hint of that right now, imagine if you lived in the days before World War II. Every other headline, when you look back on those headlines in this day and age, the headlines that were published in the years, and I mean years before World War II, you would just find these headlines to be heart-stopping. And probably the most notable thing you would see about these headlines is nation states acting in a manner that they would be dramatis personae on the world stage. So when you have dramatis personae on the world stage and actor Russia is acting in a specific manner, personified by Stalin. The American Empire is acting in a specific manner, personified by Roosevelt. The British Empire is acting out, personified by Churchill. These become just heart-stopping headlines where you have these people that are acting truly at the helm of nation states, where they're controlling the destiny of hundreds of millions of people. And the Axis response to that, these challenges, is something that you read on in the headlines. Now, if all you read is English, and that's all you're going to be given access to, you might notice that it's almost impossible to find, say, for instance, a regular succession of headlines in the translated into the English language from the German or the Italian or the Axis perspective at all. There's just no resources for that for you in the American Empire. You are stuck with the Allied myth, with the Allied mythification of World War II. But the headlines you're going to read are going to be they're not just shock value, they're real events. But if you look back at them and you put yourself back in that period of time, you would obviously, knowing what you know about history today, understand that the world is spiraling out of its orbit in terms of political control. Everything is accelerating towards a convergent crisis and ultimately conflict. That's what you would see if you were to go forward in a time machine, get some perspective of how the world has changed, and then come back to look at this moment now in history. That's what you would see, is that same dynamic. That same dynamic,
Douglas.
except there's none of the dramatis personae in the personification form. There are no Hitlers or Hirohitos or Mussolinis or de Gaulle's or Mao's or Chiang Kai-shek's. There are essentially these personalities that are fairly, comparatively speaking, sedate and subdued, and yet still controlling the destinies of millions of people in a manner that is outrageous. There's no personality behind it, but there's definitely a sense of the impending doom, the doom of the world as we know it, which is spiraling out of all control. Now, in the interim, there is an intense focus in the culture wars in America by the radicalized rightist Republican Party based on the information they get from the Russians. which is completely just crap from the Russian media, that has turned the reactionary venues like Fox News and beyond into outlets for Russian propaganda. They'll have you think that everything is happening somehow because of transgenders, because of transgendered people and alternative lifestyles. That's the true insanity. Now, all of you, if you had gone back in time based on the indoctrination that you have from this culture spectrum that you're subjected to today, you would go back in time and any headline that you'd see that would be considered somewhat Judeophobic or racist towards blacks, you'd notice immediately. And you'd say, oh, this is part of the problem spiraling towards World War II. But it's not. It has to do with geopolitics that have nothing to do with different cultural subsets. That's what you would notice if you came back from the future to take a look at our world now. You'd notice that the transgenders, which from the future, if you took a time machine, a time travel trip using Dr. David Lewis Anderson's time travel technology, if you went out there and saw the future and came back here, you'd realize that all this talk about transgenderism is meaningless. It has nothing to do with anything. Yet, because they're making something of it right now, at the moment, then yes, I have to address it. So with that, to get started with, understand that most intersexed people, and this is a very hard category. It's malleable. It's somewhat nebulous. But intersexed people don't even consider themselves part of the LGBTQIA plus spectrum. The LGBTQIA plus stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, as in transsexed, or transgendered, Q for queer or questioning, I, again, for intersexed, which a lot of times you don't see that in the acronym because the intersex will complain about it. For the sake of inclusivity, I include them, and then A for allied, which would mean people like myself who are sympathetic to many people who are in these alternative lifestyles. And then there's a plus for people beyond that. Now, when it comes to the plus, again, these are for people whose categories are not necessarily categorizable. These are for people who, say, for instance, are demisexuals. That means that they are convinced that they are raped by a succubus every night. They're suffering a sexual phenomenon or experiencing a sexual phenomenon if they're enjoying it. Experience would be the better term, but most are not. These are out of the category, so they're just part of the plus. So when it comes to allied, like myself, some might say, well, how can you be allied? You're among them because you cross-dress. Again, if you're so ignorant as to throw out the entire cultural context of my cross-dressing, where you understand this is not like drag for a show, where you're looking as outrageous as possible and acting as a bipedal parade float like people on RuPaul's Drag Race. Rather, what I'm doing is from a cultural tradition that has to do with pragmatism, assassination, and aesthetic that is 1,000 years old, beyond which, of course, cross-dressing has nothing to do with gender orientation or sexuality. It is not something that can be considered a sexual orientation because there's nothing about cross-dressing that has to do with the physical act of sex, the consummation of physical intimacy at all. It is simply a manner of presentation. So that being said, when it comes to the intersex part, the part that I include in what otherwise is a shortened acronym, LGBTQ, and that's what they'll say with a plus, as opposed to QIA, which I toss on, and you'll see that rarely. Just think of the term hermaphrodite. So, hermaphrodites, that's a medical term. It is a legitimate term, but it's a medical term, and therefore intersexed people do not prefer it. I, for one, cannot understand why. I think it's a fine term. It is based on the medical terminology that acknowledges their physical differences, but intersexed people probably reject it because they want to maintain that concept of choice. That at this point in history, they can choose not to be what they were born as. It is hermaphroditic. So just remember, it's considered offensive because it's a medical diagnosis. And a medical diagnosis is considered offensive to gay people in general. The word homosexual, you might notice, is never used because homosexual was a medical and psychiatric diagnosis. Now, when it comes to hermaphrodite, it is applied to infants born with both male and female sexual organs or characteristics of both organs, but are oftentimes otherwise completely healthy and functional, rendering any diagnoses completely unnecessary when such babies are presenting humanity with what is essentially an evolutionary gift of another gender other than the binary. Other sexes long ago having been accepted by indigenous peoples, tribes, and in advanced cultures of far greater sophistication like Japan's, which is 6,000 years old, without any judgment. Now, our postmodern understanding of an intersexual is either someone whose anatomy is not exclusively male or female, someone who identifies as both male and female, or both, but most probably people who naturally, that is, without any medical intervention, develop primary or secondary physical sex characteristics that are not categorized as exclusively male or exclusively female and do not fit neatly into society's definitions of the binary code. Now, intersexed people are common. Certainly not as uncommon as we might assume. They're about 1 in every 2,000 babies. That may sound rare. It is not. 1 in 2,000 newborns is born in an intersexual state. That means if we put all of them together in the United States alone, their population would be larger than all the microstates of Europe put together. That means if we took the smaller nations of Europe, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, San Marino, Andorra, and the Vatican City State, all except for a few you probably never even knew fucking existed, all of their populations put together would be smaller than the population of intersexed people in the United States alone. That means that the intersexed population could start its own nation fucking state. It's got that large a population. And yet, this violent, literally violent, denial of their existence, and I mean physically violent, has allowed no room for intersex issues to ever be discussed publicly. In fact, the overwhelming majority of visibly intersexed people are mutilated in infancy and early childhood by doctors to force the individual's sex characteristics to conform to society's idea of what normal bodies should look like. There's no melodramatic abuse of the term mutilation here. And as well as that, sometimes nations or states within the United States have laws, fucking laws, that define gender. Now, my own legal historical knowledge of this is not even that extensive, but there was a case of a contemporary intersex person who was considered a man in the Kingdom of Scotland, well, Scotland as part of the United Kingdom, and hopefully someday independent as a kingdom of its own, as it once was, and a woman in the United States, because Scotland defined this person's gender by levels of testosterone in the brain, whereas in the United States, they had to do with genitalia. So the person was a woman in the USA and a man in Scotland, by law, in both nations. Now, other identity names for this you may hear include androgynous, which I would fit into, but that's not a sexuality or a sex orientation. Simply means that an individual is secure enough in their own identity that they're not bothered to identify as male or female. They may prefer not to identify with the gender. I don't care. I'm fine with man, but I've been misidentified as a woman often enough where it doesn't bother me. Then in the Native American nations, they use the term two-spirited, a tradition of many First Nations of original peoples, Native American Indian tribes. There's a variety of definitions about the term two spirits, and it doesn't resonate for everyone. But according to President Zachary Poulin of the Chippewa Cree tribe, the CHCC, the Capitol Hill Community Council, he said this term stems from Ojibwe phrase, Nij Maneduag. It replaces the outdated, oversimplified term the cowboys used to use, which was Burdesh. That's considered offensive by many Native Americans because of its pejorative and non-American etymology. It's a slur, referential of an American Indian who assumes the dress, the social status, and the role of the opposite sex. And it appeared frequently in research and anthropological studies that aimed to describe the place of gay men in Native society in the 18th and early 19th centuries. So the phrase two-spirit, began to gain traction across Native America after 1990, when 13 men, women, and transgendered people from various tribes met in Winnipeg, Canada, with the task of finding a term that could unite the LGBTQIA plus Native community. I mean, for me personally, the term two-spirit resists a Western definition. Two spirits, or twin-spirited peoples, more properly, are integral to the tribal struggle of undoing the impacts of historical trauma, because their roles in tribes historically were part of the traditions that were taken away from them with Westernization. But to dot that I on the LGBTQIA plus acronym, intersexuality. Someone who is intersex is medically a hermaphrodite, someone born with both male and female genitalia, whom Peter Moon knows one personally and has been very sympathetic about him. Said he's been given this entire series of extraordinarily, excruciatingly painful surgeries that made him look and sound like Sean Connery. So he's every bit the man now, every bit happy about it, and is considered well-adjusted. Now, of course, you've got people who, aside from genitalia, you've got people who might develop both male and female secondary sex traits, such as breasts or facial hair, like the famous bearded ladies of the circus. So the white European-American Nancy Duke Lewis Professor of Biology and Gender Studies at Brown University, she basically wrote, along with Dr. Ann Fausto Sterling, a PhD, an essay on the 5 sexes, in which they outlined incontrovertibly, by all medical evidence, which is completely denied by the population, but the medical industry knows is the reality, there are not 2 sexes. There are fucking 5. So understand that there is manifestly, according to Dr. Fausto Sterling, Professores of Biology Emerita, there are 3 types of intersex people. Herms, hermaphrodites, true hermaphrodites, literally effeminates, the transliteration, equal parts male and female, born as infants with both ovaries and testicles, and having both male and female sex organs. Then the merms, or male pseudo-hermaphrodites, masculine false effeminates, who are more male than female, a genetic male with external sex organs that fail to develop properly, resulting in female or male-female characteristics physically. And then firms, or female pseudo-hermaphrodites, literally feminine false effeminates, who are more female than male, a genetic female with male external sex organs. Now, any child who is in an intersexual state needs to be classified in one of these three categories, so articulated, and they need to be left alone physically, and they need to be entered into counseling with their parents until they're of legal age to decide what they want to be. Instead, doctors will bring this baby up from the womb, place it in front of the parents, and say, your baby's fucked up. You want a boy or you want a girl? Then the parents choose, and they fuck the kid up for life. If you ever see the endless series of horror films about the confused sexual male cross-dressing as a female on a psychotic rampage of serial killings, this is where that comes from. Because all the doctor does is mutilate this child and destroys its future. You've got these treatments that do nothing positive. All that it does is it creates if they make it a boy, it's usually a boy who can't get an erection. It's a boy who is female on the inside. If it's a female that was created from a person who is obviously physically someone more comfortable with being a male, obvious to themselves, but no one else, and no one asked them, then they're left scarred, mutilated, completely destroyed for life, unable to have sex with the people that they're attracted to in terms of penetrating them. You're imposing your identity on an infant without consultation. This is the lowest form of abuse. So understand, when I was speaking with someone as psychotic and completely self-absorbed as Penny Bradley was, who had children who had a sex chromosomal disorder due to a disease, that's completely different, and she couldn't understand anything that I was saying. There are children who are born with chromosomal diseases, and then they exhibit different manifestations of physical genitalia, or their genitalia become maldeveloped. These people, of course, need to be treated medically, but doctors know the difference. They more than know the difference. And they could present such children to their parents as, this child's going to die without treatment. He needs to be treated. She needs to be treated. And then the treatment becomes more important than the identity, because the child will otherwise die. Now, all of this can be tested in the womb long before the child is born. Ultrasound, blood test, chromosomal analysis, even exploratory surgery if need be, to ascertain the baby's true sex. But in the end, when the baby's born healthy, other than for these intersexed anomalies, this is evolution at work. You need to raise that child under counseling for the entire family until the child is of age to decide themselves what they want to be. So, hyperplasia, if it's congenital adrenal hyperplasia, CAH, which is what Penny Bradley's children manifested, that is a disease that blocks the baby's metabolism, then you treat that. But otherwise, you leave them the fuck alone other than for interventional counseling. And then they can decide what they want to be. Now, with all these thousands and thousands and thousands of people born like this is the majority of your transgendered people. It's not like they're confused man or woman who are saying, hey, I suddenly want to be a girl. Or, hey, I suddenly want to be a boy. This is what's being rammed down your throat by a reactionary media pushed by Russian propaganda. So all of you have fallen for this bullshit, and I'm beyond disappointed. You people make me sick. You're completely ignorant. You're judgmental. But ultimately, you're fucking stupid.
I haven't fallen for it, Douglas.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I believe in inclusivity with all these people,
Thank you.
I photograph
oh, please go on about that. That's
people.
Important.
Yeah, I photograph transgender people all the time. I don't care.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter if a guy. And especially when it comes to cosplay, it's, to me, I have plenty of ideas of different characters that I let the gender bend and dress up as myself. I don't see any problem with it at all. There are guys that are dressed up with a beard and dress up as Princess Leia. I don't see a problem with it. I photograph transgender people, transgender females as anime characters. I don't see a problem with it.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
We're all people in a fucked up world trying to figure things out.
Yes. So, yeah, deeply appreciated.
And Alex Jones was going on a whole fucking rant about that. It was just really repulsive. And of course, they want to blame the things on the drugs. People going bananas and shooting at people because of drugs, and puberty blockers and all these type of things, which I absolutely disagree about.
Thank you.
There needs to be voter ID for guns.
Thank you.
That's what it comes down to.
Thank you.
It's out of control, and the notion that all they're going to do is about this. It's like a firmware patch or a software patch for a virus, on the computer. Yes. The government, all they're doing is just removing the part of the stock butt of the AR-15 and saying that it becomes automatic. Bullshit.
Thank you.
I know you. I'm not sure if you heard about that, but.
I mean, I vaguely, but thank you for detailing it for me. I appreciate your bringing it up again. I need to hear these things repeatedly because obviously there's a lot of information incoming and there's a lot to keep track of. So I can't possibly be expected to remember everything. So I count on people like yourself to intercede.
The worst thing is the ghost guns. So I'm happy to remind you about that. So the ghost guns are basically the 3D printer, the lower receiver of the AR-15s, which you can print on your computer. Now in New York and New Jersey, they block it online. There's schematics where you can get it from different websites and stuff. But everywhere else in the country, you can get it pretty easily. So you buy half of the weapon, and of course without an ID, and the other half of the weapon you can print on your computer on your own.
Yes. There you have
which is even more insane.
No, it's an important point. Now, of course, just so people understand this, you can fully print certain firearms using plastics. They can only be used once and you dispense with them, but these are assassination weapons. And they're meant to be used once and dispensed with. You dispense of the evidence. These ghost guns might be something similar. Perhaps the quality would be lower to the point where with enough recoil, The gun itself might not be usable after a while, but if you're intending on going on a mass shooting spree, why would you fucking care? So it's this
You're
brings
gonna
us
have
to,
one for yourself to self-delete yourself. So
yes.
you gotta be careful what you say on YouTube. So
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Let's be careful of that. Oh. Mm. But this does bring us to the other 99.9% of mass shooters before Audrey Hale. Now, the numbers prove trans people are less likely to commit gun violence and far more likely to be victims of gun violence. So on the morning of Monday, opening the last work week of last month, as dated the 27th day in March, a devastating school shooting appears to have been perpetrated by a 28-year-old transgender man named Audrey Hale at a private elementary school in Nashville, Tennessee, where a mass shooter opened fire over 14 minutes, killing 3 children who were students there, all 9 years old, and 3 staff members before police arrived and took out the shooter, mercifully bringing the horror to an end. We're talking about a person who had amassed 7 firearms, had brought at least 3 or 4 with them, had fired a total of maybe well over 150 rounds. The children were Evelyn Decaus, William Kinney, and Haley Scruggs. The staff members were Catherine Kuntz, the headmistress of the school, substitute teacher Cynthia Peak, and the custodian Mike Hill. Now, according to the GVA, the Gun Violence Archive, this is the 150th mass shooting in these United States this year. GVA, the Gun Violence Archive, is an independent research and data collection organization that defines a mass shooting as 4 or more people shot, killed, injured, not including the shooter. This definition has been criticized by some Russophiliac reactionary conservatives who feel that the metric poorly frames America's gun violence epidemic and accuse those who adopt GVA's definition of 4 or more injured as inflating the problem. They point to the FBI's definition of mass murder, which describes any type of violent incident in which 4 or more people are killed, not just injured. Of course, the more you think about it, that doesn't make much sense. Exempli gratiae. If a mass shooter critically injures 10 people, perhaps paralyzing several for the rest of their miserable lives, to say nothing of other long-term health complications, of a bullet ripping through one's body, the loss of a lung, a kidney, your body less functional and able to deal with diseases, you'll inevitably die earlier. He's taken at least 30 years out of your life, maybe 10, but only kills 1 person. That would not fit the definition of a mass shooting by the FBI. Nor if a mass shooter critically injures 100 people, but only kills 3. Or critically injures 100 people, but kills none. However, everyone's life is shortened. Many are traumatized to the point where they kill people in their families, kill themselves. Yet neither of these that I've just articulated as a scenario would be considered mass shootings under the FBI's definition. The FBI agenda being to ratchet down violent crime statistically in the United States so they don't look like the lackadaisical ne'er-do-wells that they are doing nothing. Does that make any goddamn sense to you as a taxpayer seeking results? Of course not. Okay, well, fine. That's what conservatives might say. But the threshold is still too low because GVA allows for just 4 people to be injured, not killed, in order to qualify as a mass shooting. Some of them may hint that certain injuries are more qualifying than others. What if they seem to say 4 people are merely grazed by bullets, simply burning their flesh rather than entering their bodies? Gee, I don't know. If their child were merely grazed by a bullet, their tender flesh burned by it, how would they feel? Would they think it's a problem worth addressing? Of course they would, and they'd be right. So we're sticking with GVA's mass shooting definition. Because common sense, which as we know is not common at all, and certainly none exists on the Russian radicalized right. Now, according to media reports, something never brought up and never addressed, Audrey Hale was autistic, though high-functioning, and only recently came out as trans. However, was dealing with the problem of autism all their life. How come this is never brought up as an issue by the Russian radicalized conservative reactionaries? Many conservative figureheads instead, like the Daily Wire's Matt Walsh and Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of North Carolina, who the Russians are quite seriously promoting to be our next president, immediately jumped on the bandwagon of blaming the shooting on Hale's gender identity, sparking panic among many in the trans community over inevitable reactionary reprisals. Shortly after police revealed the suspected shooter's identity in a news conference, Greene tweeted, "How much hormones like testosterone and medications for mental illness was the transgender school shooter taking? Everyone can stop blaming guns now." Now, as far as I know, there's no actual evidence at this point, even yet, that Hale was taking testosterone at all. Instead, it appears from initial police reports, or at least those I've been able to access, that the suspect's motive came largely from grudges held from his attendance at the private Christian school. Facts, of course, will make little difference to the Republicans, who have waged a culture war against trans people for most of the past decade. It's crucial that trans allies see through the Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgent rhetoric on all of this. Conservatives want to make the massacre about trans people or religion. Anything but the blood-soaked murder factory they've forced us all to live in. Republicans want you to forget their complicity in the Nashville shooting. The mass shooting at Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee, on the last Monday of last month, which left 6 people dead, including 3 9-year-olds, was, by FBI definition, the 13th school shooting this year that led to injury or death. Education Week, which has been tracking these massacres since 2018, reports that there were 51 such shootings yesteryear, and 157 since they began tabulating the body counts. Guns are now the leading cause of death for children in these United States. Over 6,000 American children were either killed or injured by guns in 2022. One 2022 study examined the data for youth mortality in 12 wealthy countries, including these United States. American children accounted for 97% of the total gun deaths from all 12 developed countries on Earth. In a normal country, stopping this would be all we ever talked about. Elections to every major local, state, and federal office would turn on the single issue of which candidates have the best plan to prevent our children from being murdered. Parents of school-aged children would band together in broad, multi-ethnic, cross-class coalitions demanding action and results. A normal country would not suffer 13 school shootings per quarter without massive social and political upheaval. But we don't live in a normal country. We live in a blood-soaked murder factory where the lunatics run the asylum. We live in a country where there are more legal restrictions on where a person can bare their breasts than brandish their fucking guns. We live in a society where people are more interested in banning books than banning guns. We live with state governments that will force people to give birth against their will. Intersexed baby or no, but trudge when actual children are killed at school. We live like this because of one fucking problem. The goddamn Russell collaborationist Republican fucking Party. These school shootings are not tragedies. They are choices made by our red government. Every other country on earth has violent people with a motive to do harm unto others. Every other country has people with mental health issues. Every other country has access to media and art that glorifies or trivializes violence. But these school shootings don't happen in any other country. Because any other country, every other country, doesn't have easy, completely unfettered access to weapons of mass murder. What's exceptional about America is that we have sacrificed the safety of our children because letting them die helps gun sales. Think about what I just said. Because people get scared and buy more guns. Republicans have reinterpreted our Constitution to make it fit an NRA, National Rifle Association, international terrorist network marketing gimmick from the 1970s. The Republican lust for blood, as expressed through their ahistorical interpretation of the Second Amendment, is why we are here. Restricting gun ownership would save lives. Removing gun regulations leads to death. Republicans have chosen the latter. The word Edom, as in the kings of Edom, means red. They're the Red Party, the cult of the anti-gods. Guns are the Republican Moloch, their anti-god to which they are willing to sacrifice your children. Everyone already knew that the Nashville shooting wouldn't change this reality. We knew that after the last mass shooting, and the one before that, and all the ones before that one. This time, however, some Republicans appear to feel even less obliged than usual to even pretend that they care. In the wake of the shooting, Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett was caught on camera telling the grotesque truth about himself and his despicable political party cult. When asked about the shooting, Burchett said, "We're not gonna fix it." I mean, you need to make that into a song. We're not gonna fix it. We're not gonna fix it. When asked what Congress could do, he said, "I don't see any real role that we could do other than mess things up." This congressman, by the way, went on Newsmax to fervently defend Tennessee's ban on drag shows, in case you needed a sense of what he thinks government should be doing. Finally, when asked how we are supposed to protect children like his own daughter, Burchett said, "Well, we homeschool her." I pointed out the fallacy of that in my last two episodes. Far more kids die at home than die at school. That is the entire Republican Party cult in a nutshell. They won't do anything. They will stop other people from doing something, and their grand plan is to protect their own people while leaving the rest of the country to suffer and die. Of course, the message, "We are impotent nihilists who retreat to our gated communities instead of serving the public," is not a politically viable response to mass murder. Enter the right-wing media. And I use the term right-wing intentionally. It's not a Freudian slip. Every mass shooting inspires reactionary conservative media to find literally any culprit other than the murder weapons to blame for the murders. Or white male supremacists. Anything other than them. Usually they blame the victims. We've all heard them before. That which is blamed other than the white male supremacists, that is. The real villains, according to the Edomites, the Red Republicans. Mental health. Violent video games. Doors! I don't mean the singing group. I mean doors. They're all stupid reasons. But the conservative base does not require good reasons to believe what they believe. But this mass shooting has given the party cult of literal death a ready-made scapegoat that already fits in with the white male supremacists, reactionary conservative bigoted priors. The shooter in Nashville appears to have been trans. The conservative media firestorm has been as predictable as the reality that there will be another mass shooting soon. But if you're looking for the worst white-wing coverage, the New York Post is always a good place to start. Its front page headline the day after the shooting read, "Transgender Killer Targets Christian School." Subtitled, "Manifesto Leads to 6 Dead, including 3 young kids," with manifesto in quotes. Everything about that headline, from its implications to, well, its basic grammar. I don't think the mic is working, so let me know if you can hear me. I'm sure our man
I
can
hear
me.
you.
Real tech. The point is, can
Yeah.
the audience hear me? So,
I don't know. I hope so, man.
So let's get that down here. Can you hear me?
On a wing and a prayer, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
On a wing and a prayer.
Yes, yeah. These microphones are just, you know, they're incredible. They you know, I'm gonna go buy
Which one are you using?
I'm sorry.
Which one are you using now?
Oh God, I got a new one from Sammy. That is the Shure, the one I told him to get. But I'm gonna have to go get one of the old ones. I used to get the Yetis. It's just these ones are very, shall I say, they're very finicky, and they have their own quirks. They're very odd. So I do want people to understand that it's a royal pain in the ass. But that being said, I do want people to...
Musicians use that one a lot.
Who's that?
Musicians use that company a lot.
Okay, thank you for that. It's important to know. So assuming that everyone can hear me, I'm going to enter that question anyway. I do want people to understand this. The headline I just read. Everything about that headline. Transgender killer targets Christian school. Subtitled, "Manifesto in quotes, leads to 6 dead, including 3 young kids." Everything from its implications to its basic grammar is wrong. For those playing along at home, let's do a close read. A transgender killer would be a serial killer who targets trans people. That's what confused my gang brother Beaver back when he and I were in grade school, and there was some homophobe going around killing gays. And the headline read, "Gay killer, quote unquote, just went nuts." And my gang brother Beaver said, "What, did he start killing straights?" It's that kind of language that's so convoluted. The guy's killing gays because he just went nuts, but they make it sound like he's a gay killer who, quote unquote, just went nuts. And you'd read it and think he was killing straights. Maybe that was the sales pitch to get people to buy the paper. Probably so when I look at it with today's level of cynicism. So a transgender killer would be a serial killer targeting trans people. This was a killer who happens to be trans. And the New York Post also misgendered the shooter for good measure, meaning they identified him by the wrong sex. It asked not the sex the killer identified with. Now, it is believed that the suspect was a former student at the school, which would make the still undetermined motive, undetermined so far as they haven't concluded one that has been brought to my attention, it makes the still undetermined motive far different than a school shooter who targets Christian schools. That's the bullshit that you hear. This was a student. They targeted their school, where they were probably bullied and raped and persecuted to a point of feeling worthless. Dylan Roof, by contrast, targeted a black church. It would be a different motive if he targeted his white church, his own church that his family attended. That's what made Dylan Roof a hate killer, whereas this killer was a product of being hated. The manifesto, in quotes, did not lead to 6 dead people. The 2 assault rifles and the handgun the shooter brought with them led to 6 dead people. If the shooter had shown up to school armed with a manifesto, everybody would still be alive. I have to breathe. So let me drink some water after that.
Now you're going in and out.
See, I told you there's something wrong with this.
Said something about alive, then you went in and out.
Okay. I said if the school shooter
Manifesto
came to school armed with nothing but a manifesto, everybody would still be alive. And that's when the microphone...
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when the manifesto... that's when the microphone, not the manifesto, but the microphone basically kicked out, like it couldn't handle the volume of my voice, which makes it a lousy microphone, but it's what we're dealing with. Okay. It's hypersensitive microphone. It really is like a penis. If you're too hard on it, it deflates. At any rate, hopefully everybody can still hear me. Let's go on with the let me check my call again. Make certain we're holding call. This actually, it's so good that you're on with me, really, because that way I can check the call, and the call gives me the hint as to how the microphone's behaving. I can't do that without the call being on. So I'm so glad you stayed.
Okay.
Now, the people writing headlines for the New York Post are probably pure raw evil, but they're not necessarily stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. The Post knows what Burchett knows. The red Republican who keeps his daughter at home and won't let her go to school. They know that, like he knows, Republicans aren't going to fix it. We aren't going to fix it. To deflect from that should be unacceptable reality, the New York Post offers up these distractions of a trans menace and threats on religious institutions. As is usual for places where conservatives get their media, the Post takes real problems and satanically inverts them, distorts them, refits them, retools them rather, all the news that's printed to fit rather than fit to print. It inverts them to fit the white grievance narrative. Hence, the term white wing media. There are, indeed, transgender killers, as in people who kill trans folks. The murder of trans people has doubled over the past 4 years. And 73% of those trans victims were killed by, wait for it, a gun! Meanwhile, mass shootings at houses of worship have been steadily on the rise all this century. People of all faiths are increasingly under threat where they pray. But again, these mass murderers are not showing up to houses of worship with hammers eager to nail their manifestos to a door like they were Martin Luther. They're showing up with guns, most legally obtained. And that's why worshipers are dying. Everybody knows what the problem is, but Republicans won't let us fix it. And so the white wing media has to obfuscate and try to distract people from the solution Republicans are unwilling to let the rest of us, the sane among us, implement. So more people will die from preventable gun violence. More children will die. Republicans have stared at the bodies of dead children and decided that their deaths are acceptable. In fact, they must feel they are welcome. We can draw no other conclusion because there is no bottom. There is no tragedy so horrific that it will shock Republicans out of their death cult. Republicans are complicit in all these murders. And so is everybody who votes for them. School shootings are always tragic events, but this country decided a long time ago that these things are acceptable so long as the free flow of guns remains unhindered. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there were 646 mass shootings last year. There have already been more than 100 in 2023. With their constant pushback against even the slightest restrictions on gun rights over the past few decades, Republicans have all but ensured that, statistically speaking, sooner or later, the perpetrator of a deadly mass shooting would be trans. Easy access to dangerous semi-automatic rifles is an obvious problem in America. And yet this latest shooting is already becoming a convenient vehicle to advance the conservative narrative on trans rights. Several details of the suspected shooter's profile fit neatly into pre-existing Russo collaborationist right-wing insurgent talking points about trans people, like Hale's autistic identity. For years now, conservatives have claimed that trans people were using trans ideology to recruit autistic people into trans identities, though many autistic trans people feel like their neurodivergency led them to be less committed to societal structures like gender. Expect Republicans to abuse the Nashville shooting to attempt to add gender dysphoria, the clinical term used to describe the incongruence between a trans person's physical sex and their gender identity, or the taking of cross-sex hormones, to the list of reasons to deny a gun license to citizens. Though an unpopular notion among many of the more progressive trans circles, a gun ban for their community would be dangerous for the trans rights movement. It would leave their community defenseless against the ever-growing number of far-right paramilitary gangs showing up armed to protest drag queen story hours and gender clinics. It would also represent a legal distinction that would mark them, transgendered peoples, intersexed peoples, as inherently dangerous in the eyes of the law, and would, ergo, serve as a pretext to deny them other rights that non-trans citizens take for granted. After all, if they're too risky to own guns, why would anyone want to let them use the bathrooms they need to use in public life? According to a recent report by the ADL, the infamous Anti-Defamation League, the majority of ideological shooting sprees are committed by members of the far right. Where was this outrage after a right-winger shot up a supermarket in Buffalo, killing 10? Or the El Paso massacre at a Walmart? After each of these shootings, the stock Republican response was to chide the left and claim that now was not the time to politicize shootings, or to claim that the shooter was mentally disturbed or a lone wolf. They reached for anything that might disassociate their own politics from the motives of these shooters. Yet, mere minutes after discovering this latest shooter belonged to one of their already favorite targeted minorities, they immediately sprang into action, seeking to further inflame their culture war on trans people. If identity is such a motivating factor in all these shootings, as many Republicans are now saying, shouldn't we be having a conversation about why so many conservatives have committed so many heinous acts in the past decade and a half? Last year, there were 647 mass shootings in these United States. In 2021, there were 690 mass shootings. Since January 1st, New Year's Day of 2016, GVA has tracked 3,581 mass shootings in these United States. That's equivalent to all-out active warfare. It is civil war on a daily basis. We live in a civil war zone. When the carnage at the Covenant School began hitting news and social media in a way that has become nauseatingly familiar, the gun extremists immediately started doing what they do best, pointing fingers and blaming anything but our country's ludicrously, laughably, ridiculously easy access to firearms. Fox News contributor Nicole Parker attempted to posit that side doors to schools, meaning physical entrances to schools other than the front door, are the real problem here. Bless her black heart. There were the other usual excuses by gun extremists, their greatest hits of shifting blaming, that teachers should be armed, that it's an issue of mental health, etc. Of course, I'm not sure anyone expected Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Congressman Tim Burchett to openly admit he and his conservative colleagues have absolutely no interest in finding a good faith solution to the gun violence epidemic. I'm not kidding. In fact, here's the full quote, just to do him justice. "We're not gonna fix it. Criminals are gonna be criminals. My daddy fought in the Second World War, fought in the Pacific, fought the Japanese. He said, buddy, if someone wants to take you out and doesn't mind losing their life, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do about it. So there you have it. You're all Japs now. Criminals are gonna be criminals, the man said. Why bother trying to stop children from being slaughtered? Mr. Burchett's children are homeschooled, by the way, so he feels he's out of it. When I first heard of this shooting, my stomach dropped in the same way it has every other time this senseless violence has occurred. And when you find out children were killed, it only compounds that feeling. But this time, on top of that, it was eventually revealed that the shooter, whose name I endeavored to remember to refuse to mention, was a trans man. Basically proving he was a man by doing what men do, which is go out and mass shoot. Predictably, anti-trans conservatives seized the opportunity to cynically exploit the murder of these children and staff members to further their transphobic agenda of Russian propaganda and distract from their own complicity in enabling gun violence. Marjorie Taylor Greene claimed testosterone was to blame, something she has never said all the other times when a cisgendered, it est, heterosexual straight man was behind a mass shooting. Donald Trump Jr. and others put up tweets and memes implying trans people are especially violent. You see where this is going. The obvious problem here, of course, for anyone who has mastered third-grade math, is that the numbers prove trans people are substantially less likely to commit gun violence compared to cisgendered, it est, people satisfied with their gender at birth, and far more likely to be victims of gun violence themselves. Of the 3,581 mass shootings that have occurred in these United States since New Year's Day, January 1st of 2016, 4 were perpetrated by a trans person. If we stretch that definition like a pretzel, because one of them was only claimed to be a trans by his defense attorneys to try and provide him a cover of some kind of mental confusion or identity confusion, saying that he was unstable in this process of questioning his identity. That's simply a lawyer's defense argument. The man never claimed to be a trans himself. The other was someone who, well, I could go on and on, but I already covered this in past episodes. I'd be covering details that you only need to listen to my monologues in past episodes to hear about. I absolutely refuse to count the Colorado Springs mass shooter who murdered 5 people at the Club Q, which is an LGBTQIA plus nightclub, and then attempted to claim through his attorneys that he identifies as non-binary, clearly in an effort to troll the victims. And this after neighbors and police brought forward evidence of his long history of anti-LGBTQIA plus hatred. Thus, of that total number of mass shootings since the start of 2016 and the available data on those mass shooters, cisgendered, that means people happy with the gender they were born with, cisgender, straight, heterosexual, albeit involuntarily celibate people account for 99.9% of them. And yes, they're all overwhelmingly white male supremacists. If you were to take the few colored among them, that would lower it from 99.9% to 99%. According to a report released yesteryear by the Williams Institute at the UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles School of Law, considered one of the leading data sources on LGBTQIA plus people, the trans community makes up about 0.6% of the 267.8 million people in these United States who are age 13 or older. So, trans people make up 0.6% of the population, but 0.1% of mass shooters. 6 times less than what would be proportionately expected, proportionally mathematically calculated in an even distribution of mass shooters. It turns out that cis men, heterosexual straight males, are disproportionately more likely to be mass shooters. I have no problem recognizing that a trans man murdered these children and staff members. I would hope that it goes sans saying that I am glad police arrived and killed him before he could murder other innocents. But if these anti-trans conservatives are going to demand trans people answer for him, should they not answer themselves for the 99.9% of mass shooters who aren't trans? I have a feeling we'll never get an answer to that. This month, I am still holding the families of these children and staff members in my thoughts. I cannot begin to imagine their suffering, and I could just as easily lie and claim that I am filled with rage at the autistic artist victimized by relentless persecution as but another coward, on par with any other white male supremacist piece of shit who cruelly took the lives of these innocents. I am praying for two things. One, a measure of peace and healing that must seem impossible for these families in this moment. And two, that anti-trans conservatives will actually start giving a damn about vulnerable children instead of exploiting their deaths to further a hateful agenda. Trans people are regular human beings with our own thoughts, desires, and motivations. There's nothing inherently violent about being trans, and the actions of one member of a demographic is obviously not representative of the rest of them. Trans people are no different in this regard. Mass shootings are always highly emotional news events, and school shootings even more so because the victims are typically children. But we must not let emotion override our common sense and allow the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgency to seize upon a narrative that demonizes the entire trans community. More hate and more guns are the solutions being offered by conservatives, when what we really need is more love and understanding and fewer AR-15 style rifles on the street. Crack down on guns for the Nashville school shooting, not trans people. Analysts concur. Both parties must walk a fine line on the issue to win voters. Ergo, red Republicans' fixation on trans issues could backfire. The Republican
Yeah,
There we go. Had to fuck around with it, but it tripped off again. Can you hear me now?
Perhaps, yes.
Yeah, that's always so disconcerting. So hopefully people heard what I had to say. Where did you hear me glitch out?
About the Republicans, the trans, attacking the trans people might be probably going to backfire on them.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. All right. What we're going to do now is just check into live stream again and basically go back to topic as best as I can. Understand that the Republican obsession, this preoccupation with transgender issues, which has resulted in hundreds of bills at the state and federal levels, may excite the red party cult's evangelical base. But analysts concur. All that enthusiasm for restricting the rights and health care of about 0.6% of Americans risks putting off swing voters. Pollsters and strategists from both parties largely agree. Focusing on transgender issues could help Republicans in the general election if independent voters see the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency as defending common sense school policies from woke gender ideology run amok. Or it could end up hurting Republicans if voters think they're just picking on a small, misunderstood set of individuals simply trying to live their lives. Republican lawmakers across the nation have introduced hundreds of bills targeting transgender individuals this year. At least 10 states have banned gender-affirming care for minors, and another 21 have introduced bills, even as multiple studies have found access to gender-affirming care reduces the risk of depression and suicide for trans children, who are more likely than not to have considered suicide, and more likely, without this help, will indeed carry out their suicide. In at least 5 states, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's proposed gender-affirming care bans would also cover adults. 19 states have also banned transgender students from participating in school sports matching their gender identity. Republican legislators in at least 16 states have offered bills that would restrict or ban drag performances, many of which are written broadly enough to restrict nearly all public cross-dressing. Republicans in Congress have followed suit with bills that would ban gender-affirming care for minors, prohibit schools from teaching students about gender identity without prior parental consent, and place limits on transgender individuals serving in the military. The House Education Committee recently held a hearing on a bill that would amend Title 5, 6, 9, I believe, Title 9, to require student athletes to compete based on their gender at birth. If it passed, the bill would ban an estimated 32 openly transgender NCAA athletes out of 480,000 total from playing on their preferred teams. Republicans see many of these proposals as a natural backlash to rapidly changing societal norms around transgender issues that have, in some cases, gone from merely seeking acceptance to outright coaxing kids to transition in their eyes. Voters will end up punishing the side that seems more extreme on this issue. Thinking that has been the left, at least so far, Charles Méron, president of the Log Cabin Republicans, thinks there's room for common sense policies, arguing measures that inform and empower parents about what's going on at school make sense, such as the parental rights bill that passed the House, was it last week? Not long ago, on a party line vote, while laws that would ban gender-affirming care or regulate drag queens like strippers do not. To quote his T, as a moderate Republican, What we're trying to counsel Republicans is, do not take this resurgence of parental rights and weaponize it into something that the voters truly can't get their head around. If you overreach, you will do so at your own peril. My prescription to the grand old party would be, tread very lightly on these issues, particularly as it deals with outreach to women. Women don't want to see people in society being picked on or marginalized, but at the same time, if you come after the kids, they're going to turn into mama bears. Well, what do the polls show? New polling from Data for Progress suggests that voters are starting to see the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's efforts as just that. When asked about the more than 400 pieces of legislation working on their way through state houses aimed at limiting the rights of transgender and gay people in America, 64% of respondents, including 55% of Republicans, sided with the statement, "This is too much legislation. Politicians are playing political theater and using these bills as a wedge issue," compared with 25% who agreed with the statement, "This is the right amount of legislation. Politicians are dealing with the real danger that needs to be addressed." That figure rose to 78% among respondents who know a transgender person. Republican strategists largely view transgender topics as another front in their war on wokeism, which has animated the party's base in recent years. But unlike most culture war topics, a large number of voters, including independents, haven't made up their minds about transgender issues. An earlier Data for Progress poll from 2022 found some support for Republican legislation that focused on trans children. The pollsters found only 38% of likely voters say that laws preventing transgender children from participating in sports and pursuing medical transition are discriminatory, compared to 48% who think these laws are necessary to ensure children's safety and well-being. While a majority of Democrats and young voters view these laws as discriminatory, only 38% of independents and 17% of Republicans share this view. Now, because that's all basically in a form of legalese, statistical recount that probably went in one ear and out the other, let me quote Aaron Thomas, a pollster for Data for Progress, our pollster at Data for Progress, who says, "This polling finds that voters across all political parties see the Republican attempt to flood state legislatures with anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation as political theater. It also shows that the ideas espoused by today's loudest anti-trans advocates, that trans people threaten children and that our identities are a woke invention, don't resonate with the average voter. Most individuals don't know much about trans people or queer culture, and anti-trans activists exploit this to promote discriminatory legislation. The Democratic Party can play a vital role in raising awareness about queer and trans issues by publicly condemning this legislation." Now, other recent polls have suggested that 64% of voters support extending laws that would prohibit bosses or landlords from discriminating against transgender applicants, but 61% dislike using gender-neutral pronouns, probably because, it's too difficult for them to remember. A 2022 Pew survey found a plurality of Americans, 38%, thought society had gone too far in accepting transgender people, while most believed society should do more at 36%, or had done about enough at 23%. Voters' uncertainty around the topic is why Democrats need to carefully frame their opposition to the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent proposals as attacks on individuals rather than an opportunity to enlighten an ignorant population. Republicans credited parental ire over strict COVID-19 lockdowns for Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin's win in 2021 and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' blowout re-election in 2022, arguing a similar backlash against so-called woke policies like gender-neutral locker rooms or trans girls playing women's sports will help them in upcoming races. The Democratic pollsters disagree, pointing to Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent culture warriors getting trounced in places like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona in 2022. What we're talking about is organized discontent. Democrats have long argued that Republican operatives regularly hunt down small emotional disputes to amplify for divisive but ultimately decisive political gain, a claim that they have occasionally confirmed. We organize discontent. That's how Howard Phillips, one of the leaders of the New Right that grew out of the ashes of Barry Goldwater's presidential campaign in 1964, so put it. For decades, conservatives have been able to mine race and gender for the raw ore to cast into wedge issues. But those veins have run dry as the nation has grown more diverse and accepting. Ben Lazarus, a Democratic pollster at TargetSmart, concurs that Democrats will need to avoid Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent attempts to paint them as anti-parent as Republicans push trans legislation focused on schools, while concluding it'll ultimately bite Republicans in general elections, unless, in his words, they somehow miraculously make the debate all about parents and we really don't push back in a smart way. This is another step in a culture war that centers religion and centers race and centers gender in a way that is moving away from Republicans, not towards them. It's clear that they think it's a great idea. They feel like it can help them win. What I recommend to any of my Democratic clients is that we care about and want and welcome parental involvement. Now, the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency largely lost their electoral advantage on culture war issues after the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade last year. A competitive presidential primary season could also push the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency to planks too extreme for general election voters. The frontrunners are already trying to outdo one another. Former President Donald Trump promised to punish doctors who provide gender-affirming care to minors, comparing the practice, which is endorsed by the AMA, the American Medical Association, itself, mind you, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Psychological Association, all together, to child sexual mutilation. Trump's stance on LGBTQIA+ issues reportedly came in response to seeing how much attention his presumptive challenger, DeSantis, has garnered while waging culture wars in Florida. And while Republicans will undoubtedly shift their messaging and focus away from the base and toward swing voters after primaries, they'll be tied to the transgender laws enacted in red states, limiting their ability to pivot. President Joe Biden is expected to run for re-election with no serious primary contenders, allowing him to maintain his simple messaging on trans issues, which other Democrats should emulate. To quote his Danielle Deseroth, Data for Progress's interim executrix directress, Republicans tried running on cultural war issues in November in the midterms, not just on anti-trans, anti-LGBTQIA+ issues, but also on anti-abortion issues. We saw them fail pretty spectacularly at running on those culture war issues. Democrats need to just talk about this issue like normal people. These attacks are cruel for a very small group of people who deserve to have the freedom to live their lives. this giant woke monster is really just a Scooby-Doo monster. Like, you can take the mask off pretty easily. So, is it all going too far then? Warning that a lot of Republicans were already going too far in some cases, Dan Judy, a Republican pollster at North Star Opinion Research, has still argued that it wouldn't necessarily blow back against the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, depending on their implementation and enforcement. He himself going on record to state, and here I quote his T, "Like so many issues in our country, the most extreme voices are dominating the conversation when there is a pretty reasonable middle that can come to a consensus on a lot of these things. Even if there's overreach on the conservative side, but it doesn't really change the status quo, I don't know if they will suffer bigger consequences. That's just an obviously bad idea to most people, regardless of how they feel about transgender people. If you're talking about suburban parents who are concerned about what's going on in their public schools, this is an area where I think that Republicans have a big opportunity. The tone of how this is handled is extremely important because the vast majority of people, regardless of their views on trans issues, don't want to treat people, especially children, cruelly. It's going to be a more open debate on the Republican side. Unfortunately, in primaries on both sides, these debates tend to get pushed further and further to the extremes." Well, despite all the attention from lawmakers and media, transgender issues are not at the forefront of many voters' minds. That's something that I think strategists from both parties have noted. Liberal strategist Jane Rayburn, a Democratic pollster with the EMC research, sees the school bathroom bills and drag queen dragnets as just the latest examples of conservative political activists manufacturing controversy to foment their base by targeting a vulnerable, marginalized community, herself observing that as voters begin to see, in her words, that it's taking away freedoms, it's taking away rights, it's taking away privacy, it's taking away health care, it's going to become a problematic issue. This is a tactic that is as old as time. Perhaps they play in primaries, but ultimately, as we saw in 2022, that extremism, taking away rights, prohibiting people from accessing medical care, these things were not popular. They cost Republicans the election, and I think they'll cost the Republicans the election again. There's a good number of people who just admit that they don't know. It's a good fifth of the electorate. There is a lot of confusion around gender identity, but what it means to be a trans person, why do we have to put people into certain gender identity categories? Are we being too woke? As Democrats, we try to lean in to try to explain all these things to people, and that's where we lose the thread. I've done national polls, statewide polls, swing state polls, you name it, I've done it. I am not seeing these issues come up in an open-ended, what is the most important issue you want your politicians to do something about? So the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's preoccupation with gender comest at the expense of focusing on the matters voters really fucking care about. In the wake of the latest school shooting, Democratic lawmakers and activists highlighted the contrast in focus between the two parties, flooding social media with comments similar to this tweet from Representative Jimmy Gomez, who said, "Republicans want to ban books, drag shows, Black history, TikTok, all in the name of protecting children, but they won't ban assault weapons or even pass legislation to require universal background checks, when gun violence is the #1 killer of children." Conservatives also politicized the tragedy in Nashville, arguing that it demonstrates a pattern of trans mass shootings, even as statistics prove that 98% of mass shooters are cisgendered, heterosexual, straight, albeit involuntarily celibate, white supremacist men. The former Republican representative, Ileana Ross Lehtinen, agreed that her fellow Republicans' fixation on trans issues is misguided. As the mother of a trans man herself, Ross Lettinen, has become one of the few conservative voices pushing for more inclusion and acceptance of families like hers, herself informing the public that, in her words, there are so many crucial challenges that hard-working American families are facing every day, but instead of coming up with viable solutions to real problems, such as the high cost of food and the unaffordability of housing, many legislators, especially at the state level, are obsessing over how they can make the lives of endangered youth even more perilous. Intolerance is not a good look on anyone. I remain optimistic that voters will see through this charade and will encourage their elected officials to solve the real problems of America instead of masquerading as moral police officers. Well, honey, get out of the fucking Republican Party! Join the goddamn Democrats, get your head out of your ass, and it'll all work out from there. By the way, Viv says, hear you. Thank you, honey. God love you. Okay, I know that means it's working because she's not on the call. That being said, however, we need to have our man, Real Tech, on the call because that's how I monitor the status, because it's the Skype that reports whether or not the microphone is recognized or not. I really have no other means by which to do that. So thank God he's on. In the meantime, after having done my obligatory response...
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Having completed my obligatory response to what Peter Moon brought up in his naive fashion about, this transgenderism's everywhere, man. Yeah, it's everywhere because, your reactionaries keep pushing it. Let's deal with the geopolitics, which is my first love in life. Our dear lady in Mexico, Ariana, who's Nancy Toulouse in the chat, says, geopolitics, is that politics around the world? She says, online definition is the struggle over the control of geographical entities with an international and global dimension and the use of such geographical entities for political advantage. Well, what can I say? You're not going to find out much by going online when it comes to a lot of subjects. It's, how could I say it? That doesn't even touch it as far as I'm concerned, but I'm glad you're checking it out. But this is why you need someone like myself to basically be there for you. The average information consumer is led astray by much of what is out there. Much of what is out there doesn't inform people of anything at all. Now, let me take a quick look for what we've got going on. All right. Just taking a look here. And with that, let's get into what's happening now. Basically, here's what you need to know. Understand that Beijing's lean into Moscow is amid tension over my Taiwan. American lawmakers have traveled to my Taiwan. The trip, part of the bipartisan delegation's East Asia tour, is likely to further inflame escalating tensions between the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States. Red China said it was simulating precision attacks on key targets in my Taiwan as the military drills launched in response to my island Chinese Presidentess's meeting with the U.S. House Speaker entered a second day a few days ago. CHICOM, Chinese Communist State Media, said the drills included tactical maneuvers by the Red Chinese Navy. Now, Europe is finally waking up to the malevolent influence of the Red Chinese regime. European leaders need a common political and economic strategy to manage mainland China's irreversible rise and simultaneous decline. The outcome of the revisionist Russian Empire's war on Ukraine will determine who sets the political and economic rules for the coming decades. At stake is the rules-based international order. In such context, hosting Russian nuclear weapons will have far-reaching consequences for Belarus, White Russia. The fate of Belarus as a state is becoming increasingly tied to the outcome of a future peace settlement. It will be hard for any subsequent government in Minsk, the capital of White Russia, to distance itself from motherless Russia, the greater Russian Empire, economically and politically of its own accord. But once Belarus starts hosting Russian nuclear weapons, it will be downright impossible. Thus, it is decisively important that the ruble has hit a new low for the year. The Russian currency has been squeezed by sanctions and a rush of foreign firms leaving the country after its invasion of Ukraine. And of course, it's been recently, over a week ago by now perhaps, I'd say, well, a work week's in the past, was a very bad day for Putin. What was the worst day so far for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin since launching his unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year? You might ask myself in response. It's impossible to choose one. But Tuesday, April 4th, 2023, must rank high on the list. That day will be forever etched in history. No, not just because of what happened in a courtroom in Manhattan involving a certain former U.S. president, but because of something arguably more consequential, despite its lower billing in the headlines. It was the day Finland formally joined NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. When NATO members stood solemnly in front of the alliance's Brussels headquarters, watching Finland's blue and white flag raised alongside the 30 others, the ceremony served almost as a declaration that Putin's war in Ukraine has failed. After all, Putin justified his invasion with two primary arguments. First, he tried to make the misguided case that Ukraine is not a real country and belongs as a part of Russia. That claim has been deconstructed not only by historians, as myself, but by the Ukrainian people's fierce defense of their own nation. Second, Putin argued that his goal was to prevent NATO from expanding. On that count, Putin not only failed, but in fact propelled the very development he sought to prevent. Now Russia's border with NATO countries has more than doubled in length, adding an extra 830 miles of frontier with Finland. Finland, which was once part of the Russian Empire and is therefore also potentially a target of Putin's irredentist arguments, will move quickly to fortify that long border. That's because when Russia invaded Ukraine, it sent an unmistakable signal to its neighbors that it simply could never be trusted. Of course, Finland already knew that. It was attacked by Moscow, its former imperial master, in the Winter War of 1939 through 1940. The Finns defended the country with mythical might, but ended up losing around 10% of their territory. In the aftermath, Finland thought the best way to protect itself was by maintaining its neutrality, but Putin disabused them of that notion when he attacked Ukraine. In Brussels, on Tuesday, Finnish President Sauli Niinistö declared, "The era of non-alignment in our history has come to an end. A new era begins." It's worth emphasizing the point. This was a major defeat for the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and for Putin personally. So much that Secretary of State Antony Blinken declared, This is the one thing we can thank Mr. Putin for. Without Putin and his war, Finland would not be a NATO member. The war didn't just produce what Putin explicitly said he wanted to prevent. It also triggered the opposite of what he had implicitly sought. He apparently expected NATO would be divided on the question of helping a non-member. But as President Joe Biden noted, the alliance has never been more united. In addition, its importance, its purpose, has become clearer than it has been in decades. Russia's aggression has transformed the strategic calculation for every country in Europe. As Niinisto told CNN yesteryear, the divisions have become sharper. There's little room left for neutrality. He said, the invasion showed that Moscow does not respect officially non-aligned countries. And if European Union nations are suddenly finding it necessary to take sides, it's striking that no one is exactly running into Moscow's arms. As soon as Russia sent its tanks into Ukraine, after repeatedly denying it would ever invade, the Poles in Finland started showing a sharp change of sentiment. In November, despite, or maybe because of, warnings from Russia and threatening movements militarily near the Finnish border, 4 in 5 Finns supported joining NATO. Sweden, too, a country that for hundreds of years has followed a policy of neutrality, has applied for NATO membership. For now, Turkey and Magyarország, Hungary, are blocking its accession, focused on their domestic politics. But Sweden, I have no doubt, will eventually join. Finland's accession is not only symbolic, the country is no military slouch. All men are obligated to serve in the army. Their winter weather skills are unmatched, and their arsenal impressive. Even Moscow was forced to acknowledge something important had shifted. Russia's foreign ministry said Finland's entry into NATO created a fundamental change in the situation in Northern Europe. In reality, this strategic realignment goes beyond Northern Europe. It tilts the geopolitical balance further away from Russia. Russia warned it might be forced to take retaliatory measures. But with Putin's forces bogged down in Ukraine and stretched so thin that he has resorted to using mercenaries and convicts, these threats are less intimidating than they might have been before he invaded Ukraine 14 months ago in a campaign that was supposed to succeed in a matter of days. If he thought the war would make Russia look stronger to the rest of the world, he achieved the opposite of his objective there as well. Then, adding annoyance to the Russian dictator's unpleasant day, on the same Tuesday that they brought Finland into the fold, NATO leaders indicated they'd invited Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to join, to attend NATO's July summit in Lithuania. And, as if Putin needed more reasons to worry, 2 European leaders this week arrived in Beijing to meet with his closest ally, the Communist Chinese Empire's tyrant Xi Jinping, where trade and Ukraine will be the top of their agenda. But this brings us to Europe's dangerous dependence on the Communist Chinese Empire. When Russia invaded Ukraine over 13 months ago, Ursula von der Leyen reacted quickly. The presidentress of the European Commission went beyond criticizing the aggression and brutality of the war. She visited Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, several times. She was unequivocal about the need to impose more sanctions on the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. She forged a special relationship with Ukraine's democratically elected legal president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And she was instrumental in granting the Ukraine, as well as Moldova, the border state, the buffer state between Romania and the Ukraine, European Union candidate status. Von der Leyen's attitude toward Russia's attack on Ukraine is linked to her view of the Communist Chinese Empire. The speech she delivered in Brussels on March 30th of this year was about how the EU had to put in place a coherent security, economic, and trade policy toward Red China. Europe, she said, had to recognize that the Chinese Communist Party's clear goal was a systemic change of the international order. Communist dictator Xi Jinping wanted to make China less dependent on the world, and the world more dependent on China. This view of dependency is a critical one. Globalization has created multiple forms of dependencies. For the Europeans, especially Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the negative side of that was exposed when Putin invaded Ukraine, highlighting how dependent Europe had become on Russian gas. Despite repeated warnings by Poland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and these United States, United Germany, supported by other big European energy companies, went ahead and built the Nord Stream gas pipelines. The tyrant Vladimir Putin abused this as a major geostrategic instrument. When Die NVD, the new United Germany, Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, halted the Nord Stream 2 project over a year ago, energy prices across Europe soared. Moscow hoped this would weaken European unity over Ukraine. It did not. Governments rushed to find alternative sources to Russian energy, and they accelerated the expansion of renewable energies. By focusing on renewable energy, however, governments risk making the same mistake of dependency on Red China as they did with Russian gas. Von der Leyen has pointed out that Xi wanted the Red Empire in the East to tighten international production chains' dependence on China to form a powerful countermeasure and deterrent capability. According to the Commission Presidentress, this is especially true when it comes to critical raw materials like lithium or cobalt. For sectors like high-speed rail and renewable energy technology, or for emerging tech that is central to future economic and national security, like quantum computing, robotics, or artificial intelligence. Le Madame Presidentress von der Leyen has emphasized that the Communist Chinese Empire has no qualms in exploiting that dependency. Xi's focus on security and control in Red China has meant prioritizing security and the economy over political and civil rights, and setting up institutions to challenge the current international system. It is about establishing a new vision for an international order. How then are the Europeans going to respond to Xi's objective? They dislike the fierce contest and confrontation between the American and Communist Chinese empires, which Xi will no doubt try to exploit when von der Leyen and French President Emmanuel Macron together travel to Beijing. But the Europeans increasingly understand the security and investments risks Red China poses to the bloc's strategic sectors and how their dependence on the Commu-Chinese market makes them vulnerable. Yet some EU countries, notably the United Germany, seem oblivious to the cost of its economic reliance on Red China, despite reservations by his Green coalition partners. Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited Communist China on mainland Asia last November, accompanied by a large business and trade delegation. It's as if the energy crisis and the United Germany's now broken dependence on Russian gas hasn't made Berlin aware of how it is creating another dependence, this time on Red China for rare earth materials. Presidentress von der Leyen so reminded her audience that, to quote Xi, "This is an area where we rely on one single supplier, Red China, for 98% of our rare earth supply, 93% of our magnesium, and 97% of our lithium, just to name a few." Europe responded to the energy crisis by diversifying its sources. Responding to Red China's virtual control over rare earth materials, combined with its immense economic and political power, is far more difficult. Von der Leyen did not mince her words when describing mainland China's policies of disinformation, economic and trade coercion, and its sanctions against officials that criticize Beijing, that raise human rights issues, or forge closer ties with my Taiwan. So, Le Madame Presidentress von der Leyen has been quoted as saying, "This is all part of a deliberate abuse of dependencies and economic leverage to ensure that Red China gets what it wants from smaller countries." Well, what amounts to bullying is not going to stop. In the meantime, the Commission has proposed a Critical Raw Materials Act to diversify and secure supplies. The EU needs to speed up the conclusion of trade agreements. It is looking at ways to protect its sensitive technologies and have investment rules to defend the national security of the member states. Such plans, von der Leyen herself has gone on record to state, will be set out in a new economic security strategy later this year. To manage the relationship, de-risk, not decouple, as she calls it, Presidentress von der Leyen insisted that the member states and institutions need a collective will to respond together. There must be, in her own words, a willingness to avoid the divide and conquer tax that we know we may face. So far, the EU has stood up for Ukraine and stood up to Putin. It cannot stand alone as Red China implements its agenda of changing the international rules on its own terms. Preparing for her trip into the maw of the Communist Chinese Empire with French President Emmanuel Macron, the European Commission Presidentress Ursula von der Leyen phoned Ukrainian President Zelensky to discuss their plans. Red China has become a diplomatic and economic lifeline for Putin. But Beijing needs strong relations with Europe, and so von der Leyen has warned that how Red China continues to interact with Putin's war will be a determining factor for EU-China relations going forward. She made that statement on a day that NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg said would be a good day for Finland's security, for Nordic security, and for NATO as a whole. And he might have added, a very bad day for Putin. Yet still, despite Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, Xi Jinping continues to embrace a self-interested partnership with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. 15 years ago, as care provider for my now late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, I watched Beijing's ambivalent response to Moscow's dry run for its current war in Ukraine. When Moscow invaded Georgia in 2008 and detached Twa regions, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, it attempted to rally support from Red China and Central Asian members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. But then President Dmitry Medvedev had little success, not least because the precedent of hiving off parts of sovereign states risked, from Beijing's perspective, undercutting its claim to be sovereign over my Taiwan. Fast forward to 2023. On Monday morning, opening the work week before last, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping arrived in Moscow at a different time and in a different world. Strategically, Beijing is preoccupied with these United States, which Xi has publicly alleged aims agir with you, to check and contain, to surround and block, and to suppress Communist China on the Asian mainland. In this context, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is not the only superstate that shares Beijing's ambivalence about American foreign policy and Washington's frequent use of economic levers. But it is the only sizable one. On numerous issues, from data sovereignty to the use of unilateral sanctions, Beijing and Moscow are broadly in agreement and seek to alter elements of the international system. Therefore, despite Moscow's brutal invasion of Ukraine and claimed annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions over the past year, Beijing has leaned into its partnership with motherless Russia, which Xi, in a piece published last Monday in Russian language media, describes as anchored by a vision of lasting friendship. So, despite a recent Chinese position paper that seeks to present Beijing as a prospective arbiter of peace in Ukraine, no one should expect Xi to impose conditions on the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin or the Russian Empire itself. Nor should anyone expect a substantive diplomatic initiative with new points beyond the positions that Beijing has offered to date. These positions are, broadly speaking, friendly to Moscow's view, which is precisely why Putin unsurprisingly told Xi at a meeting on that Monday last in the Kremlin that he would be happy to discuss them. To be sure, Beijing is working hard to create a perception of balance, but in doing so, it is playing primarily to a few audiences while ignoring these United States, Ukraine, Russia, the global south of the undeveloped third world nations, and to a much lesser extent, Europa itself. First, Ukraine. Beijing has teased that Xi will soon place a phone call to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. If he does so, it will be the first time Xi will have bothered to attempt to talk to him for the entirety of the war. And if Beijing were truly interested in brokering a peace, it would have put at least an iota of effort into its relationship with Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, over the past 14 months. So why call Zelensky at all? Putting Ukraine's perspectives to the side, it is, from Beijing's vantage point, in part a way to maintain the reputational illusion of balance and to reap the strategic and diplomatic benefits of that with third parties around the world, especially the global south. Beijing probably bets that it has some running room with Kiev, which has been reluctant, not surprisingly, to bluntly criticize Red China over the past year. Beijing may calculate that Kiev may someday look to Red Chinese capital for reconstruction assistance, given the scope and scale of the required rebuild. More important, Beijing is playing to the many countries around the world, from Southeast Asia to Latin America, that are less invested in the outcome of the war in Ukraine. These audiences cluster in the global south, which has proven to be fertile ground for communist Chinese diplomacy. Beijing may bet that these countries will openly express reassurance that Red China is a productive player in brokering an end to the war. Indeed, many of them have welcomed the FRIDAY-Cum position paper and may even praise Beijing for its efforts. Just take President Lula da Silva in Brazil as an example. He has called for Red China to become more involved in brokering peace and has floated his own plan that includes a role for Communist China. Then there is Europa, with which Beijing had hoped to improve relations in 2023, in part to backfoot Washington's efforts. The Communist Chinese have no illusions about how badly they are faring now in Europe. Beijing will not abandon Moscow, and Moscow will not abandon its war in Ukraine. So Putin's war is an albatross round Beijing's neck with European capitals. But not everyone in Europe has criticized the Red Chinese position paper, despite sharp critiques from European Commission Presidentess Ursula von der Leyen. So long as there are Europeans, such as French President Emmanuel Macron, who nurture themselves on false hopes, and who themselves nurture hopes to mediate a peace, even the tiniest Red Chinese fig leaf with Ukraine can hardly hurt with Europe, even if it does not help perceptions or relations very much. As for the Russian Empire, the Chi-Coms are surely betting that Putin will welcome Beijing's outreach to Kiev. In fact, Wang Yi, the director of the Communist Party's Central Foreign Affairs Commission, likely pre-cooked Red China's outreach plan with Russia's Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev when they met in Moscow on February 22nd, celebrating the one-year anniversary of their invasion, the war that they launched themselves. Putin has no reason to doubt Communist Chinese support for him or his regime at the strategic level, even if there be differences at the tactical and operational level. Prospective Red Chinese outreach to Ukraine does nothing to make Putin worry that he is at risk of losing his key partner. Instead, it potentially helps him to the extent that it bolsters Communist Chinese credibility around the world and gives Red China greater space to lawyer his own case. Finally, Beijing will likely ignore American sniping, such as the comments yesterday last week from White House spokesperson John Kirby dismissing Red China's effort to present itself as a potential peacemaker, especially, he implied, a possible Chinese call for a ceasefire that would freeze and thus solidify Russian gains on the battlefield. Beijing will have already concluded that Washington will dismiss any Communist Chinese diplomatic activity as performative, a kind of Peking opera. But the Americans are not Red China's audience, so Beijing likely does not much care what Washington thinks. Instead, they will be calculating that Washington will not only give them zero credit for whatever they do, but will probably try to rally Europe against them. Now, this is a widespread, or was a widespread, and actually unfair in my perspective, Communist Chinese perception of what happened at the Munich Security Conference the month before last, when Secretary of State Antony Blinken publicly criticized Red China and preemptively warned it for apparently weighing lethal support for Moscow. Beijing is playing not to these United States, but to Ukraine, the Russian Empire, and especially the rest of the world. As Xi's public remarks about Washington make it clear, Beijing's principal focus in the world today, and its perception of its principal strategic problem, is the American empire. China's communist bureaucrats argue internally and publicly that the United States is the only country in the world that actively aims and has the capability to frustrate Red China's interests, security, developmental, technological, and political. For that purpose, a constructive relationship with Moscow, which shares Red China's skepticism of nearly every aspect of American foreign policy, is necessary. Of course, partnership with Putin's Russia is not cost-free, since Beijing pays a price reputationally, with Europa in particular, thank the gods of my ancestors. But partnership with the albatross in Moscow will pay dividends for Red China as well. After all, Beijing hardly camest away from Xi's visit empty-handed for having enabled the Putinistas. It wins contracts, assures Russia's enduring economic dependence on the communist Chinese empire, and links the trois superstates' resource-producing and consuming sectors more closely together. Beyond which, Putin's popularity has reached a record high in these United States, as Putin's Kremlin is refusing to comment on Trump's arrest, while Russian state TV touts Marjorie Taylor Greene as Donald Trump's replacement, proving that Putin and Xi Jinping are making the war in Ukraine a global contest. On the American home front, no less. Now, let me, of course, take a breath after that, kicking the microphone around again in its sensitivity. There, you see, it's going in and out. I've got to stroke it like a penis. I feel like I'm violated. And we'll just keep doing this until it fucking works, settles down. I'll see if I can push that button that keeps it. There we are. Holy shit, that's a pain in the ass. And it can change at any moment. I can't understand why musicians use this at all. That being said, I believe I can be heard. If our man Realtek is awake, he can confirm that for me. And then we'll check on live streaming. Anybody out there, let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Excellent, my main man. Thank you. And of course...
Welcome, my friend.
Yes. According to new YouGov poll data, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's popularity in these United States has reached its highest point since 2020, years before his troops invaded Ukraine. According to pollster YouGov, the Kremlin dictator's popularity among Americans as of the first quarter of 2023 stands at 21%. In the first quarter of 2021, Putin's popularity hovered at 15%. And shortly after Russia began the war with Ukraine, it was registered at 17%, an actual increase of 2 points. The worse he behaves, the more Americans love him. Because, of course, they're fucked like that. And they're hoping he can conquer the United States. I'm not kidding. This is actually what many Americans have literally said, that they're rooting for the Russians to ultimately take over here and remake America into a white world, or part of a new white world. Putin is presented as the great white hope. Well, he's more like a phantom, a great white phantom that delivers on nothing other than...
Well, it looks like the people watched Red Dawn too much.
Yeah, they actually believe it can happen. That would require logistics the Russians don't even have. Hell, they can't even cross the border into Ukraine. So thank you. Good thing to remind me of. At any rate, yes, Moscow's troops crossing into Ukraine in February of 2022 was met with condemnation from Western countries, including these United States. At the time, President Joe Biden said the Kremlin had chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. However, another poll from Gallup, published on March 13th, of this year showed that Americans' already negative opinions of Russia have soured further in the past year, now at 9% compared to 15%. It's like they're disappointed with the Russians because they can't do anything right, but they love Putin, thinking that he's the innocent and the Russians are at fault for failing him. According to the Gallup World Affairs poll, nearly 3 in 5 people had a very unfavorable view of Russia. In the 2022 poll, 42% held this view, with 36% of respondents reporting this perspective in 2021. In contrast, 68% of those polled had a favorable opinion of the Ukraine in 2023. According to that poll, a majority of Americans, 51% of respondents, saw Moscow's military power as a critical threat. That, by the way, while I appreciate the sentiment, is completely misplaced fear. The Russians are incapable of doing jack shit. They are nothing to worry about in the military sense. They are everything to worry about in the propaganda sense. That's the only strength, the major strength that they have, copying the minds of American people on the American home front to go out and kill other Americans. Now, a separate YouGov poll of 1,000 Americans conducted between December 22nd of 2022 and January 2nd of 2023 showed that 55% of those asked had a very unfavorable view of Putin, with just 6% holding a very favorable judgment of the Russian dictator. In this poll, a majority viewed Putin as a somewhat strong or very strong leader. According to Statista, back in 2014, the same year that Moscow illegally annexed the Crimea, 69% of American respondents had an unfavorable view of Putin. Russian state media has repeatedly issued threats towards these United States and our NATO allies, including during broadcasts with Russian state television host Vladimir Solovyov, who has been nicknamed Putin's voice. In March, one clip showed state media guests discussing using a new nuclear-capable torpedo against Western countries backing Ukraine. In a January broadcast, another state media guest called for a nuclear attack on these United States, saying that Americans won't come to their senses until they get a hit with a nuke on their skull. Now, according to data published on March 30th, within the Russian Empire itself, over 80% of Russians approved of Putin's activities as of March 2023. Statista has noted that this is higher than in September 2022, when the Kremlin announced a partial mobilization of Russian troops destined for Ukraine. They're completely brainwashed, or they're completely fabricating these numbers. Meanwhile, the Kremlin has declined to comment on Donald Trump's arrest, citing that they do not believe they are entitled to interfere in another country's affairs. Just hack their elections. However, analysts believe there may be other reasons behind Moscow's silence, such as the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin preferring Trump as the American leader over President Joe Biden and not wanting the legal precedent of Trump's case to apply to Russia. Despite claiming otherwise, Putin has publicly commented on other American affairs, such as the Black Lives Matter protests and the American Capitol riot. Yet on Wednesday, midweek last, The Kremlin declined to comment on former President Donald Trump's arrest, but some analysts believe there's more behind the silence than the stated reason of not meddling in another country's affairs. After having hacked Trump into power, obviously a lie, to put it bluntly. According to Russian state media outlet TASS, their primary state-controlled media outlet, period, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said, "We do not consider ourselves entitled to interfere in any way in the internal affairs of the United States. We believe that the United States is not entitled to interfering in our affairs either. Therefore, we would not like to comment on this." Now, Peshkov's comments came as in response to a question about last Tuesday's arraignment of Donald Trump, who has continued to make positive statements about Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin, even after the start of the war in Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Trump was charged Tuesday with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records following an investigation by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office related to hush money payment made by Donald Trump to former adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. There have been recent examples of Russian officials commenting on American issues. Putin spracketh about twa of the biggest news stories in these United States of the past few years during a 2021 news conference when he referenced the Black Lives Matter protests and the January 6th, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. When asked by a reporter at a Geneva conference on June 16th of 2021 about Russian crackdowns on political dissent, Putin said Russia was trying to avoid what he called the disorder, disruption, violations of the law, etc., that the U.S. experienced during the protests that occurred after the 2020 death of George Floyd while in police custody in Minneapolis. The Russian autocrat then seemingly questioned the need for the arrests of January 6th rioters, saying the people charged had come to the U.S. Capitol only with political demands and were treated as domestic terrorists. Despite Peshkov's comments suggesting otherwise, George Mason University Schar School of Policy and Government professor Mark N. Katz has told the press that the Kremlin has commented on other nations' internal affairs, himself going on record to state, in his own words, Moscow may also be trying to do now is model the sort of respectful behavior between Russian and American leaders that it would like from Washington. Ever since Soviet's days, Moscow has self-righteously claimed that, unlike Washington, it does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, even though Moscow actually has. By not commenting on Trump's difficulties, I suspect Moscow may be seeking to elicit reciprocal treatment from pro-Trump Republicans in particular, not to interfere in Russia's internal affairs by criticizing Putin. Jason J. Smart, who has advised multiple political campaigns in Europe, told America's Fourth Estate that, to quote his T, in the history of the United States and Russia, typically when they attack each other, what happens is the United States will talk from the official level. The president will attack, and the State Department will attack. On the Russian side, they typically do not do that. Instead, Russia has state-sponsored TV stations carry out its message about Trump in the same way that typically the office of the president of Russia does not attack President Joe Biden directly. They allow the TV stations to talk about how maybe he has Alzheimer's, he's too old, etc. These things don't typically come from the Kremlin itself. They rely on state-sponsored TV stations to do that so they can publicly maintain a degree of impartiality. Well, along with Russian media speculating about Biden's health Examples can be seen following the 2020 presidential election in these United States. Even after Biden was declared the winner and other world leaders congratulated him on the victory, the Kremlin declined to comment. Peskov told reporters at the time that Russia was awaiting Trump's legal actions before recognizing a winner. Meanwhile, Russian propagandists like Vladimir Solovyov spracketh on national television after Biden was declared victorious about the total lack of trust in the American electoral system. Olga Skabayeva, another Russian state TV hostess, questioned the legitimacy of the election by saying journalists had decided the victor. David Silbe, an associate professor of history at Cornell University and director of teaching and learning at Cornell in Washington, told Newsweek that the Kremlin's silence could be indicative of not only how Putin might prefer Trump over Biden, but also how he doesn't want the legal precedent set by Trump's case to apply to his own country. To quote his T, I don't think Putin commenting on this helps with the narratives he likes to spin about these United States, that Trump is a strong leader and a friend to Russia, and that the U.S. is overridden by chaos and disorder. Instead, there's a message here that no one is above the law in these United States, and Putin really does not want to highlight that for the Russians. It makes Trump look weak. Hannah Naughty, a senior research associate at the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation, has been quoted saying that Russia always has a position on the way the political winds are blowing in Western countries, especially if it's the United States. I suspect the caution in this instance is due to a mixture of some favoritism towards Trump and that they don't want to be on Trump's bad side should he win in 2024. Well, let's hope he simply isn't able to run at that point, but moving right along. If I can remember, let's put it this way. At this point now, the top Kremlin propagandist, Vladimir Solovyov, has been discussing possible replacements for Donald Trump as the leading Republican candidate for the 2024 presidential election, including Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. The 58-year-old television host Solovyov is considered one of the main supporters of Putin on Russian state TV. Since the beginning of the country's invasion of Ukraine, he has supported the Kremlin on air, often coming out with threats of nuking European countries and completely destroying Ukraine. So, Solovyov and Russia One New York correspondent Valentin Olegovich Bodanov were talking about the Manhattan grand jury's case against the former president. It concerns the payment of 130,000 United States dollars in hush money to porn star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 presidential election. Solovyov and Bodanov commented on the fact that American voters appear to be sick and tired of both Trump and President Joe Biden. Their approval ratings are lower than they were at the beginning of their respective presidencies. In a video shared by Russian Media Monitor, Bodanov said, "Both of these politicians have colossal anti-ratings. There is a demand in America for something new. The problem is Trump took over this niche, but now there is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and others are coming, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is somewhat funny," here Solovyov interjected, "but at least she exists." To which Bodanov rejoined that, in his words, "There is a demand for that. People will start filling this niche. Of course, this is worrisome for the liberals." Solovyov retorted, "Let them worry." Solovyov has appeared disappointed at the lack of response from Americans and Trump cultists to the indictment order by the Manhattan grand jury. Solovyov talked of it as a conspiracy against the former president, saying that it's impossible to understand the nature of the charges against him. He's paying off a hooker, you dumb son of a bitch. For his own part, Bodanov called American politics a circus on both sides of the political spectrum, of course, going on to say that, in his own words, the horror of what is happening is that normal Americans are no longer interested in politics, direct politics, something America was always proud of. Right now, it's been left to freaks. Yeah, no shit. Russia, those are the people that you sponsor. The fucking freaks. And then you have the nerve to say they're freaks? Well, that's your material, your primary clay. So, that being said, in the time we have remaining, about an hour and 15 minutes, I believe, if I can time this. Let's put it this way. The Daily Beast's journalist, Julia Davis, has shared a video of Solovyov's show on Twitter, herself writing, and here I quote us therefrom, "Meanwhile, in Russia, Vladimir Solovyov is angry, disappointed, and totally fed up with Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, Judge Juan Merkin, and most of all, his own staff." Solovyov himself concluded that, in his words, "Though I can't bring myself to call Trump an oldster, I can't bring myself to call Biden adequate. Everyone is sick and tired of them both." Now, his recommendation, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Trump cultist, has been among the most vocal Republicans to express anger at the case against him, political experts having suggested that behind the Congresswoman's support for Trump might be a desire to align herself with the former president's base. All the aforesaid proves that Ron DeSantis is catastrophically off target. The Republican governor of Florida, who has presidential ambitions, recently said the war in Ukraine was not in America's vital interests. In his view, what was taking place was a territorial dispute. The 3-day state visit by Chinese Communist Party dictator Xi Jinping to Moscow showed the contrary. The outcome of the Russian Empire's brutal war concerns the future of the post-Third World War, the so-called post-Cold War international order, and the American Empire's role in shaping it. The global order, established after World War II, came under pressure after the Berlin Wall was torn down in November of 1989. It led to the reunification of the Germanys and the unification of Europe, as the European Union and NATO brought in members from the former communist bloc. But the 1990s exposed the weakness of the West's ability and preparedness to deal with emerging conflicts. The war in the former Yugoslavia, for example, should have taken Europe out of its complacency by taking the defense and security of the region seriously. And later on, from the 9/11 terrorist attacks on these United States, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, to Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, the year of the stock market crash and collapse, and the Arab Spring revolts of 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi and my latent sainted Cyrus's being slain. Such crises showed how Europe and these United States weren't ready to update the post-World War III, the post-Cold War structures and institutions. Both sides of the Atlantic were perpetuating the old order. Russia's attack on Ukraine is tearing this old order apart. In that context, Xi, even more so than the tyrant Vladimir Putin, is intent on influencing, if not leading, the new order. The new order is being played out in several ways. On the crudest level, Putin has abused tactics to break the Ukrainians' morale, to test the unity of the West, and to gauge the level of support for his invasion from the global south and other parts of the world. In Ukraine itself, the Russian military has indiscriminately bombed civilian targets and vital infrastructure sectors. It has mass abducted, kidnapped thousands of children and taken them to Russia. It has destroyed cultural monuments, libraries, and schools. It has threatened food security in many countries by bombing Ukraine's grain silos and preventing the export of this essential commodity. Russian troops and the Wagner mercenaries have terrorized the populations they have conquered. These drastic measures are about breaking the will of the Ukrainians and undermining the territorial integrity of the country in order to force President Volodymyr Zelensky to the negotiating table. This war is also about challenging the unity of the West. So far, we have held together. It is slowly sinking in, and this is why the Xi-Putin meeting was so important, that the outcome of this war is about who will set the political and economic rules for the coming decades. Many of the recent wars and conflicts have already challenged the dominance of the American empire and our allies. Ukraine intensifies that challenge, not just because of the nature of the aggression and Putin's objectives, but also because of Russia's shift toward Red China. Ukraine encapsulates a competition between the West and the Communist Chinese Empire about values, systems, and rules. Xi implied as much during his visit to Moscow. Despite all its weaknesses and often double standards, the West's model is built on human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and international rules on trade. The West also puts great store on territorial integrity and sovereignty. Otherwise, the global order, fragile as it is, would lapse into a Hobbesian world of chaos and conflict. Xi and some EU leaders, such as Magyarország's Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, claim that these are values the West wants to impose on other countries. That is not the case. These values are universal. If they were not, why would so many people outside the West around protest for freedom, for democracy, for justice, and for human rights? That is the essence of the war in Ukraine. If Ukraine loses, the West will lose too. Russia, with the help of its erstwhile allies, would use the defeat of Ukraine to reassert its influence in Eastern Europe. A defeat would boost authoritarian regimes, led by Beijing, to reshape the post-World War III, the so-called post-Cold War international order, where the United States could lose its predominant position. It is a sobering, pessimistic scenario. Winning this war would not just be a military victory. Western leaders need to be candid about what is at stake. Instead of patronizing countries who either don't take sides in the war or else support Putin, European and Western leaders have to explain why the West has more to offer than Moscow or Beijing. It is not just about material issues. They are about a way of life, a system of government, and a set of international trading and business rules. These attributes need to be defended by persuasion, by skilled diplomacy, and by confidence, underpinned by hard power. the war in Ukraine is testing the West's endurance. This is what brings us to Putin's nuclear blackmail. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's recent announcement that Russia would station nuclear weapons in Belarus, White Russia, made global headlines. But in many ways, it was entirely predictable. Moscow is escalating the conflict at a time when other efforts to convince the West to stop increasing its military aid to Ukraine have failed. After all, Western leaders have no choice but to take the nuclear threat seriously. In addition, Russia is presenting the deployment not just as a decision made by both countries, but as a response to long-standing requests by the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko. This is Russia's tried and tested way of showing respect for its ally, previously cited when dispatching Russian troops to Belarus for training exercises both last February, ahead of the invasion, and in October. It's not yet clear when Russian weapons could appear in Belarus. Putin said only that, starting in April, Belarusian pilots will receive training in piloting planes capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and that a nuclear weapons storage facility will be built in Belarus by the 1st of July. According to the Russian dictator, control of the weapons will not be handed over to Belarusian troops. The lack of detail appears to confirm that the aim of the announcement is to signal to Russia's adversaries, primarily these United States, that they still have time to change trajectory and agree to terms with Russia to ensure that the storage facility remains empty. If nuclear weapons in Belarus were actually required for military purposes, Russia would hardly have announced that publicly, in advance, and with a specific time frame. It's true that the contested Belarusian dictator has been talking about the possible deployment of nuclear weapons in his country for almost 18 months now, even before the war in Ukraine. In November of 2021, he floated the idea as a possible response to the deployment of American nuclear weapons in Poland. Lukashenko could hardly have known back then that a war would soon be underway, and that a year later Putin would want to resort to nuclear blackmail. It's more likely that Minsk, the capital of White Russia, Belarus, was simply carrying out a traditional foreign policy exercise, offering the boldest kind of security services in expectation of potential political and economic support from Moscow. Judging from the context in which he mentioned the threat to deploy nuclear weapons in his own country, Lukashenko was also craving recognition. He simply wants to be reckoned with and treated with respect. He sees nuclear weapons capable of reaching Vilnius, the capital of Latvia, Warsaw, the capital of Poland, and Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, as a way to achieve that. Yet, the chance to intimidate the Lithuanians and Poles will also translate into greater attention to Belarus from NATO. Belarusian nuclear weapons storage facilities, missile deployment sites, and aerofields will become a primary target should the Russo-Ukrainian conflict escalate more globally. Overall, it's hard to say whether the idea has more advantages or disadvantages for Lukashenko himself. Ordinary Belarusians are expected to be against the move. About 80% of the country's urban population oppose the deployment of nuclear weapons in their country, according to Chatham House polls carried out last year. It would clearly strengthen Belarusian ties to Russia, since the country would essentially acquire a new Russian military base. Ultimately, however, it changes little in relations between Minsk and Moscow, since both regimes have long since passed the point at which Putin might allow any uncontrolled political transformations in Belarus. In this context, deploying nuclear weapons gives the Kremlin another reason to leave the Belarusian military stronghold under Lukashenko's control. But there were already plenty of reasons to do that. Minsk will naturally demand, and likely receive, some kind of economic aid in return. The Ukrainian war would have run a very different course sans the cooperation of Belarus, and now Lukashenko is also helping Moscow with its global nuclear blackmail. It would be ungracious of the Kremlin to let such loyalty go unrewarded. For 6 months, Lukashenko has avoided becoming more deeply embroiled in this conflict. There has been no shelling of Ukrainian territory from Belarus since October. But the deployment of nuclear weapons, if and when it happens, will be a major new step in Belarus's involvement. It will become harder for those in Europe who have advocated applying differing sanctions to Minsk and Moscow to defend their position, while hawks like Poland and the Baltic states will have powerful new ammunition to bolster their long-held argument that Lukashenko should be treated as part of the Russian regime. Neither side is likely to take into account that it's doubtful whether anyone actually asked Lukashenko's opinion on the issue. He has threatened too many times in the past to ask Putin to return the nuclear weapons withdrawn from Belarus in the mid-1990s. Brussels is already threatening Minsk with new sanctions if nuclear weapons do appear on Belarusian territory. But the most painful sanctions have long been in place, so threats from the West are far less dangerous for Lukashenko than Russia's inevitable ire if he suddenly changes his mind. Another consequence of the announcement is that lobbyists in the United Nations and from the Global South will face far greater difficulties now convincing the EU hardliners to unblock the export of Belarusian potassium fertilizer through the Lithuanian port of Klaipėda. The EU has for several months been discussing the possibility as a way to alleviate the global food crisis, but loosening sanctions against Minsk at this point would look absurd. Finally, as long as Belarus remains no more than a corridor for Russian ground troops, their training range, and a base for Russian jets, there's a chance that the country's complicity in this war could stay under the radar of peace negotiators. But if Belarus acquires a full-fledged, permanent Russian nuclear base, the Belarusian question will likely feature on any post-war settlement agenda. Even if negotiations on the new European security architecture take place when Putin and Lukashenko are no longer in power, it will be hard to overlook the presence of nuclear weapons in close proximity to Kiev and 3 NATO member capitals. Now the West and Ukraine are more likely to demand the demilitarization of Belarus to at least pre-war levels. The fate of Belarus as a state is becoming increasingly tied to the outcome of a future peace settlement. It will be hard for any subsequent government in Minsk to distance itself from Russia economically and politically of its own accord. But once Belarus starts hosting Russian nuclear weapons, it will be downright impossible. However, once the West wins this war, Belarus then falls into the orbit of a greater Deutschland, a Großdeutschland or Greater Germany, which will inevitably emerge in the power vacuum of a disassembled Russia. Disassembled and disempowered. Now, Garry Kasparov, the former world chess champion, turned to democratic politics. He helped organize street demonstrations in Moscow in the 2000s, a long time ago by now, a generation ago, the aughts, the zeros decade, and is now persona non grata in the very country where he was once a hero, and has, as I've described in my last episode, recently asserted for the record that he hopes to build a kind of virtual South Korea, an opposition in exile that stands in contrast to a Russia that more and more resembles North Korea. One of Kasparov's projects, the Free Russia Forum, regularly brings together the various, sometimes squabbling branches of the Russian community outside Russia. In at least one respect, all of these 21st century exiles are unlike their 20th century predecessors. They remain abroad or in jail because of a terrible war of imperial conquest. Many, therefore, oppose not just the regime, but the empire. For the first time, some argue that it is not just the regime that should change, but the definition of the nation. Kasparov is one of many who argue that only military defeat can bring political change. He now believes that democracy will be possible only when, in his words, when the Crimea is liberated and the Ukrainian flag is flying over Sevastopol, the regional capital of the Crimea. That idea that there could be a different Russia, a Russia that is a nation state and not an empire, does not carry much weight in Ukraine right now. On the contrary, many Ukrainians consider the Russian democratic opposition just as culpable, just as imperialist, and just as responsible for the war as non-dissidents. Certainly, it is true that not all of the people who have been called Russian liberals in the past were against the empire or opposed to Putin. Some are technocrats who argued for a Pinochet-style dictatorship, or socialites whose liberalism was conveyed through photographs of European vacation spots posted on Instagram. The Ukrainian journalist Olga Tokaryuk. Who is this saying I'm free? Call me if you want. Let me see if I can read that. This is like, who is this? Was that Sammy? No. It's Ian. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Well, I'm trying to talk to people about nuclear blackmail, but what the fuck? Shall we take a vote in the last hour? What do you think? It's a vote between me and Realtek. What do you think? Might as well just for the fun of it. Fuck it. Okay, let's call our man Ian. I called him earlier. So you're on the call, Ian. Jump on the call.
So I've been listening to music for a while.
Yeah.
I took a break.
Oh no. You're fine. You're fine. I mean, Ian West. He's like I said he's on the call already. He doesn't know it. It's like he says, "Hey, I'm free. You can call me if you want." Yeah, well, the only reason you're able to enter into text is because you're already on the call. Is what I'm telling him. So he's like, where's he coming from? Which is this? This is like the real Ian West. Okay, so he left that from the real Ian West. So let's see if we can push that button. Fuck, I could just push both of them just to be, certain. Here we are. It says that one's active. Press the add button. Oh my God. Give my voice a rest. Okay. He's on.
Doing? Hey.
By the way, I want you to know that you need to you're in contact with Michelle Carmela Saldana, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so she was telling me the other night how she was listening to you on the latest episode, and she feels that you're really improving, that you're really doing so much higher quality research and work. She just really wanted me to convey to you her support for you and how impressed she is by you and what you're doing. So just wanted you to know that.
Yeah. Like I said, I study that little world she came from, so, I just, just always been fascinated by it.
Okay.
Yeah, she said she listened to me talk about the end times programming. And, yeah. I told her, we fucking blew that place up, so it's not going to happen now.
Well, by the way, you're kind of speaking while you're like in another part of the room, or?
Yeah, no, I was turning all the air filters and air conditioners off. But yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
But no, I told her about the end times programming, I said that on the show. She's like, I can't believe she knew about it.
Wow.
That's even crazier.
Well, I'm glad the two of you get along. That doesn't seem to be the case with everyone I bring on this program. We missed you while Brooke was on. So were you asleep?
Oh, she's gone? Is she here?
Oh God, no! She left early. I mean,
thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
God. You gotta admit that's funny. That's funny as hell. Well,
it is.
Yeah, she was here earlier, and she couldn't resist going into bitch mode. By that I mean calling other people bitch who were like.
Well, when is she not? She's always like that. That's just her nature. It's like the Brooke nature or whatever.
She was like, talking about how shocked she was that Amy Como knew she was a single child, saying she must be taking notes. I never brought up that I was a single child. And I was thinking to myself, geez, Brooke, anybody who listens to you for a few fucking minutes would know that you were raised as a single fucking child. It doesn't.
Yeah, she never said, I love my brother, I love my sister. You never hear that from her. So.
I mean, we never do because they don't exist. But I believe, personally, I'm convinced that if they did exist, you'd never hear that anyway.
I mean, I even talk about my goddamn sister on here, but whatever.
You do?
Yeah. Ask Carmela if she worked with her at Universal.
Oh, wow. I never heard you bring up a sister. I never knew you had a sister.
Yeah, she's in Hollywood.
Really? What did she do?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of there before the people got her.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. At least he's learning to check himself. He's learning to check himself.
No, it was good.
Yeah.
I did this Jewish rock band concert tonight at the theater. It was really good. I mean, they kicked ass.
Okay. Great.
It was funny. They came out on stage with their yarmulke and curly hair, their curly hair frizzle. It was the funniest fucking thing. One has big trench coat.
And were they fucking jumping up and down like the Russian dance, like the Russian bear dance?
I'll be honest with you, they killed it. I mean, they killed it. I actually got a kick out of it. They were good, man. They could rock and roll. They really could.
Wow. Well, there you go. That's so all that being said, so you were helping to build the stage that they were playing on?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. I mean, one thing that Brooke has said about you is that, at least you make your own money. At least you earn your own living. She does admire that. I mean, of course, we all notice I don't think she's been employed for quite some time now. I think.
Oh no, well, no, she, having that husband that couldn't speak English, that's a full-time job right there. And then getting the alimony and child support for 18 years, that whole joke. But anyway.
Oh man.
Best job on earth.
Man, she deserves this. That being said, of course, we're gentlemen and we're not going to spend too much time bitching about the bitch. But so, moving back towards more. Other than that, you were. What I was wondering about was when you were showing that bit from Wild Palms, to all the ladies, to Our Lady in Mexico, Ariana, known in the chat room as Nancy Toulouse, Viviana Sanchez, and of course Michelle Carmela Saldana. You seemed somewhat reluctant for them to see the entire clip. Was there any particular reason?
Well, no, everybody was saying that they were going to go and you were going to do your monologues. I was just trying to speed it up.
Oh, okay. And
I don't have all the details on me with that end times programming shit, but the next episode I'll have one on Wednesday. I'll have it all, like the location of the satellites, like the whole 9 yards.
Right.
And when they were destroyed and when they were fucking blown up and all the articles in the local newspaper about it. I know it was in Colorado somewhere. I just don't remember which city that CIA broadcasting room was from.
Wow. Okay. So feel free to catch us up on anything else that you feel we need to be paying attention to. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to your let's see now, your own channel here.
A Facebook wall? Yeah, if you go through my Facebook wall, all the new shit. I did get the Hunter Biden laptop report, all 700 pages of it. I haven't had a chance to read it, but let me just go down the table of contents to give you a little taste of what's coming from this.
Okay.
So, here we go. You ready? Okay. We've got his motives, the timeline of his criminality, the 4 families that were involved with Hunter Biden, suspicious activity reports, China, the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Romania, Mexico, Serbia, Libya, unreported incomes and gifts, backdating financial documents, United States versus Galenus. I don't know what that one is. Okay, his sex-related crimes, his drug-related crimes, influence peddling, legal accountability, and that's just like a little bit of all the crimes that's detailed in his laptop that they did a report on. Okay. And it's 644 pages. It's that big. Well, but I was skimming through it and I found the ATM withdrawal transactions that he's paying these hookers with. Uh-huh. And my God, he was getting ripped off. He was like paying $800 for some pussy. And it was like, girl, if you got it like that, you got it like that. But God damn, Anyway.
But that is funny. But by the way, a question to Real Tech. Real Tech, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Earlier, you had shared with myself something that would be apparently of cultural interest, so I certainly appreciate it. And it was, of course, from the tales and tragedies of Kenji Mizoguchi, the Harvard Film Archive, one of the foundational figures of Japanese cinema. And so when you share that with me, it makes sense. It's kind of like a cultural gesture of respect. But then you entered it into the chat of the text call when Michelle Carmela Saldana and Viviana Sanchez and Ariana in Mexico, that when they were all on, was this because Michelle Saldana was talking about geisha?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, just so everybody understands, I didn't want to go too deeply into this while Michelle Carmela Saldana was on with us, or Carmela as she prefers to be called. But she really doesn't understand geisha, and
no, she doesn't.
Thank you. She doesn't. Just everybody, please. She doesn't know what she's talking about when it comes to geisha. It's like
geishas. Yeah, geishas are it's. I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible. It's a very convoluted subject, but they are female Japanese businesswomen, and they're used a lot of times for brokeraging.
Right, and
for example,
by used, Real Tech is not saying they're exploited. What he's
saying?
No,
they're not exploited. No.
They're basically contracted for their services, and they act as intermediaries, and they're very much culture bearers. The last thing on earth they are prostitutes. They're not.
No, they're not ladies of the night or whatever.
Thank you.
No, some did go into it after during the occupation in 1947. sorry, 1945, 1952. Some did go into prostitution. Some, yes.
Yeah, but this is.
But
yeah, just.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to put that in perspective, but go on, continue. Yeah.
But primarily they are taught to marry to rich businessmen also. So I mean that's another aspect of that.
Yeah, that's if they don't remain for their lives in the cloister, so to speak. You're talking about something almost similar, in some respects, almost to a kind of nunnery. They have a very separate life from the rest of the world, and they're paid to service a fantasy. But this has nothing to do with prostitutes, because that would be redundant, because there are prostitutes to prostitute. A geisha doesn't need to do that because she's too highly trained and refined to do that. So when we're talking about this kind of prostitution that some entered into, what Realtek is referring to is basically kind of an escort service, which some of them entered into at a time when that was basically an opportunity that presented itself. But it's more like the escorts that I see at the estates as opposed to a common prostitute. So just a lot of differences to be made here. Maybe some of the nuances are just too much for some people to understand because the world is simply too alien to them. But it would take some explaining maybe in another episode. Frankly, I'm just too tired to go into it now. One thing that I will put into Real Tech Geeks message box here on Skype was what I had shared with Viviana Sanchez and our man Ian West, which was chapter 3 of this pornographic novel that was written by Michael Aquino himself under a pseudonym. And this was something that it was concerning a contract. And the interesting thing was that he imposes a contract in the purchase of a child so that he can implicate the father selling his son to Michael Aquino, who's basically portraying himself as the character in the novel, in the pornographic novel. And he's very graphic, so just as a forewarning. And Viviana Sanchez saw that and she said, "Oh my God, how can someone even imagine any of this?" And that's when I said, well, Aquino could imagine it, quote unquote, or better yet, a better way to describe it would be envision it, because he experienced it. He's a person who conducted the sales of children and the rape and breaking in of his merchandise. So this is something that really gives people an understanding. I can't, of course, ever share this publicly, but among the people on Team Dietrich who have to work with a lot of what I'm talking about, it really gives them a visceral understanding of what Aquino really was. I mean, he was basically writing and describing his job, a job he loved, in the pornographic novels that he published under a pseudonym. So when it came to that, we were impressed by some of the footage that Ian West was showing us. And you weren't here that night, Realtek, but he was showing us footage of basically child rape rooms that were in subway stations or adjacent to them, accessible through them. That impressed me that this was quite real. I was definitely Ian has by collecting so much, he does stumble across any number of gems. So
that was nothing. That was nothing. That was just dude. That was just a fucking. That was light. We'll put it that way. That was light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
like I got like crime scene evidence videos where there's like fucking little girls' panties ripped in half on the ground with blood everywhere and shit.
Oh.
But that was the Obama days. Those were like the Obama after parties. But I'm gonna go on mute now.
Wait, hey, there's no need to go on mute. There's nobody here but us. Jesus Christ, stay off.
Somewhere to go on mute, man.
Yeah, no need to go on
calm
mute.
down, man. It's just talking.
Yes, and as well, Realtek, I noticed that with the ladies, you were still doing what I was suggesting to George Knight and yourself to get over. You were still apologetic about, oh, I'm sorry, I'll make this quick, or, you were apologizing for interjecting. Just do us all a favor and don't apologize. Just bowl through with it. Just bowl ahead with it and just, do your interjection and go on with it. Obviously, if you're in the company of someone like Brooke, if she feels irritated enough, she'll rip into you anyway. So you've got.
I wouldn't even get on with her there. No, I'd sit that shit out. I'd be like, next week, Doug, bye. It can wait.
Yeah, it is. It is a pain in the behind, man. It
Oh
really is.
God! Now when I hear, now when I hear it, it's just like now my spine just starts to tense up for some reason when I hear her voice.
Oh God, that's
Scary.
It's
I
funny.
have to go to a chiropractor to know this chick. You know?
Oh my God. Well, I definitely want to talk to her about something privately. She brought up something that I hope she's joking about. It's really hard to tell with her. But definitely, we'll see what happens in the near future. And all I can say is she's very unpredictable and seems to She seems to want to maintain total control of some of these interactions.
Yeah, all women want to do that. Yeah, all women want to do that. That's why they pick on. That's why they start dating the younger men. Because they have more control over it.
And that's why a lot of men now just go on their own way. MGTOW.
Oh my God. Well,
they get burnt. They get burnt by one, and hopefully they don't get married to it, but they do. And they really learn their lesson.
I said this once before, but I say I've had a lot of bad relationships, but I'm not going to give up pussy, So.
Oh God.
Of course not.
No.
Hell no.
No. Well, most of these so-called men going their own way are doing just that. They're basically involuntary celibates, is what they really are, and they're just trying to rationalize it. All they're doing is rationalizing it, saying, "I'm going my own way." Yeah, it just means you're jerking off. Yeah, that's.
Oh no, normally these guys they get out of a relationship with women like Brooke. They usually end up being gay. I mean, 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah. That is fucking funny, but fucking true.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
It's insane though.
It's not just her. It's a majority of women. A majority, not just Brooke.
Shit.
Brooke can't hold that crown, but but she can play in that category.
Oh God. Well, for my sake, we'd better generalize. We'd better generalize the discussion. I mean, she's fun to dwell on, of course, because of course she's she deserves it. But all that aside,
I mean, whatever lucky man out there, gets to have Brooke, for eternity. Whoever that is out there, just think of it this way. At least you don't have to buy her tits,
And don't sleep over at night. You may cut your dick off.
Oh my God. Yeah, she's got the red bar up now on her Skype, the do not disturb. I mean, that's
good.
It's so controlling. That's so controlling.
But that's just her Skype, If I was her, I wouldn't want to talk to me either, So.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
So speaking of talking to you, so who's been over at your home lately? Any visitors?
I'm hanging out, but
protecting somebody's identity or something?
No. I wanted to squeeze this in there before you go because I know we don't got a lot of time. That Aquino clip that I made.
Dude, we got over half an hour.
Oh no! Anyway, that Aquino clip that I made a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
When Mark was on that episode with us, and he's like, "Isn't that this dude from Bases and blah blah blah?" Well, he was absolutely fucking 100% right.
Okay.
And the clip that I sampled that shit from was the best.
Is this where the lizard's turning into Aquino and shit?
No. It's where Aquino's trying to cover up for 9/11 and all that shit.
Yeah. Okay. The serious shit. Okay. The serious shit. Yes. So tell us about this.
Mark was right.
Yeah. Go on.
Mark was absolutely right. That was from Bases. Okay. But the way I stumbled across from it was called From the Bunker, the Best of Bases. So I just got a snippet of that Aquino interview, and that Aquino interview is fucking 4 hours long. And
but that person talking to him wasn't Miles Johnston, was it?
I don't know. I don't know who the host of the show was. I don't know who the host was.
Okay.
But Mark was correct.
So hopefully Mark H can join us at some point in the near future. He checks into the chat room these days, but he's apparently busy enough where he doesn't come on. I mean, when he does come on, it's great. But at any rate, so hopefully he can come on to discuss this. But yes, if you can get me a copy of that clip at some point or the link to it or something, that'd be
Oh
fine.
yeah, no, I downloaded all 4 hours of it.
Okay. So the interesting thing is that, of course, just so people understand, you have to be just anything from Aquino is like summoning a demon.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Well,
honestly,
a lot of it. Yeah.
Like the one thing I did learn from his 4 hour interview is about white psyops, gray psyops, and black psyops.
Yes.
Those are like and I didn't know they would distinguish bullshit in such refined categories like that. I guess I'm not that creative, but maybe I could sign up for psyop services for United States military. I don't know. But.
Yeah. Oh God, that would be funny. You'd probably be too happy-go-lucky a kind of guy for them, really. But when it comes to our Aquino and what he was distinguishing there, yeah, you see, like summoning a demon, it's not necessarily that everything is bullshit, but if you're the average layperson, you'd better take that attitude. Rather, it's demons mix the truth and fictive lies and truth to the point where you have to really have a keen sense of discernment to extract anything of value. Now, it's not that things of value cannot be extracted, but you've got to really be on the ball. And of course, it's profoundly dangerous for your psychic health, your mental and emotional and even physical health. But that's how you've got to consider listening to anything from Michael Aquino. The same way, I mean, he's a master at talking a lot without saying much of anything when you really think about it. And he's done that on some episodes with some people where he'll say almost nothing. He'll be, talking and you'll wonder, why did I waste time listening to that? Because you hear these things about this. I mean, you take a look at the pornography that he's written, the sample of which I've given to our man Real Tech right now, and it is just
that's a testimony. That's not this is what I do on the weekends.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah, but it's so blatant. Fuck. Yeah, yeah. Go on.
It's disgusting when he's like, and then I sucked the little boy's dick, and I was like, "See, I love you," and I was like, "You nasty fuck." All this kid's underground, chained up somewhere. That all he knows of food of like Campbell's soup or something. But anyway,
by the way, he's 6 feet under, so
well,
that's disgusting.
Yeah, yes, but Real Tech, we were discussing recently the metempsychosis, the transmigration of the soul spells that he was working with. He certainly seems to have inhabited the bodies of other people. The important to remember that he is a person who one of his acolytes was J.K. Rowling's, and J.K. Rowling's wrote Harry Potter. And just so people understand, it's Harry Potter is simply Harry Putar that she's ripping off, saying the Harry Putar means son of God in the Vedic. So she's basically portraying Harry Potter as the son of God, and there's several other occult things that she's bringing up in there that are basically concepts taught her by Aquino, such as the concept of the Horcrux, in which Voldemort basically bifurcates his soul, fragments it into 7 or 8 pieces or 7 or 8 fragments that reside in different bodies, different incarnations, different mortal coils that he takes over to continue his existence. This is something that Aquino had every intention of doing. And with the latest, what you were not here for was Real Tech. You were not here for our discussion of releasing his death certificate. And when we released the death certificate, we were talking about his having killed himself by a mortal gunshot wound to the head. This shows that he wanted total control over his demise, and he wanted to make certain he had control over it so he could basically off himself while conducting the transmigration of the soul ritual. So definitely, to put this into some perspective for people, Robert Irvin Howard. Robert Howard wrote Conan, and the author of Conan was very much a believer in reincarnation, and he very much loved his mother. Now, we might assume there might have been something incestuous there, but maybe it wasn't like that. But he was definitely emotionally so connected to his mother that he concluded that she was his true soulmate. And because of his incredible conviction, and I pointed out when I was discussing this with Peter Moon, that there's a difference from a belief, which is simply like I believed in Santa Claus until I found out it was just some fat old guy who was feeling me up while eating milk and cookies left out by my parents. Something like that is just a belief until you lose it. And a conviction, which is something that you will die if that conviction is broken, or you will kill to maintain it. This is truly a conviction. This, by the way, is a disambiguation in a court of law that has great meaning. In other words, if you were to say, I don't want to serve in the military, and you're just avoiding the draft, well, you're going to face prison time. But if you're able to say, it is my conviction not to serve in the military because I'm a conscientious objector, and if you force me to go into the military, I will kill myself rather than kill someone else, then they'll basically allow you to be a conscientious objector. So conviction matters. And with the conviction that Robert Howard had, that he and his mother were soulmates, and he believed in reincarnation so strongly, when she died, he killed himself, blew his brains out because he felt he would reincarnate in the next life with her simultaneously, and therefore they could finally be soulmates, the same age and together. And that was what drove him to do what he did. It was Aquino's conviction was similar. He felt he could transmigrate his soul. So there seems to be evidence that this has taken place. We were challenged by cultists, and cultists were challenging Peter Moon and myself about the veracity, the reality of this death certificate, which only goes to prove it's real. So we know now why he killed himself. Probably was nearing, in some poor health, felt this was the best way to go out so he could basically do it on his terms, Robert Howard style. So with that, just to put that out there for people. So it's very important that our man Ian West still drags up stuff about Michael Aquino because it's still relevant. Oh
yeah. Like Jesse's a voter. She really really had what's his name fingered. Aquino fingered in this whole fucking lawsuit that she was filing. Like there's some interviews where Jesse's like, well, I can't talk about him in the lawsuit. I can't mention this, but all in time it'll all come out,
Well, tell our listeners a bit about her so they understand where she's coming from.
Okay. So if you guys don't know about Jessie Zaboter, she, like, it's weird to say it, but in everything that's going on right now with the military and Gitmo and all this other bullshit and the court and the tribunals, like, she kind of is Q. She kind of is. It's her lawsuit and testimonies and filings and like 8 or 7, no 4. I think it's in 4 different states that she has lawsuits against all these parties in, and they stretch from like the Reagans to Pence. Like it's pretty much vast. And her and Elon Musk, were like, yeah, we need to put a stop to this. Kids can't be growing up like that because our lives were fucked. We get locked in the room, get fed adrenochrome, and we'd have to like kill kids and eat them and shit. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy shit, like the stories that I hear from her. But yeah, I mean, I believe them. I truly believe her. I mean, like, and the chick's like, yeah, I was 8 years old, and then I was like stabbing this little girl, and I was like eating her fucking intestines and shit, and because they were just locked up in a fucking padded room, hopped up on adrenochrome that was laced with with embalming fluid. It's like
Interesting.
They like the rich people mix the adrenochrome with vodka, and they just like pop one of those in the morning like a Red Bull and just fucking go. And then the kids, like, for ceremonies, they're fed like embalming fluid laced adrenochrome. I might be wrong on that. I might be wrong on the embalming fluid, but it's some weird chemical like that.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Michael Aquino was basically imbibing in embalming fluid whenever he would be committing thanatophagy, cannibalism of the dead. I've seen him personally do that, so that wouldn't surprise me. I believe it does give a kind of high, or has some effect on someone that ultimately does damage to the intestines. That's what he ultimately came down with, was intestinal cancer.
That makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, seriously, it really does. Like I know the huge adrenochrome refrigerator, the first big one that got busted. It was somewhere in Middle America. It was like, let me look at a map real quick. It was yeah, I wish I had all my notes out because I could just tell you, yeah, it was this state and this city where they busted the coolers. But like a year and a half or 2 years after they busted that cooler of adrenochrome, they busted another one near San Francisco. And yeah, they fucking took all the shit out of there and you know, closed that place down. But now we're seeing reports like since all these adrenochrome factions are all you know, shut down here in the States, that now they're trying to procure it from Ukraine, and they're trying to like sneak the adrenochrome, you know, over the border and shit. But then that shipment got intercepted too.
Well,
so they're probably freaking out.
Well, definitely the Russians are taking children out of the Ukraine by the thousands, so that would be the source of the adrenochrome out of Ukraine, is mass abducted children. With that, we bring on Peter Moon. Peter Moon, welcome aboard, and a good morning to all our listeners.
Good morning. Was that Ian just speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I agree. It's very important that you follow up on these threads. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Moon. How you been?
Hello. I'm good, thanks. And yeah, Ian, you had warned me about Sasha Stone.
Yeah.
Which I can't say it was a bad warning. I really didn't know too much about him, except that he was part of this contingency that was inviting me to participate and give credence to his presentation on the world status. But it was very left-handed to me, the whole way I was approached. He didn't approach me. And you know, claiming to have photographs of the underground complex in beneath the Sphinx. I'm sure they're not. I've asked for verification from Radu, and no, I haven't received any answer back. But I was told by a friend of mine who said he was very nice. She liked him very much. Met him over a decade ago. Said he was comes from a very wealthy family.
You're right. Yep. I didn't want to bring that up though, because nobody would believe me.
What is that about? Where's the
I don't have the full like dossier on
But by the way, Ian, we want you to get closer to the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't have a full dossier on Stone at the moment, but rumor has it is that he's a Rothschild.
Okay. That's a pretty common rumor that they throw at almost anybody, but who knows? It's
but my favorite rumor about him is he's the lead singer of the '80s band In Excess, but he just like fakes his death or something. And but I thought that was funny because he does kind of look like that dude.
Yeah, that's very rumor oriented, but I don't really know. I mean, I was told he was very open minded and probably is. He is obviously very open minded. But as I say, I was approached very disingenuously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not the way I would approach anybody. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't directly from him, but he was the mega man, the guy who was behind it all.
Right. You might share with Real Tech and Ian and our listeners about how you were approached by the History Channel.
Well, yeah, the History Channel had just some guy contacted me and said that William Shatner is doing something on time travel. And it sounds very timely with what's going on with Pluto and Aquarius, that new technology is coming forth. Mm-hmm. but the History Channel, I cannot trust because of what they did with me in the past.
Yes.
I cannot trust them. And the fact, if like say, if Douglas wasn't in my life, I would say, well, maybe it's worth the publicity. But with Douglas in my life, it's almost, I just, and then there's also the situation like with MUFON San Diego. I might have been accepted at face value if I just talked about Montauk, but I upped the ante.
Yes.
And that created an issue. And so, and then I also have Black Moon Lilith on my career thing. And I got some more insight into that. It's just, I will be perceived as, this is what people don't want to hear up, Black Moon Lilith is like the, prostitutes you've been keeping up in your attic, and you don't want anybody in the family, let alone the neighborhood, to know about. This is like, okay, and it's not. I'm not embarrassed about it because it's not my, any of Douglas's, I guess what you'd say, questionable attributes or situation or circumstances, they're not mine. Okay? They're not mine. Okay. So, it's like, so they can't blame me because Douglas is this way or that way, or says this or does that. It's like, let's get at this. So it's like, but still, it's interesting. And then that's all beside the point anyway. The story, we want to get to the information in the story, not.
Yeah, the truth. You want the truth.
Yeah. And so. Yeah. So that's interesting. So anyway, the History Channel, has proven themselves as disingenuous with me personally, with their interaction with me. So no, I'm not going to go down that path.
Well, what was so interesting about this? There's two things that come to mind here. One is that Richard K. Cole Jr. has consistently been portraying himself first as the niece, or basically the niece of George Takei, and then portraying himself as George Takei. Now, these are where he appears in my chat room and claims to be supportive and says, oh, yeah, want to do an interview or come on. And of course, there's nothing on the channel, so it's obviously not anybody real. It's just his creating this channel and using this as an empty vessel for an avatar, in which he's trying to set up something that is obviously sinister. When it comes to George Takei himself, he or anyone could easily contact me without coming in through the goddamn chat room. They could contact me directly without coming on my shows and bothering me, because you're effectively distracting when not that people in the chat room are not welcome, of course, and even celebrities if they want to show up in the chat room, but it's not anything a normal celebrity would do. It's just they don't have the need to do that. When it comes to what they were doing with Peter Moon, you've got this guy whose name was just almost comical, almost satirical, something like Nick Crankshaw or Crook or something. It was, and then he says, you almost like trying to say this is a deal with the devil, and then trying to tempt him with William Shatner. And so this George Takei, William Shatner, they're using William Shatner, the old white guy, on Peter Moon, and they're using, George Takei, the old gay Japanese guy, on Douglas Dietrich. There's obviously a 1-2 punch, bizarre thing going on here where they're trying something, and it's quite sinister when you put it in that context. I don't know if that adds any context that you find relevant, Peter, but
especially because William Shatner kissed a black woman on TV, so in my affiliation with Moors,
yeah, there you go. yeah it's just whatever nuance they can find. Our thanks to Ian West for entering these various links. Oh, there we are. The day 2 of the Sasha Stone. So there you go, Peter. So in the chat room, in the text box here in Skype, right here in Skype, if you go take a look at the chat room, there's a Facebook.
Yeah, Peter, check out the link I sent you.
Yeah.
This kind of like.
Yeah.
Good.
I was just gonna say what I can do later is I can give that to him in his Facebook message box, and so. But go on, Ian. Go on with give us some context for both these links.
All right, so this I want to say it's bullshit, but then again, I don't know if I really am qualified to call that because I don't have all the details on it. But do you see this fucking? Here, let me pull up the video real quick, and I can just point this out. And let me mute this video just in case there's some bullshit. Oh, it was muted. Anyway, so if you look at this council that he's sitting on, these guys are all fucking pedophiles. Like this fucking dude from Australia. Oh shit. He was like the biggest fucking pedo perv in fucking Australia, and he ended up being the fucking like whatever Australia's president is or whatever. Like it's that fucking funny that that they think we're so dumb that we're gonna have this international child trafficking council and we're gonna just have it hosted by pedophiles. So yeah, it's just what's this fucker's name? Hold on, let me. All right, yeah, I you guys kind of caught me off guard. I would have got all my shit together for this, but
no worries.
Yeah. I mean, you can smell the dick on the dude's breath through the monitor. Look at it. I mean, come on.
Delightful.
Anyway.
So he's doing this pedophile investigation. What you're saying?
Well, yeah. But see, what I think he's doing is I think he's leading like a misdirection through it. That's what his
a fox in the henhouse scenario, I believe.
Oh, I understand. I understand that totally. Now, then here's another thing. I'm looking it up, finding it online. But it says here, Sasha Stone, total disclosure.
Let me check that out. I don't think I've seen that.
Those very words ring. They ring like
misdirection.
Yes, thank you, to say the least.
Yeah, look this way.
But this is a expose on.
Okay.
This is in this chapter. The focus moved towards Sasha Stone and his associates. Simon. There's the name Simon and Adams. Simon Jean-Paul Sasha Adams. Okay, so his name is Simon. There's a strike.
Already, yes.
Was born in Rhodesia in May '66 in the middle of the Independence War. Why? Okay, so it says that why would a quote unquote nobleman who has nothing to hide change his name? Who is Sasha's father? Sir Walter Adams is described as a British historian and educationalist with a vast resume. Rockefeller Fellow, history of science. I'm not going to read all this crap, but but principal of the College of Rhodesia, director of the London School of Economics, calling that impressive as being moderate. Adams was appointed. This is his father. Adams was appointed officer of the Order of the British Empire. I love it. It says OBE, Order of the British Empire, out of body experience, OBE.
Right.
In 1949, he was named Companion of the Order of St. Michael and St. George in 1952, knighted for his services in 1970 in education. Students opposed him because of his links with Ian Smith's racist regime in Rhodesia. Ian Smith was fingered as the bad guy who kicked L. Ron Hubbard out of Rhodesia.
Wow.
And about the time Sasha was born in '66. In Rhodesia, where he was director of the University College. Adams' arrival and connections were the catalyst for an extended periods of turbulence at the LSE. I'm not sure what LSE is, but London School of Economics it is.
There we are.
The father looks very, very British, very coy British. Sasha looks, I think Sasha's black, but he doesn't, in this picture, he doesn't look black.
He looks like the lead singer for NXS.
I don't even know NXS, so I'm sorry. I'm
Oh, okay, never mind. It's a joke.
He just doesn't look like him. It looks like he had an interaction with a black woman. I really don't know. I'm, a family of polarizing figures. So this goes into Sasha's father. Now it says, okay, this is interesting here. Well, first, as riots led to the school's closure for 25 days after the arrest of some students. Walter Adams died of a heart attack during a visit to Salisbury, it's now known as Harare, the capital. 1 year after retiring in 1975, Sasha Stone and his sister Toyin Adams were born out of wedlock. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh.
Sasha's father had many children with different women in addition to being married. His wife was Lady Tatiana Adams, and they had 4 children. The former Tatiana Marikov was born in Kherson, Russia, before escaping with her mother and a brother. Her father, God, that's communist ties.
Yeah. No.
Her father was a leader of the nobility before the 1917 revolution. It's a heavy-duty family. So we don't even have to see Rothschild poisons the water, just as that term. I'm not saying it's not true,
right,
but it poisons the water because it sounds like a generality that, as Douglas said, they should throw at everybody. Sasha's mother was an anchor woman in South Africa, decades younger than Sir Walter. His sister, Toyin Adams, is a plastic artist radicated in Portugal that specializes in occult artwork.
Of course.
Okay. If you go to Sasha's website, you will hear his fairy tale of a rocker turned activist, but aren't we all? So he's talking about being a rocker turned activist. He's talking about that, Ian.
Yeah. Well,
like I said, you got me like
Bono.
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't say. It doesn't say what he says he is.
Yeah.
But it says quote Illuminati baiting. Oh, somebody says this is a quote from somebody. Illuminati baiting misanthropic narcissist with a hyperactive pineal function. Unquote. As stated on his former bio on Facebook. He's calling himself a misanthropic narcissist with a hyperactive pineal function. He's making fun of himself. And a self-description he deleted after I brought attention to it.
Oh my God. Well,
and he is Illuminati baiting, but he's really, in my opinion, based upon what I've heard thus far, he's baiting the Illuminati baiting people.
Thank you. Exactly. By the way, what I'm going to do, Peter, we have but a few minutes left, so I just wanted to make certain that I'm going to enter this into your message box. This is the hyperlink. Please share that on your timeline, and everybody goes there and they listen to the show. It's effectively live the first moment that they turn it on, so that helps to distribute the show when we publish it just after the transmission, so that people go there and they get it. So helps immensely. And aside from that, I want all 3 of you gentlemen to say good morning to our listeners, and we'll close off transmission for the morning. I'll stay on with Peter Moon, or call him back if he wishes, and talk with him for a few minutes. But really appreciate all 3 of you gentlemen. As always, you add immensely to the program. So by all means, all 3 of you.
I have to thank Ian so much.
Yeah.
No problem. I'll be honest with you. I used 2 people I know ended up dead after they started like doing shows with this guy.
Wow.
Who
Sasha, you mean, not me.
Who were they? Who were they, Ian?
Robert David Steele and
closer to the mic, Ian. Repeat the names.
Oh yeah, sorry guys. Oh yeah, okay. Robert David Steele and what's her goddamn name? Robert David Steele and the Asian chick. What's her name? Kathy. I was just listening to her today. Oh, let me pull it up. I mean, I could stay on after the stream ends, and I could fucking throw some more details your way. But what is? Oh, Christine, that's her name, from Sarasota.
Mm-hmm.
She
had her last name. I take it a family.
No,
name?
I don't remember her last name. But she ended up dying in Camarillo, California. Right.
That's
by
where my sister lives, in Camarillo.
Wow.
Yeah, I grew up in Thousand Oaks, right there.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, okay. This is tragic. I mean, this is tragic, and it's a fair warning. It's a fair warning that's well taken, Ian. I assure you.
Like I said, like I